Chapter 4178. Walk around, Jin Wushuang. Tell us well, where did you go this millennium? Now even I can't see your depth. Qingfeng Shunho took the sword Wushuang, so ready to go inside the palace. Over the past millennium, Qingfeng Shunho was full of guilt over Jin Wushuang's one finger, thinking that it was himself who had dragged Jin Wushuang. Only then did Jin Wushuang fail to escape the hunting of Qing Shuzi. Although later, Bloodwave Supreme summoned them to inform Jin Wushuang that he had not died, and his guilt had not been reduced by half. Now, he finally saw Jin Wushuang's safe return, and seemed to be stronger than before. His guilt filled his throat, and he felt full of guilt. Don't you continue to pick the strong ones? Jin Wushuang asked, turning his head. Qingfeng didn't answer, and King Jijia shook his head, disdainfully humming. If you have the strength to take my hand, naturally you would have come out to take it, and those who are still in the present are still afraid to try. Yes, but it's all stinky fish and shrimp. Even if there are people who can take my hand, they are just courageous. What is the use of? This point is transparent. Jin Wushuang nodded in approval. Soon the three entered the palace. Lord Gunchuan and others who passed the test of King Nine Calamities followed closely, in awe. The gates of the palace closed slowly. Many of the ultimate masters present, seeing this scene, could not help but stare at each other. What's the situation? Looking at it like this, we may not be able to enter the King of the Calamity camp. The ultimate master who hasn't tried it yet shakes his head with a bitter smile. However, they had already expected this result, and they chose it by themselves. Therefore, they were not more frustrated. Compared to this, they are more concerned about the identity of the fourth-level master who finally appeared and broke through the giant palm of Zhujiawang. You guys, I look at the situation just now. This fourth-level master who is terrifying in strength seems to know them. Aren't you nonsense? You just looked at the expressions of King Jujia and Qingfeng, and you were so enthusiastic about us. With the strength of that fourth-level master, you should be famous in the universe. Why have you never heard of such characters in the universe before? Just as everyone was wondering and talking head-to-head, an ultimate master suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, I know who that person was just now. Who is he? Everyone looked towards the ultimate master. The ultimate master, Wen Yin, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, presumably everyone is no stranger to the Battle of Fengyang Canyon 1,000 years ago. Everyone nodded. The battle in Fengyang Gorge for 1,000 years was naturally familiar with the battle of the top forces in order to raise a potion of breakthrough supremacy. Do you still remember that there was a fourth-level master in the team of the Nine Kings? The ultimate master continued. Well, I remembered. It seemed that there was this person. Yes, I remember this person was still fighting with King Suzi for a while, and there was no wind falling. I was there at the time, and was surprised for a while. The black-robed swordsman just now is the man who fought with Qing Shuzi 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the sword was unparalleled, and it was dominated by the fourth grade, and it fought against Qing Shuzi directly. This battle was not dazzling. This incident was later spread. Think of it. At the same time, everyone in the audience immediately remembered that after the war in Tianfeng Canyon, Qing Shuzi went to kill this person at any cost. Then the man was in great trouble. 1,000 years ago, the Qingshu sun chased this person and ended up with an unknown end. The people of the Taishu Temple, for thousands of years, have been searching for the Qingshu sun. Yeah, the Qingshu godson was missing to hunt this talent back, but now this person has returned without incident. People who are to Shushin Temple will definitely come to him. Well, that King Suzi, but the contemporary godson of the Taishu Temple, can be said to be the most outstanding genius of the hundreds and even thousands of chaos periods. As a result, the person was disappeared in the ruins of Tailuo after killing this person. That is all, but this person is back again. Do and think about it. The person who is to Vain Temple will be furious and let out all his anger. Just wait and see. People in the Taishan Temple, as long as they know the news, will not come to this person soon. Many of the ultimate masters shook their heads to discuss and express their optimism about Jin Wushuang's future. Although Jin Wushuang's performance just now is very strong, you must know that the temple is too virtual, but it is a big immortal force in the whole universe. In the hall, Jian Wushuang, King Jiucai, and Qingfeng Shenhou sat cross-legged and crossed their knees in front of the three of them. There were 3 low-table coffee tables, and there were several pots of spirit wine on the coffee table. Jian Wushuang, can now tell, where have you been this millennium? Qingfeng Shenhou asked with a smile. The king of Jujia silently said nothing, but his eyes were casually turned to Jian Wushuang, and he could see that he had wondered where Jian Wushuang had gone this millennium, and why the atmosphere changed greatly after he returned. Jian Wushuang heard the words, raised the glass, took a sip, and said, "This is a long story. When Qing Xuanzi chased and killed me, I was forced to flee, and I could only run away all the time, but ended up at the edge of the Taro ruins. It's a special place, where I got rid of Qing Xuzi, and I got some special opportunities, and my strength has improved. As for my breath, it is because I cover it up by means of means." Jian Wushuang just made a simple explanation. He did not intend to tell anyone about the second floor of the tail ruins. After all, this matter is important. The contents inside it are enough to make a supreme red-eye. Speaking of this, Qingfeng Shenhou and King Julong he can be regarded as living together, but the heart has always been unpredictable. No one knows. They know whether Jian Wushuang will have any worries after getting the second chance of the second layer of the Taro ruins. Even if they didn't do anything, but once this news leaked out, Jian Wushuang didn't need to think about it. At that time, people in the entire universe would chase and kill him, for fear that the Palace of Life could not protect him. After all, that's the heritage of Tai Luo Supreme. Just the various treasures and source rocks in the universe are enough to boil many powerful people in the universe, not to mention the amazing eternal magical powers such as Taro Sword Code, and the Taro Sword of the famous universe. Browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Read Novels. Chapter 4179. After listening to Jian Wushuang's explanation, the King of Nine Calamities and the Qingfeng God Ho looked at each other. Both of them smiled. They can see that Jian Wushuang's explanation is somewhat perfunctory, but they don't blame Sword Wushuang, who will have a secret after all. They are more curious about the experience of Jian Wushuang for more than 1,000 years. But since Jian Wushuang is not willing to say too much, they will naturally not ask more. Jian Wushuang, you can come back safely, and now you are there. We are confident in the last battle. Qingfeng said with a smile. Last battle, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and a flash of doubt flashed in his eyes. King Jia nodded and said lightly, it's time for us to leave Taro ruins. But before we leave, there was a flash of words in the eyes of King Jujia. Have to calculate the account first. Jian Wushuang heard the words in his heart, and there was a coldness in his eyes. What are you going to do? Jian Wushuang said. How to do it? Wang Sinhan with a smile said. Naturally. He directly came to the door, crushed Yinpeng's body 1 inch by 1 inch, and burned his soul a bit. When Jian Wushuang nodded and asked, any time? King Nine Robber replied. Jian Wushuang thought and thought back, then 3 days later. At this point, the time is set. Jian Wushuang, King Jiucai, and Qingfeng Shenhou chatted for a while, then dispersed. Inside a closed dormitory, the sword sat cross-legged, Tai Luo Jiandian suspended in front of his knees. Jian Wushuang opened the first page. Slowly, the world in front of him turned into the darkness of silence again, and he continued to be enlightened by the sword trick of Yongyi. This sword, although he only realized a little fur, but the power of it has become the most lethal move in the hands of Jian Wushuang now. It can be said that Yongyi has become one of the killers of Jian Wushuang now at the bottom of the box. Once used, it must be shocking. 3 days passed by. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, the 3 kings of Jujia, Jian Wushuang, and Qingfeng Shenhou, as well as some of the ultimate masters who had previously committed to the king of Jujia, gathered in the hall. This seat does not hide you. Now our first battle is to kill the Lord Yinpeng. If anyone is afraid and wants to leave, this seat is not blocked. King Jujia stood in the main hall of the hall, and Lost Hand said. As soon as the voice fell, the hall became noisy suddenly, and many of the ultimate masters changed slightly. Going to kill Yinpeng, that Yinpeng dominates many powerful men. There are dozens of ultimate dominators alone. Although the individual strength is not strong, but they are united and want to kill, I am afraid. It's too dangerous. Immediately, a few of the ultimate masters shrank their heads, and there was a resignation in their eyes. They followed Jijiawang to come to the backing, but not to die. This seat to you. After this battle, kill everything Yin Peng dominated. This seat is all unnecessary. You all share it. King Jujia continued to speak lightly. After this sentence, those ultimate masters who had resigned in their eyes were startled. None of the 9 calamities, over the years, Yin Peng has dominated one of the camps, and the magic drug he has collected in his hands is unknown. If he is killed, begging for wealth. Suddenly, many of the ultimate masters moved in their hearts, and their faces were emaciated. This seat gives you time to think about Ayaka. After Ayaka, tell me the answer. After a joss stick, the ultimate master at the scene took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision, and said invariably, King of the 9th calamity, I will wait. I will follow you in a battle. After hearing the words, Jijiawang had a smile on his indifferent face, and nodded back, good. At the same time, in the central area of the Terra ruins, another plain. Compared with other places in the Tailua ruins, it is more lively here, and many of them eventually dominate the camp and form a lively scene. In the largest hall here, Yin Peng dominated and talked with a smile of enthusiasm. Beside him, there were 2 of them. The man on the left is wearing a purple gold crown, wearing a 9-clawed dragon suit, majestic, and has a light golden flame mark on the eyebrow. If the water witch dominated here at this time, he would be able to recognize this person, who is now in the Terra ruins, ranking among the 2nd camp of the Great Blessed God Kingdom, His Royal Highness III, and the other person was wearing a red robe, with a tall figure, with his hair tied into a small braid and scattered on his back, sitting barefoot, and that was the king of Zhennan. Yin Peng, you suddenly called me over. What do you want to do? Wang Zhennan frowned, and said impatiently. His Royal Highness the 3 emperors who worshipped the kingdom of God was also dominated by Yin Peng, whose face was not so good. Not long ago, the 2 of them suddenly received a rumor dominated by Yin Peng, asking them to come here and talk about what was important. Sure enough, the people in the Blood Temple did not come. Yin Peng looked at the 3 seats he had prepared in advance, but now the one that was empty, shook his head and whispered to himself. Immediately, he looked sideways at King Zhennan and the 3 princes, and smiled slightly. 2 of you have recently heard about King Jutsai recruiting powerful men. Okay, the king of Zhennan raised his eyebrows. The king of Juzai recruited the strong, and did not deliberately conceal it. He naturally knew it. No, this is not a secret, Yin Peng. Just say what you want to say. You know, the king hates selling the most. The prince is a little calm and restless. There are strange things in it. Listen to me. Yin Peng dominated his expression calmly, coughed, and slowly said, I know the king of 9 calamities best, but he is always arrogant and ignorant of others. Therefore, he rarely goes with others, let alone mentions him. What recruits people? So once he recruits people, then he can be certain that something big is going to happen. Big event. Zhennan Wang Wanyin shrank his pupils. Next to the 3 princes of the great kingdom of God, there was a look of interest on his face. Yes. Yin Peng nodded his head, and then continued. The king of 9 calamities has been in the ultimate realm for dozens of chaos eras, causing his status in the temple of life to plummet. We do indeed need to think about it, knowing that he must be very anxious to break through the supreme realm. And 1,000 years ago, in the Fengyang Canyon, the king of the 9 robbers broke through our strangulation and got the elixir that increased the chance of breaking the supreme. Now that the time is calculated, he should go back and break through the supreme realm. So he went back and went back. That is why it's hard to do with us. You still want to take back the supreme potion in his hand? Wang Zhennan asked lightly. For desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iRead Novel. Chapter 4180. Recapture the magic potion. Yin Peng dominated Wen Yin, and pulled a slight ridicule of the corner of his mouth, shaking his head. Zhennan King. Now it is not a question of us regaining the magic drug in his hand, but it is time to settle accounts with us. The king of Zhennan squinted his eyes. He was not a stupid person. When Yin Peng said that, he already understood the meaning of Yin Peng. Then what do we do now? Asked King Jinnan. Yin Peng dominated Wen Yin, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his voice became cold. My idea is that we are united and we will fight directly against him. Otherwise, it is definitely not a 9-strength force. The king's opponents will only be knocked out by him one by one, and defeated one by one. There was a hint of thought in King Zenon's eyes, then he nodded and said, yes. The reason why his lips are cold and cold, Jinnan King still understands. In the face of the King of 9 Calamities, the King of Jinnan and Yin Peng are almost a grasshopper on a rope. You don't need to know that if King Juju really plans a war, they will never let them go. As long as one of them is defeated, it means that the other is not good. The King of 9 Calves has resentment with the two of you, but not with this seat. Yin Peng, what do you mean by calling this seat? At this time, the 3 princes of the kingdom of God who had never spoken had no face. The expression said. Yin Peng dominated the story without half distress and smiled lightly. His Royal Highness 3, you are right. You really have no resentment against King Juzai, but King Juzai is the first master of the universe. How many treasures are in its ring no one knows. I think His Royal Highness 3, always interested in this. I can promise here that if the 3 of us join forces to kill the king of the 9 robbers and divide his treasure, the one that belongs to me will not be all to His Highness. How do you see? The 3 princes heard the words and suddenly laughed as if they had heard some funny jokes. With a playful look, he looked at the sovereign of Yin Peng and said, Yin Peng, Your Highness is the 3 princes who worship the kingdom of God. Do you think that His Highness will lack those treasures on the King Juzai King? After speaking, he got up and planned to leave. Yin Peng dominated Wen Yin and nodded, but he was not disappointed. As if the 3 princes had refused, it was already in his expectation. His Royal Highness 3, please wait. Yin Peng shouted. The 3 princes paused for a moment, then looked back. Oh, what else do you want to say? Lord Yin Peng smiled and said, His Royal Highness 3, I know you are not interested in those treasures of King Juzai, but are you also not interested in the name of his first master in the universe? I heard recently, the Supreme Emperor who worships the kingdom of God intends to select one of his 9 emperors to be the next master of the kingdom of God, to reach the throne. If your Highness can kill the first master of the universe, you are in. I am afraid that the might of Dafeng God will reach a whole new level. In addition, if your Highness can help you this time, as the king of the south of the kingdom of the great sun god, you will be grateful to your Highness. The words fell, and Yin Peng dominated his head and looked at Jinnan King. The king of the south of the town then joked, His Royal Highness, if you can help this time, my king must represent the great kingdom of the sun and help you ascend to the throne. After speaking, both Yin Peng and Jinnan King looked at His Royal Highness the 3 princes with smiles. His Royal Highness, believe me, it is absolutely easy to reunite our 3 parties to suppress a 9 calamity king. Yin Peng dominated Sun Shan. The 3rd prince heard the words, and his eyes flickered suddenly. After a long time, the 3 princes looked at the smiling Yin Peng and Jinnan King with expressions in their mouths, and finally said, The king of 9 calamities, I can go with you to kill, but the things in the Qinkuan ring after his death, I want half. If we really worship the kingdom of God, we really hope that King Jinnan will persuade the Supreme Emperor of your great kingdom of God to fully support me. How? The Great Japanese God Kingdom is not far from the Great Japanese God Kingdom, and they are all the top forces in the universe. If they can make good relations with the Great Japanese God Kingdom, it will indeed be a great help to the 3 princes. Yin Peng, the governor of Jinnan, immediately smiled at each other and nodded without hesitation. His Royal Highness 3 princes, I am honored that you can join us. The 3 princes said, and said lightly, Tell me about your plan for King 9 Calamities. King Jinnan looked at Yin Peng with the same curiosity. He believed that Yin Peng had called them over, and he must have a calculation in his heart. Yin Peng dominated with a slight smile and said, It's very simple. In the camp of King Julong, in fact, the only one who can really get it is the King Julong alone. As for other blue peaks, including the ultimate trust in him now, dominance is not to be feared at all. don't need to look at it so. At that time, the three of us will only need to contain and suppress the king of Jujian, and the 300 of us will add up to nearly 100 of them. He is enough to crush His Majesty the King of Julong. Once waiting for our Majesty's ultimate master, completely defeat the power of His Majesty, and then turn to kill the Julong king in turn. Even if it is the king of Julong, there must be only a way to defeat. Even if you are lucky, you can really leave the universe's first master completely. When it comes to the end, Yin Peng dominates the venomous look on his face, his eyes flashing with coldness, and a sense of murder is boiling. King Jinan and the three princes watched Yin Peng dominate, but somehow they couldn't help it. The ruins of Tyla, the central area, on the mountain where King Julong is located. Set off. Go here just to settle Yin Peng. King Jujia stood in the first place, and after Shan Sheng finished speaking, he stepped into a streamer and took the lead in the sky. Immediately, an ultimate master followed closely behind, and similarly turned into dozens of streamers, quickly rushing to the place where Yin Peng dominated. At this moment, the sky was dazzling to the extreme. This was led by the King of 9 Calamities, and more than a dozen top-level ultimate dominated the accompanying streamers, exuding a strong and terrifying atmosphere. There was no meaning to hide the atmosphere at all, and it passed across the sky. Jian Wushuang wore a wide hood, a black robe, and a sword box on his back, mixed with the ultimate dominator, and also swept towards the place where Yin Peng dominated. Jian Wushuang, I'm afraid this battle will not be easy. If you can't afford it, you will evacuate first, understand? Qingfeng Shunho held a Feng Dianyua halberd in his hand and told his head. Okay. Jian Wushuang responded with a casual smile. For desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iRead Novel. Chapter 4181. Rumble. King Jujia and others were so powerful that they quickly swept across the sky and dragged a long tail flame. Countless ultimate dominators in the ruins of Tai Luo saw this scene, and their faces changed slightly. Walk around. It is estimated that something big will happen in the ruins. Looking in this direction. Can the King of 9 Calamities be the trouble to go to Yin Peng? Heaven of the Torah ruins. I am afraid it will change. An hour later, King Jujia, Jian Wushuang and others came to the barren blood plain where Yin Peng dominated. There are dozens of ultimate masters camping here, forming a lively scene. After the arrival of King Julong, the dozens of ultimate masters under the control of Yin Peng suddenly raised their heads and looked nervously at King Julong. King Jujia looked down at them, shook his head disdainfully, seemingly crowded, but it was a piece of sand. Immediately, he looked up and stared straight at the center of the plain, the most magnificent temple. The cold voice burst like a thunder. Yin Peng, come out and die. Boom. Suddenly, the voice of King Jujia fell like a thundering thunder, shaking the whole barren blood plain. However, there was peace in that temple, and no one responded. Seeing this, King Jujia couldn't help sneering, raised his palm directly, and took a hard picture of that temple. A huge palm as white as jade condenses in the void, and a scent of destruction overflows from the gap between the fingers, which will directly stimulate its void. This palm is much more horrible than when it was recruiting and evaluating the ultimate master. It seems that the sky and the earth are discolored. It can pick up the stars and the moon. This is the true strength of Jijiawang. Suddenly, there were countless ultimate dominators present, and there was a shock on his face. It's okay to follow the kings of Jujia. After all, they have already seen the power of Jujia, and this time the king of Jujia's real shot, the horror power they created, is also expected. And Yin Peng dominated His Majesty's ultimate master. Where he had seen such powers, his expression suddenly turned, and a shock came from his eyes. Just in this palm, about to be photographed on that temple, a dark voice sounded. King of Calamity, it is you who died. First, a Jin goose spun out from the temple while spinning, fiercely slicing on the giant palm, offsetting the power of the giant palm, and then I saw Yin Peng dominating the palace. Out, holding the Jin gu. I thought you didn't dare to come out. King Jujia stood with a smirk, smirking slightly. Since that's the case, then let me die. After all, he didn't talk nonsense, he just stepped on it, and swiftly and violently went a killing Pong. The King of Nine Calamities is indeed the King of Nine Calamities, and his actions are still so overbearing. Yin Peng's face did not die in the slightest panic. He shook his head with a smile and swept back quickly. Escape Yin Peng, 3 million years ago, you fortunately escaped from this seat. Do you think you can escape this time? King Jujia was expressionless, stepped hard, and his body suddenly shot like a cannonball, looting towards the master of Yin Peng. The two cascaded, and soon disappeared into the sight of everyone. It seems that we will avoid a deadly battle. The gunmaster Chuan Chuan and others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, variations protrude. Kill! The cubs of His Majesty the King of Calamity all die. Ha 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 ha! The absence of the King of Nine Calamities is tantamount to killing them without a head. A sneer and roar suddenly sounded from all sides. King Feng's complexion changed suddenly, and I saw nearly 100 ultimate masters, coming from all directions quickly, and the original masters under the solemn expressions of Yin Peng's solemn expressions in the plains all showed a cruel smile. Why? How come so many people? Where did these people come from? Not good. These ultimate masters are all those who worship the kingdom of God and the king of Zhennan. Look, that's the high armor of His Majesty Zhennan. And there is that person, the first warlord of the three emperors of the kingdom of God, and Jiao Yin dominates. It's a trap. Suddenly, the faces of Gunagawa and other people suddenly changed their expressions and startled. Qingfeng Shunho is a heart sinking continuously. He understands that this is a trick. He looked up at the direction in which Jujia Wang chased after the disappearance of Lord Yin Peng and took a deep breath. Now the people who worship the kingdom of God and Zhennan King appeared here, but the three princes and Zhennan King did not appear, I'm afraid. I saw that in the far distance, the four great waves of divine power suddenly exploded. One of the divine power fluctuations is the King of Nine Calamities. Sure enough, Zhennan King and the three princes and Yin Peng dominated. Qingfeng Shunho face a bitterness. Gunchuan dominates and others are even more desperate. At this moment, morale was at an extreme low. Slap. Just then, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Well, he turned his head and looked puzzledly. I saw Jian Wushuang watching him calmly and smiling. What are you doing here? Stretching your neck and waiting to be killed? Qingfeng smiled wryly. Jian Wushuang, didn't you see the current situation? But there are nearly 100 ultimate masters. Although they are not strong, they are also the ultimate masters. If the 9 kings are still there, we would barely it can be a battle, but now they are entangled in Jujia. It's up to us. How can we fight? Jian Wushuang heard the words and sighed, shaking his head and asking, Do you not know how to fight? Yes. Qingfeng nodded wryly. Then you are optimistic. Jian Wushuang turned his head suddenly, looking at an ultimate master who rushed to the camp of Dafeng Kingdom of God. Wu Weeping Sword appeared in his hands. Next moment, Sword Wushuang Yijian cut off. Suddenly, a half-moon Jianmong split, and the sky was ripped apart by 300 feet. How to fight? And the ultimate master who rushed in first was directly cut off by this, and even the expression was too late to change. It was directly turned into a fan powder, and the gods were destroyed. Jian Wushuang looked back at the shocking face of Qingfeng Shenho, Gunchuan Dominion and others, and said lightly, Now, do you understand? At this moment, the audience fell into silence. Qingfeng Shenho, Gunchuan dominated, and so on, their eyes widened, and they looked at Xiang Jianshuang unbelievably. And there are nearly 100 ultimate dominators with cruel smiles on their faces, and their faces suddenly change rapidly, as if they had stepped on the brakes, and their steps were stagnant. For desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iRead Novel. Chapter 4182. The first is more. 1. One sword to kill the ultimate master? Who is this? How could it be so scary? The most important thing is that this man's divine power fluctuations are still only the fourth-level master. The ultimate masters united by the three forces of Jinnan King, the three princes, and Yin Peng, all looked at Jian Wushuang with unprecedented shock on their faces. The fourth-level dominator, in the eyes of many ultimate dominators present, is almost an ant-like existence, but such a person, using only one sword, beheaded to kill an ultimate dominator. Jian Wushuang's expression was very calm from beginning to end. He glanced at Qingfeng Shunhou and the master of Gunchuan, etc., without speaking. The next moment, he turned to face the nearly 100 ultimate masters who filled the sky, holding the Wu weeping sword obliquely and calmly speaking, "Who comes, who dies? Who comes, who dies?" This sentence was ridiculous from Jian Wushuang's mouth. A rude fourth-level master, who even told nearly 100 ultimate masters who came and died. However, the audience fell into a weird silence. Nearly 100 of the ultimate masters, none of them had unbelief on their faces, and they hesitated in the face of Jian Wushuang. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that it was such a fourth-level master who just slashed an ultimate master with just one sword. How terrible is this? No one wants to take his own life and try his sword. Behind Jian Wu's body, Qingfeng Shunhou, Gunchuan Master and others looked at each other, and there was a strong shock in their eyes. With nearly 100 ultimate dominators, what a terrible and powerful force this is. But they were ashamed by Jian Wushuang? For a while. This son is only the fourth-level master. Where can he be strong again? He must have used a costly mystery to create the horrible sword just now. Suddenly, one of the crowd held the spear and was the ultimate master in gold armor, Leng Heng said. This person is the only Jiawei left under the king of Zhennan, and he is also the strongest one in the ultimate domination. Kill me! Immediately, the Jiawei gave a loud sigh and took the lead to kill Jianshou. Master Xinjiawai is right. This son is only the fourth-level master. Even if he is strong, where can he go? Can it be against the sky? We have so many ultimate dominators. We were actually scared by a fourth-rank dominator. Isn't it a joke? In the crowd, two final masters snorted loudly. Immediately, a flash of decisiveness flashed in the eyes of the nearly 100 ultimate masters, swarming towards Jian Wushuang's nest. They didn't believe it anymore. A fourth-ranked leader dominated, and they could block so many people with one enemy. All the amazing magical skills, carrying thousands of horrific powers, whistling and pressing against the sword unparalleled. For a while, the sky shook, even the top powerhouse in the ultimate domination. To face this powerful offensive, have to temporarily avoid the edge. Good job. A low voice came from under the sword's wide black hood. The next moment, Jian Wushuang raised his head suddenly, his eyes trembling with war. Kill. Swordless steps. The figure holding the sword instantly turned into a residual image, looting towards the nearly 100 ultimate masters. After he emerged from the second floor of the tail ruins, he had not used all his powers, whether it was to kill the two masters of the star and Tiansu, or the giant palm with one sword to defeat the king of 9 robbers. Even he himself did not know clearly, where is the limit of his combat power today. Just now, he used this battle to verify his strength. Which step did he reach? Open the sky. Jian Wushuang cut a sword obliquely, and in a moment, the Wu weeping sword in his hand was released with blood, and a fierce sword-like light like the sun was cut from the Wu weeping sword. Dozens of offensives. The Wu weeping sword trembled thousands of times instantly, and the sounds of the gods wept, and the voice of the Buddha and the moan groaned from the sword strangely. Today's Wu weapon sword has already changed its appearance a lot. It can be said that except for the sword embryo, the others are completely different. At that time, that Taro sword spirit controlled Jian Wushuang's body. In order to improve his strength, it was hard work and every effort to integrate the top materials in the second layer of the Terra ruins into the Wu weeping sword. And Wu cry Excalibur, impressively from the top-class rule to the position of the treasure, elevated to the ultimate power of the rule of the treasure. It may seem that there is not much improvement, but in fact, the power between the two is quite different. Rumble. This sword broke out, and suddenly it was like a galaxy across the sky, directly crushing those dozens of offensives and crushing them. What? This is impossible. Countless Ultimate Dominator exclaimed. The sword, unparalleled, like a wolf into the flock, began to kill. Call out. Jian Wushuang's own divine power is no longer reserved at all. It is 13,500 times the power of the divine power. It exploded at full strength, entraining his extremely high understanding of the laws of the universe, making his sword not only exquisite, profound, and powerful, it's shocking, and it's all over the corner full of avenue breath. Long before entering the second floor of the Terra Ruins, Jian Wushuang's strength was enough to be tied to the top powers in the Ultimate Master. Even if compared to the nearly invincible Ultimate Master such as Qingshu Shensi, he was only bad. On the ground. Today, Jian Wushuang's strength has been greatly improved once again, and his combat power is definitely even better than that of Qing Shuzi before. And he is different from Qing Shuzi. Qing Shuzi is just ordinary life, with limited divine power. Facing the siege of nearly 100 ultimate dominators, Qing Shuzi only has to retreat. Jian Shuang's magical power is endless, and he is not afraid of being consumed. Therefore, although there are nearly 100 ultimate masters in his eyes, among them there are some top ultimate masters, but Jian Shuang has no fear at all. Even with 100 enemies, these ultimate dominators can't pose much threat to him at all, only those killed by him one by one. I saw the Wu weapon sword in the sword without hands exuding a monstrous sword. Every sword that was cut can take a hard hit from the ultimate master. Only those top ultimate masters can barely take over. But even if it can continue, the top ultimate of the body will be more than furious. I said, "Who came up and died?" I remember. "You were the first one to rush up?" Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold and his eyes were dull, looking at the god armor hidden among many ultimate masters. Shen Jiawei saw the picture of Jian Wushuang ramming in the crowd and wantonly slaying. He was already scared and terrified. At this moment, when he heard Jian Wushuang's question, he had to say, "I am." "How?" "Then you die." The sword flashed in the eyes of the swordless man, and the mystery of dragon extinction broke out instantly. The power of the magic surged again, and the speed soared tenfold in an instant. He sideways escaped the swordman that was eventually dominated by him, facing the armor. Killed away. Chapter 4183. Second more. The surrounding void. Dozens of ultimate masters, such as Qingfeng Shunhou and Gunchuan, all stared at the scene in front of them. They were already stunned. What did I see? A fourth-level master dominates a group of ultimate masters? This is too fierce, right? Oh my God, what is this horrible combat power? I have never heard of anyone who can dominate with the fourth rank in the entire universe, pressing a group of ultimate masters. Going against the sky. This combat power is simply going against the sky. Qingfeng Shunhou and others wiped their eyes, their throats rolled, their faces were incredible. Originally, seeing nearly 100 ultimate masters suddenly coming, they were desperate in their hearts and almost all planned to give up. However, Jian Wushuang's shot instantly made them feel shocked. The sword is unparalleled. Just like the peerless sword came to the world, with an invincible posture, destroying the withering and breaking of the nearly 100 ultimate masters. God, would we go up to help the sword unparalleled? An ultimate master swallowed and whispered, "Do you think he needs it?" Qingfeng Shunhou shook his head with a smile and said, "We just need to look around and don't let those ultimate masters run away." After that, he looked up again at Jian Wushuang, who smashed among the nearly 100 ultimate masters, and there was a touch of complexity in his eyes. At the beginning, when they first came to the ruins of Tailuo, the Qingfeng princes still held their senior status and pointed out for Jian Wushuang. He knew that Jian Wushuang was strong, but his understanding of Jian Wushuang's strength was strong in talent and potential, not current strength. Even afterwards, Jian Wushuang and Qing Shuzi had a short fight with each other. Although Qingfeng Shunhou was shocked in his heart, he did not think that Jian Wushuang had surpassed himself. But now, he has to admit that he is by no means an opponent of sword unparalleled. He even thinks that the current sword is unparalleled. I am afraid that in terms of strength, it is the ultimate invincible existence. I am afraid that under the world, as long as the Supreme is not out, only the King of Nine Robbers can suppress the sword unparalleled. This is the demon who is amazingly beautiful. Qingfeng Shenhou sighed from his heart. I have to say that he looked at Jian Wushuang, and he felt envious. However, he practiced for a long time, and the veteran master who is longer than Zhu Jiawang is the ultimate master. But when it comes to Xiuwei, let alone the King of Nine Calamities, even the nearly invincible beings and the ultimate dominator, he is not an opponent. In the future, sword warriors will become a top-level giant in the universe. Qingfeng God Ho muttered to himself, with a very firm tone. On the other side, the fighting continues. Happy. Jian Wushuang fought around in the crowd, dragon mystery broke out, and Wu Weapon Sword was urged to the extreme by his sword. No one could stop it under the sword. Jian Wushuang hasn't had such a happy fight for a long time. I just felt a breeze and couldn't help laughing. Seeing the ultimate dominator left around, he couldn't help trembling. Evildoer. This person is simply a demon. Whether it is the majestic power of this sun or the understanding of the laws of the universe, they have reached far beyond their reach. Huh. A bang came, and the spear in the hand of the goddess guard was cut off without any hindrance by the Wu weapon Excalibur in the sword without hands. God Jiuwei was once again split off by 200 feet with Jian Wushuang's sword, his face terrified. At this moment, his body armor was on the verge of fragmentation, and the vast divine power in his body was nearing the bottom. He knew that he had reached the brink of collapse and could no longer receive the sword of Wushuang. This fourth level dominates. How could it be so strong? The warfare on the face of God Jiuwei has long been replaced by panic, and the strength of Jian Wushuang is far beyond his expectations. He couldn't help but think, even if his master, Jinnan King, came to face his eyes. This fourth level dominate may not be the opponent, right? I can't escape the person I want to kill. Jian Wusai's looked at Shan Jiuwei and his footsteps again, and he stormed away towards Shan Jiuwei. Damn! Seeing the situation, the goddess guard changed his expression and quickly hurled towards a burly man with a naked upper body and an iron armor skirt on the outermost side. Faction, if I die, where can you go? This burly man is His Majesty's first warlord. Jiao Yin dominates. Jiao Yin dominated Wen Yin. His face was cloudy for a while. God Jiuwei was right. Since the three princes promised to join hands with Yin Peng and Jinnan King, they are already grasshoppers tied to a rope. If God Jiuwei is dead, their side will also it won't be easy. Coming. Taking a deep breath, Kok Yan's eyes dominated by a decision. His right hand turned, and a huge black knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Huh. The next moment, a horrible flame, taken from the black giant knife, sounded the hunting of the void. Immediately afterwards, Jiao Yin dominated the whole body and broke out of power one step, screamed, and jumped towards the sword unparalleled. Go die. And the armor also performed the powerful secret technique of burning the blood of the divine power, changed the trend of mourning, holding the broken spear in his hand, and stabbed towards the sword Wushuang fiercely. Huh. Jian Wu's eyes looked at Jiao Yin and raised his eyebrows. He could feel the extraordinary strength of this horn inflammation. That's interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled a little, and 13,500 times the strength of the divine power broke out. He looked at him and ran directly towards the master of Kok Yin. Huh. The sword of Wu weapon with no hands in the sword instantly struck with the flame sword dominated by Jiao Yin. First there was a blast, and the aftermath of the fight between the two directly stirred up the white waves of terror, driving the surrounding masters to retreat hundreds of feet. Immediately, the sword Wushuang felt that a hot force was coming from the hilt of the sword along the flame. Huh. There was a look of astonishment on Jian Wushuang's face, and the strength of this Jiaoyin's dominance was a lot higher than that of the armor. Only to be the strongest among the nearly 100 ultimate masters, although it has not yet reached the level of invincibility in the domination, it is at least very close to invincibility. Immediately, the power of his hand swayed, and the hot distance was immediately flattened. Jin Wushuang was surprised in his heart, but he didn't know which step of Jiao Yin, who was 3 steps back, was shocked. What a terrifying power! Jiao Yin dominated his head, looking down at the right hand holding the knife, trembling with numbness, and his heart was shocked. You know, he is the ultimate dominator of the eloquence. He has enough strength to catch hundreds of mountains and pinch the stars, but now, he is 3 steps backwards by Jin Wushuang and Jian Jian. Chapter 4184. The first is more. Come again. Jiao Yin dominated his head, screamed, and slew towards Jian Wushuang again. Big Flame Overlord. Fire snakes rushed out of the huge sword in his hand and slashed at the sword unparalleled along the sword. On the other hand, at the price of forbidden surgery, the goddess guard who returned to the top of his strength even stabbed with a broken spear. This stab is enough to stab the mountains. Ha ha, good job. When Jian Shuangshuang saw this, he was not afraid of anti-smiling. In his eyes, the warfare raged to the extreme, and he also shot towards the 3. The 3 turned into 3 shock waves and slammed together. Huh! In the blink of an eye, the 3 directly fought against each other with 100 strokes, and the clamor of the void was rattling, and the aftermath of the frustration smashed this wild blood plain into hundreds of huge pits. Under the cooperation of Jiao Yan's Dominator and God's Armor Guard, the combat power sword and rounds of attacks continued to surge towards the sword unparalleled like the tide of the sea. Jin Wushuang's expression was cold and he did not use any magical powers, but the Wu-weeping sword in his hand turned into a squall, not only crushing the attacks of Jiao Yin Dominant and Shan Jiawei as much as possible, but also had the strength to Jiao Yin Dominates and the Goddess Guard bombards indiscriminately. The place where the 3 played against each other directly formed a separation zone of nearly 100 feet, and the energy that destroyed the world was constantly interwoven and collided, and the rest of the ultimate masters could not even get close. Kill! On the other side, Qingfeng looked at the dozens of the ultimate masters who were about to flee, with a flash of cold in his eyes, lifting the Fangtian Huaji in his hand and killing him. Huh! Immediately, Qingfeng Shunho turned into a streamer, stabbed in like a sharp knife. More than 10 powerful masters, such as Gunchuan Dominator, followed closely and killed more than 30 ultimate masters. The more than 30 ultimate masters had long been smashed by Jian Wushuang. At this moment, there was no intention to fight again. They were immediately caught up by Qingfeng Shenhou and others, all the way to kill. But just then, the farthest direction in which Zhu Jiawang disappeared, there was a sudden, deafening laughter. Haha, blood, I thought you wouldn't come, but fortunately, at the right time of your appearance, the 9 kings of the calamity had already fled their wings, and I and a few others joined forces, which is enough to bring the king of 9 suppressions. The sound was soaring, with mad laughter. The sound came from that Yin Pong. Jin Wushuang, who was fighting fiercely, heard the laughter, and his eyes flashed. People in the Blood Temple have arrived? The 9 kings. Jin Wushuang frowned. Jin Wushuang will not question the strength of Zhu Jiawang, but he can compete with the Supreme. However, the few people who are currently fighting the king of Julong, the 3 princes, and the king of Jinnan are invincible among the ultimate masters. Even one-on-one is only slightly worse than the king of Julong, and Yin Pong is barely dominated. The invincible and the ultimate domination, these 3 people joined forces, it is already difficult. But now the people in Blood Temple also come in. The Blood Princes of the Blood Heaven Palace join forces, and they can be invincible in the ultimate domination, but now there are 9 Blood Ambassadors in the ruins of Tailuo. These 9 Blood Ambassadors are now all afraid to rush arrived. The 9 Blood Gods join forces together, and the combat power will be even more terrible. Jin Wushuang can clearly feel that, where the Zhu Jiawang is located, after the intrusive divine power breathes in, the divine power fluctuations belonging to the Zhu Jiawang suddenly weakened. Apparently, with the arrival of the 9 Blood Emperors, the king of 9 calamities has begun to be suppressed. Can't waste time here. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the 2 masters of Jiao Yin and Shan Jiawei, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Haha, Lord, they are going to defeat the king of Jujia. and when they make their way, I see you die. Ecstatic and laughed. I don't know if I will die, but you too will not survive. Jin Wushuang shook his head. A sword will fly into the armor of the armor with a severed spear, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Talented, supernatural. Talented, amazing life. Suddenly, the two great talents manifested together. First, a mysterious cosmic law came down, and the heavens and the earth suddenly darkened. Dark, not seeing any light. In this endless dark space, the strength of the Jiaowei and Jiaoyan are affected to some extent. Immediately afterwards, the life deterrent effect was triggered, and a repressive force from the highest life fell instantly, which was from the high-level creatures, and the coercion from the bottom of the soul to the low-level creatures. Time seems to freeze at this moment, and the body dominated by the Jiaowei and Kok Yin freezes under the effect of life shock. The two of them look at Jin Wushuang, and they have an urge to worship. What does this means? They are like buffaloes in the mud. They twist their heads and look at each other. They can see the astonishment on each other's faces. The sword unparalleled has instantly killed with a sword. Dead. Jin Wushuang's expression was cold, and the icy sword light directly inserted into the position of Dominion's chest. Then, on the Wu weapon sword, a sharp and horrifying sword intention broke out. This sword intention also carried an unprecedented strangulation power. Voila! The main body of Kokien is also wearing the Arcana Warframe, but the level of the Arcana Warframe is not too high. Although it is the best of the top quality rules, it does not reach the level of the top quality rules. The sword unparalleled Wu weapon sword, however, has already exceeded the scope of the top grade rule treasure, reaching the extreme of the rule treasure. At the level of single theory, it is much higher than the angle treasure dominated by Jiao Yin. Therefore, at the moment when the sword's might power broke out in Wu weapon sword, the arcane warframe that dominates the body of the horn inflammation was torn apart instantly, and the terrible sword will power continued to impact the lord of the angle inflammation. God body. Just a moment, the body dominated by Kokien was smashed, and even with his divine power, he was crushed and cleaned at this moment. With an explosion, His Majesty, the three princes of the kingdom of God, slain the horns in the first battle and died. Ordinary life has limited divine power. Once the treasure battle gear is forcibly torn apart, the power of my sword is enough to kill it instantly. Even if he is a top ultimate master, there is only a dead end. Sword Wu's eyes were cold, looking at the many treasures left after the death of Jiao Yin, and the corner of his mouth could not help showing a cold smile. Chapter 4184, 4184, 1 against 100, Part 2. 4184, 1 against 100, Part 2. In the surrounding void, Divine Marquis Qingfeng, Ruler Spear River, and the other Omega rulers all stared at the scene in front of them in shock. What did I just see? A single fourth-stage chief ruler is suppressing a group of ultimate chief rulers? Isn't this a little too fierce? My God, what kind of terrifying battle strength is this? I've never heard of anyone in the entire universe who can suppress a group of ultimate rulers as a fourth-stage great ruler. Heaven-defying. His combat strength is simply heaven-defying. Divine Marquis Qingfeng and the others rubbed their eyes and gulped in disbelief. Originally, when they saw the sudden appearance of nearly 100 ultimate rulers, they had been in despair and had almost given up. However, Jin Wushuang's attack instantly caused a storm in their hearts. Jin Wushuang was like a peerless sword god who had descended to the world. With an invincible posture, he had destroyed nearly 100 ultimate rulers. Divine Marquis, should we go up and help Jin Wushuang? An ultimate ruler swallowed and whispered. Do you think he needs to? Divine Marquis Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. All we need to do is keep an eye on our surroundings and make sure the Omega rulers don't escape. After saying that, he raised his head again and looked at Jin Wushuang, who was fighting against the 100 ultimate rulers. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. When they first arrived at the Taro ruins, Divine Marquis Qingfeng had acted as a senior and guided Jin Wushuang. He knew that Jin Wushuang was strong, But he thought that Jian Wushuang's strength came from his talent and potential, not his current strength. Even after Jian Wushuang and Qing Shuzi were evenly matched, Divine Marquis Qingfeng did not think that Jian Wushuang's strength had surpassed his. Box and OVL. COM, but now, he had no choice but to admit that he was definitely not Jian Wushuang's match. He even thought that Jian Wushuang was already an invincible existence among the ultimate rulers in terms of power in the whole world, as long as the supreme martial artist did not appear. Only the ninth Kulpa King could suppress Jian Wushuang. This is a shockingly talented demon. Divine Marquis Qingfeng sighed. He looked at Jian Wushuang with envy. He was a veteran ultimate ruler who had cultivated for longer than the ninth Kulpa King. However, in terms of cultivation base, he was not even a match for the almost invincible existences among the ultimate rulers, let alone the ninth Kulpa King. Jian Wushuang will definitely become a top-notch giant arm in the universe in the future. Divine Marquis Qingfeng mumbled to himself, his tone confident. On the other side, the battle was still ongoing. Satisfying. Jian Wushuang fought in the crowd. He activated the dragon-destroying secret skill and activated the Wuqi divine sword to the extreme. No one could block his sword. It had been a long time since Jian Wushuang had such an enjoyable battle. He felt so carefree that he could not help but laugh out loud. The surrounding ultimate rulers, seeing this, could not help but feel terrified. A monster. This person was simply a monster. Whether it was his boundless and vigorous divine power, or his comprehension of the principles of the universe, they had all reached a level that they could not reach. Bang! With a loud explosion, the spear in the divine armor guard's hand was cut in half by Jian Wushuang's Wuqi divine sword. The divine armor guards were forced back 2,000 feet by Jian Wushuang's sword again. They were extremely frightened. At that moment, his high-grade divine armor was on the verge of breaking and the vast divine power in his body was almost depleted. He knew that he was on the verge of collapse and he could not take another sword from Jian Wushuang. How can a stage 4 great ruler be so strong? The divine armor guard's fighting spirit was replaced by fear. Jian Wushuang's power had far exceeded his expectations. He could not help but think that even if his master, Lord Jinnan, came, he might not be able to defeat this fourth-stage ruler. The person I want to kill can't escape. Jian Wushuang looked at the divine armor guards. He took another step and rushed toward them. Damn it! Seeing this, the divine armor guards' expressions changed drastically. They immediately turned to a burly man in an iron skirt and shouted, "Horned Flame! Don't forget, we're on the same side now. If I die, how good will you be?" This muscular man was none other than the number 1 general under the third prince, Ruler Horned Flame. Ruler Horned Flame's expression wavered upon hearing this. The divine armor guards were right. The moment the third prince agreed to work with the ruler Silver Rock and the Lord Jinnan, they were already in the same boat. If the divine armor guards died, their camp would not have an easy time. They're here. Ruler Horned Flame took a deep breath, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. He flipped his right hand over, and a massive black saber instantly appeared in it. Chi. The next moment, a terrifying flame shot out from the black blade, burning the air. Then, divine power burst forth from the ruler Horned Flame's body. He took a step forward, roared, and jumped toward Jian Wushuang. Go to hell. The divine armor guards also performed a powerful secret skill that burned their divine power and blood essence. They changed their dejected state and stabbed at Jian Wushuang with their broken spears. What? Jian Wushuang looked at Ruler Horned Flame and raised his eyebrows. He could sense that this Ruler Horned Flame was far from ordinary. Now this is interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled. He unleashed his 13,500 times divine power and charged toward Ruler Horned Flame. Bang! Jian Wushuang's Wuqi divine sword collided with Ruler Horned Flame's flaming divine saber. A loud explosion rang out, and the shockwaves from their clash created a terrifying white wave of air that forced the surrounding ultimate rulers back several hundred yards. Then, Jian Wushuang felt a burning force coming from the hilt of the flaming divine saber. What? Jian Wushuang was surprised. This ruler was much stronger than the divine armor guards. He was probably the strongest expert among the 100 ultimate rulers. Although he was not invincible among rulers, he was at least very close to that level. Then, he waved his hand and the heat was immediately suppressed. Jin Wushuang was surprised, but he did not know how shocked ruler Horned Flame, who had retreated 3 steps, was. What a terrifying power! Ruler Horned Flame lowered his head to look at the saber in his right hand, which was trembling from the numbness, and his heart filled with shock. One should know that he was an ultimate ruler who had proven his Tao with his strength. His strength was enough to grab 100 mountains and crush the Earth Star. However, he was forced to take 3 steps back by Jian Wushuang's sword. Chapter 4185. Second more. Jian Wushuang is very clear. The reason why he can directly kill the master of Jiao Yan is not only because he has the power far beyond the master of Jiao Yan after casting the original universe. The most important thing is that his Wu Weeping Sword was instantly defeated. With the defense of Jiao Yan's body surface, his arcane warframe did not play any role. There is no arcane warframe defense, and there is a divine power in the air, and the sword Wushuang can be forcibly killed. Escape! At this time, the effect of life deterrence disappeared, and the armor guard suddenly grasped the life-saving straw and looked horribly toward the back. In a short time, the goddess guard swept out nearly 1,000 feet and was slightly relieved. Just when he turned his head and was ready to see if sword Wushuang caught up, before he turned his head completely, the light in the corner of his eye suddenly found that a sword like the moon was carrying thousands of thunderous might. Fiercely he hacked. This path is like the Swordsman of Jiaoyue, which constantly enlarges in his pupils, then grows bigger and bigger, and finally, do not. The armor guard screamed hysterically, and his figure was directly run over by the swordman. In terms of strength, he was not as good as Horn Inflammation, and his body protection ability was weaker than that of Horn Inflammation. Almost instantly, God Armor Wei was also beheaded on the spot, and the swordman, after beheading and killing the Jiawei, again split nearly 500 feet forward, before the power gradually weakened and finally disappeared. In the distance, Jian Wushuang retracted his gaze indifferently, and as he stepped, his figure turned into a black streamer, and he hurried toward the battlefield of King Jujia. In the ruins of Tailuo, on top of Jiuzhong Cloud, King of the 9th Calamity, get hold of me. King of the 9 Calamities, if you give up your resistance and take a vow of obsession and be a slave of the king, I will not be able to spare you. King of 9 Calamities, 3 million years ago, when you destroyed my entire family, did you ever think of today? King of the 9 Robbers, surrender the supreme divine pill. Our blood temple promises you that we will never interfere in the matter between you. Indifferent laughter continued to flow, and King Jujia stepped into the void, his expression gloomy to the extreme. King Zhenan, dominated by Yin Peng, 3 princes of the great kingdom of God, and 9 blood envoys in the blood temple. Among the 12 ultimate masters, there is a super existence, forming a trend of encircling and strangling, trapping him. Not only that, Yin Peng was obviously prepared to dominate them, and a strong law circle was also arranged around it. This law circle also exerted a great suppression on the strength of Zhu Jiawang. Even though King Jukai's combat strength is against the sky, among the 12 super powerfuls who are surrounded by the pharaohs, they have only the power of parry and no fight back. If he keeps dragging on like this, the King of 9 Kings understands that even if he is perfect in life and has great divine power, he may also be consumed here. You want this seat to die, you can, but this seat has to see. Who is the first to give this seat back? The king of Jiuzai Wang's eyes slowly moved across the faces of Zhennan Wang and others. His face hooked. There was a sneer of Mori Han. In the face of the threat from the crowd, instead of having any fear in his heart, he felt that the cavity in his body was silent and cold for dozens of chaos period blood, and began to boil. I don't know how many years, since King Julong stepped into the ultimate realm, no one has caused him more than half a sense of threat, not to mention the immediate crisis of life and death. Negative stubborn resistance. A senseless struggle. The 12 of the surrounding masters sneered, but no one rushed. They know that with the invincible combat power of King Julong, At this last moment, if they are desperately fighting, at least half of the 12 of them present will fall into the hands of King Julong and bury him. No one wants to be backed by this. Oh? Why? All of them just said they would put me to death, but now I dare not. The king of Jujia saw this, and immediately burst out laughing, and he laughed extremely arrogantly. As soon as the words came down, King Jinnan and others could not help but look a bit ugly. Think of these 12 of them as being in the outside world. Which one does not belong to Tianjiao? Who saw them? Not trembling, respectfully? Also, since you don't do it, then this seat will do it. After Zhu Jiawang smiled, he looked cold and looked at Yin Peng. For Yin Peng, the king of 9 kings hated him. Dead. The next moment, the cold Meng flashed in the eyes of the king of 9 calamities and headed towards Yin Peng to kill. The master of Yin Peng seems to have long noticed, took out a handle of Jingu, and shot fiercely at the looting King Jujia. At the same time, Yin Peng dominated his steps slightly back, and the king of the south and the 3 princes rushed out from both sides, blocking the king of Jujia. 2 huge wheels emerged from the back of King Jinnan. The wheels were engraved with 9-footed Jinwu. When they were like the fierce sun, they smashed towards the king of Julong, and the 3 princes wearing a 9-clawed python suit, wearing a purple gold crown, turned right-handed, and appeared a pale golden dragon-shaped jade, carrying an overwhelming repression force, pressed towards the king of 9 calamities. Get away. King Juzao frowned. A flash of irritation flashed on his face, and patted 2 palms, blasting the wheel of the south king of the town and the dragon-patterned jade of the 3 princes. Mark of destruction. Da Huang Quanin. Banging. Suddenly, the king of the 9 emperors brought out the peerless undergraduate. A violent breath burst out around him. I saw 2 heavy and horrible palms, and as the king of the 9 kings shot it, they smashed the 2 giant wheels of the Jinnan king and the dragon-patterned jade of the 3 princes. King Jinnan and the 3 princes have a distinguished status. The wheel and the jade seal with dragon pattern are naturally not ordinary things. One is refined by the sun and the earth's heart, and the other is the supreme emperor of the kingdom of God. The emperor's jade seal imitations have reached the level of the highest quality rules. However, these 2 top quality rules are extremely precious. Under the horrible palms of King Jujia, they were shot directly. The king of 9 kings, except for his footsteps, swelled slightly, and stretched out his 5 fingers again, and grabbed the head of Yin Peng. At this moment, even though Yin Peng was the master of the well-thought-out, his face changed slightly. The Jingu didn't even stop King Jujia for a short time, and he turned it into a powder directly under the violent power of King Jujia. And when the 5 fingers of King Jujia were about to be shot on the head of Yin Peng, Judao, a ghostly figure like the ghost, appeared instantly behind him. Dead. The eerie cold voice sounded, and then I saw the 9 blood envoys, holding the black evil sickle, and at the same time chopped down on the back of Queen 9 Calamity. Chapter 4186. The first is more. Damn! There was a flash of anger in the eyes of King Jujia. The 9 sickles carried a very horrifying poison. If he did not avoid it, he was afraid that even if he killed Yin Peng, he would die first. Under these 9 sickles, in the eyes of Zhu Jiawang's eyes, the eyes flashed quickly, and there was a hesitation on his face. Finally, he decided to avoid the sharp edge and look for another opportunity. The king of 9 robbers swept away, avoiding to the side. Puff! However, it's too late. A sickle was severely slashed on his back. Although he could not tear his arcane warframe, the poisonous poison contained in the sickle had already penetrated into the god's body of King Julong. King Julong was almost beaten by this. A split, directly from the top of 9 clouds. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Jiawang stabilized his figure and looked back at the 9 expressionless angels, his expression gloomy to the extreme. The 9 blood envoys would be weaker than anyone else present if they were singled out, but these 9 people joined forces to form an impeccable formation, coupled with the terrifying and venomous the 9-handle evil sickle can be described as giving Zhu Jie the king a headache. It was the appearance of these 9 blood envoys that instantly changed the situation on the scene, making Zhujie Wangkong have the ability to fight against the sky, but was suppressed by death. The king of 9 robbers was poisoned by our sickle and took this opportunity to kill him. A blood murmur made indifference. His voice did not contain any feelings, like the cold wind of Jiuyo. At the next moment, the 9 blood envoys turned into 9 ghosts and came towards the 9 kings. King Zhenan, the 3 princes, and Yin Peng dominated the 3 of them. They nodded inconsistently, and the same body of power broke out to kill King Julong. The king of 9 robbers, you will surely die today. Yin Peng, the leader of Li Peng, grinned and turned out 36 handles of Jin Guo at the same time, turning toward the king of 9 robbers. In these 36 golden geese, the power of each handle is better than in the past. At the sharp blade, there is a purple-black venom dripping. Even when King Zhujia saw the 12 people who had been attacked at the same time, he couldn't help his face sinking to the extreme, and his heart continued to sink. But at this moment, a sword rainbow that runs through the world, across the sun and the moon, suddenly rushes from the west. On this sword rainbow, a domineering and sharp sword rises up against the sky, dragging a long tail flame, as if splitting the sky into 2 halves. It is gorgeous and extremely brilliant. This sword rainbow directly breaks through the clouds on the top of 9 clouds, and it's coming. Suddenly, no matter it was the king of 9 calamities or the people who came from the rush, all stopped their hands and narrowed their eyes to look at this sword rainbow. Well, who is this person? This kendo breath has never been seen in the ruins. What does this person want to do? Is it the enemy of King 9 Calamity and wants to take a chance when you see this? Yin Peng dominated each other and looked at each other. The next moment, the Jianhong stopped. The dazzling radiance gradually dissipated, and one of the young men with black hair appeared. The young man was cold, wearing a wide hood and hunting in black. He was holding a red sword in his hand and a simple sword box on his back. It's him? A 4th level dominate? Yin Peng, Zhenan King, and others looked at each other and frowned. Who is this person? The 3 princes had never seen Jian Wushuang and asked aside. Yin Peng replied, You do indeed know the 3 princes. When we and the king of 9 calamities fought in Fengyang Gorge 1,000 years ago, it was this person who stopped Qing Shuzi, and finally Qing Shuzi chased him off. Unexpectedly, he came back safely, but King Suzus' whereabouts are still unknown. I just saw him on the plane, but I didn't care. He didn't expect this person to come here. In the eyes of Yin Peng's dominator, there was a touch of dissatisfaction. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang should never appear here. What are Gajiaowei doing? Even a 4th level master can't stop it? The master Yin Peng shook his head, but he still didn't care. In his opinion, although the sword warrior's combat power is good, in front of him in the situation, it is difficult for him to change anything. King Zhujia and Jian Wushuang stood side by side, one with white hair and one with black hair. Jian Wushuang, why are you here? Zhu Jiawang looked at Jian Wushuang sideways and asked without expression. Jian Wushuang poked his lips and sneered, I want come. Shall I watch you die? Wang Zhiyin felt warm in his heart and was quite emotional. He did not expect to save him in the end, but he was in the temple of life and his rival's sword unparalleled. However, King Zhujia gave a heavy snorting voice and said rudely, Who is King Zhujian? Do you still need your help? Jian Wushuang heard a smile and heard that King Zhujia has always been arrogant. In other words, it is death to face his life and suffer. He naturally will not care about Zhujian. King 9 calamities, not much to say. A total of 12. You kill 6, I kill 6. How? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. 9 calamity. Wang Wenyan laughed loudly, only feeling the arrogance in his heart. He laughed heartily. Sword unparalleled. Can you do it? Okay. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and sneered, Well, wait and see. When the words landed, Jian Manzhuang flashed in his eyes, and he immediately rushed towards the 3 princes. King of 9 robbers, this person? Leave it to me. It is good. King Zhujia nodded, and his steps were swept away toward the envoy. The 9 envoys had already made him annoyed. Now he just wants to kill and then fast. The three princes looked at the sword Wushuang, who rushed at him and made a soft noise in his mouth. This little guy wants to kill me? The third prince chuckled a little. Although he didn't know why Jian Wushuang's first target was why he didn't care at all. He was dominated by the fourth grade. No matter how strong he could be, act recklessly. The three princes shook their heads, disregarding the dragon-printed jade seal, and patted the palm of the sword directly. Boom! This palm did not use his 30% strength, but it was enough to kill the ordinary ultimate master, not to mention the fourth-level master such as Jian Wushuang. In his opinion, this palm is enough to completely kill Jian Wushuang. Idiot! Jian Wushuang gave a sneer, and the Wu weapon sword in his hand gently flung away, and a cold sword light was about to open the palm. Then, Jian Wushuang leapt along, and appeared instantly on the top of the three princes. Says, dead, call out. A blood moon sword on, suddenly cut off along the Wu weeping sword. This sword is enough to destroy the 100,000 mountains. What? The three princes were shocked, and had no time to evade, and had to hurry up the dragon-printed jade seal to resist. Chapter 4187. Second more. Huh. A crisp sound of golden iron and iron rang, and a long series of golden sparks splattered. Then, I saw this dragon-print jade, with three princes, and shot the whole person backwards. He fell directly to the ground and fell savagely. On the ground, a large pit exploded. Jian Wu's eyes flashed coldly, without hesitation. His body blasted out like a shell, and continued to kill the three princes on the ground. How can that be? The three princes stood up from the ground, glanced down at the dragon-textured jade seal, and saw a faint black mouth on the dragon-textured jade seal where it was chopped off by Wu Wei's Excalibur. How could the attack power of that sword be so strong? How high is the rank? The three princes were horrified. You must know that this dragon-textured jade seal is a treasure of top-notch rule, and it turned out to be cut by the weeping sword of Wu Wu. This means that the Wu crying Excalibur is higher than the dragon jade seal. Huh? Without waiting for him to think, Jian Wushuang has once again killed with a sword. The three princes had a dignified expression, and there was no trace of contempt in their hearts, and his voice was low and he shouted, big devotion to God, mountains and rivers. Boom! Suddenly, an overbearing atmosphere reached the extreme, centering on the three princes, bursting out. Under the three princes, there appeared a huge throne. The three princes sat on the throne, like the emperor in charge of thousands of miles, and the endless domineering surged out. The dragon-shaped jade seal rose and rose in the wind. In just a few breaths, it turned into a majestic mountain, repressing towards the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang looked up at this majestic mountain. His eyes flashed the hunting war. These three princes are those who have been the strongest enemy ever in history. Even if he has become more powerful today, he doesn't dare to be half-minded. Sword up, Jian Wushuang whispered, and then, the black hair in his hood flew up, and the turbulent wind, floating clouds, floating dust and gravel all turned into the purest energy in the world. Like the return of Baichuan, it came from all directions, and finally gathered in his hands, turning into a silver sword rainbow up to 500 feet long. This sword was realized by Yu Jianwushuang during the dueling battle with the King of Nine Calamities in the trial ground. Yu Jianwushuang formed a prototype in Wudao, Hanoi, and forced the Qing Shuzi to retreat in the ruins of Tai Luo. This sword is nameless, but it is Jian Wushuang's first killing sword. This sword has not yet been perfected, but as Jian Wushuang swallowed the 9-leaf sword grass in the second floor of the Terra ruins, Kendo's repairs skyrocketed in 1,000 days, and after breaking through the third source of Kendo's origin, it finally matured. This sword has a name today. Its name is Chop Star. Whether it is the Wu weapon sword with a large arc in the middle class of the sword without hands, or his deepening understanding of the origin of Kendo, it has made Jian Wushuang's sword slashing. The power of the sword has changed dramatically compared to before. The sword has no petals, is holding a 500 feet of silver sword rainbow, looks up at the dragon-shaped jade seal that turns into a mountain, takes a deep breath, looks like a note, and spit out 2 words, choose the star. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang raised his arm, and the rich and mysterious laws of the universe, infused with the endless majestic power, instilled in the Wu weeping sword, and severely cut down towards the mountain. At this moment, an unparalleled icy cold swordsmanship rushed up into the sky and directly shattered the thick clouds of 10 feet. Immediately after, Wu weeping sword trembled hundreds of millions of times instantly, and sounds like the crying of the gods and the whispering of the Buddha and the demon uttered from Wu weeping. The silver sword rainbow finally broke on the mountain, turned into a dragon-shaped jade seal. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow and the dragon-patterned jade seal collided thousands of times in succession, making an unpleasant sound of gold-iron collision. The mountains turned into dragon jade seals, and the silver sword rainbow refused to give up each other. They kept apart and bumped together. The three princes looked up to this scene as if they were close to the enemy. Jian Wushuang also narrowed his eyes and did not dare to relax in the slightest expression. Click, 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 click. Gradually, the silver sword rainbow of 500 feet long, the sword light was constantly worn away and dim, and the mountains that turned into dragon-line jade seals were covered with cracks like spider webs. With the explosion, the power of the sword of Zhan Xing was completely obliterated, and that mountain made a mourning and shot back into the hands of the three princes. His legs made two huge gullies on the ground. He looked down at the dragon-shaped jade seal in his hands, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. I saw that there were hundreds of fine cracks on that dragon-patterned jade seal. The sword was unparalleled, and I couldn't help but sigh slightly. The power of this sword, even if it was blocked by dozens of ultimate masters, can be killed by metal. Beheaded the three princes. These three princes are indeed the invincible existence of the ultimate master, and they have a background of worshipping the kingdom of God, and their strength is really real. I'm not an opponent. At this moment, the three princes had a thought that seemed to him absurd. Blessed with the three princes of the kingdom of God, the invincible existence of the ultimate dominator is not the opponent of the fourth level right now? The three princes couldn't believe it, but when he looked at the beginning to the end, there was no sword Wushuang stepping back, and he had to recognize this reality. Who are you? Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang glanced back at him. In the eyes of the three princes, the eyes flickered and he said, "Sword unparalleled? Well, how about a deal between us?" Oh. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow and smiled. What deal? After hearing the words, the three princes took a deep breath and seemed to make a decision and replied, "The sword is unparalleled, the king of 9 calamities. My highness can withdraw," and we stopped there. How? The three princes had already resigned. In his opinion, it was easy for them to kill the king of the 9 calamities before, so he didn't mind stepping on it and taking a cup of tea, but in front of him, the sword had unparalleled strength. It is very likely that he can be left here. So how could he be willing to confess his honorable life here for a triumphant king? Jian Wushuang heard the words and suddenly laughed. The proposal of the three princes is indeed good. He and Zhu Jiawang, and even Jian Wushuang have no resentment. If he can withdraw now, it is indeed a good thing for Zhu Jia and Jian Wushuang. But unfortunately, yes, 2 more arrived today. Chapter 4188. The first is more. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. The three princes frowned and asked, "Why?" Jian Wushuang replied with a faint smile, "Three princes, it seems you still don't understand why I was the first one to find you." Huh. The three princes squinted his eyes. He didn't expect this to go quickly. I don't know why Jian Wushuang first came to him. Speaking of them, they met for the first time. Even if Jian Wushuang was looking for an opponent, he shouldn't be found. Jian Wushuang also revealed the answer for him. Do you remember? The water which dominates? Jian Wushuang said lightly. The water which dominates? The three princes frowned upon hearing the words. There were too many masters he had ever seen. Except for those invincible masters who were famous in the universe, he didn't really have any impression. It wasn't until a long time later that he seemed to remember, as if he had just come to the ruins of Tai Luo soon, There was a 5th-level master who accidentally blocked his way and was shot dead with his palm. Before this person was dying, he seemed to say that his master was the master of the water witch. Afterwards, it seems that he also heard that the master of the water witch came to him and wanted a fairness. He is the 3 princes who worship the kingdom of God. How can he meet such a character? The result of the process was naturally that he had Jiao Yin under his hands to dominate others, and blasted out 3 masters and apprentices who were masters of water witches. You dominate that water witch? The 3 princes narrowed his eyes. Good. Jin Wushuang nodded calmly. Ha 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 ha, joke, it's just a joke. Jin Wushuang, you are going to kill me for a cricket ant? The 3 princes suddenly burst out laughing, and the waist of laughter was bent. He almost felt that this was the biggest joke in his life. What identity does the water witch dominate? A waste who do not know which remote corner of the universe dominates. And who is he? His Royal Highness, the 3 kingdoms of the universe, honorable status, admired by thousands. Just because he shot and killed an apprentice dominated by the water witch, Jin Wushuang even came to kill him? Jin Wushuang looked calmly at the 3 princes who smiled like crazy, and slowly said, You see them like ants? Do you think they are? What are you talking about? Do you dare to see me as an ant? The 3 princes bowed his head sharply, looking at Xiang Jian Wushuang. His face was extremely cold. Jin Wushuang did not answer him, but slowly let go of the Wu weapon sword in his hand, and said, When the light disappears in the deepest darkness that deprives all power, its name, forever night. Alas, there was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there an explosion that made the world eclipsed. When the sentence of Jin Wushuang was finished, it was like dropping a small stone in the calm water, making ripples ripple. Wu Cry Excalibur, starting from the tip of the sword, disappeared inch by inch. Sword unparalleled, slowly closed his eyes. Wu Weeping Sword, suspended in front of Jin Wushuang, starting from the tip of the sword, turned inch by inch into nothingness. It wasn't broken, but like energy transformed into heaven and earth, until the entire sword disappeared completely and silently. The 3 princes did not know why, but apparently nothing happened, but they suddenly felt a terrible threat. This threat is far stronger than any time he has come. His forehead began to swell with fine cold sweat, and a sense of anxiety appeared in his heart. He could not help but yell in the direction of the king of Juzai and the king of Zhennan, and shouted, Yin Peng, come and help me. On the battlefield of King Nine Calamities, Yin Peng dominated his brow, and the 3 princes were also the invincible ultimate masters who were quite famous in the universe. How could a 4th-rank master do not solve it, even to the point of needing help? Waste. Yin Peng dominated the curse, but still turned his head toward Zhennan King and said, Master Wang, the 3 princes seem to be in trouble, and I ask you to help. Zhennan Wang nodded his head, stared at Jin Wushuang in the distance, and pulled a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't want to face the king of 9 calamities, so he might as well start with the 4th-ranked kid. His Royal Highness, my king is here to help you. The Zhennan yelled at the 3 princes, then stepped on them, and instantly turned into a godlike man, and appeared next to the 3 princes. Your Highness, are you all right? King Zhennan glanced at him. It's okay. The 3rd prince replied. His expression did not change slightly with the arrival of Zhennan King. Master, this kid is weird. The 3rd prince took a deep breath, and he could feel that the threat and anxiety like the back of the Mang did not decrease with the arrival of King Zhennan. Eccentric? After hearing this, King Zhennan said with a smile, His Royal Highness, this 4th-order master of this district can go weird? Are you worried? After that, the Zhennan dynasty stepped into the void in the distance, and looked at the sword Wushuang with closed eyes, suddenly as if he felt something, and said quietly, Well, I haven't noticed before, the kid's Kendo the breath is actually the same as the one who saw and killed Xingdo and Tiansu at the beginning. Is it impossible? Xingdo and Tiansu said that the person with the big secret is this guy? Also, my king has to look, this is a big secret and weird man. What's so unusual about it? After speaking, the king of Zhennan sneered, stretched out his huge hand, and grabbed sword Wushuang. Pretend to be gods and ghosts. Come here to the king. Boom. Not yet waiting for Jinnan King to grasp Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, but suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there were no eye pupils, no white eyes, and nothing but darkness. A trace of thick black mist spread from under Jianhui's feet, rendering the entire void into a black, and then slowly rushed towards the Jinnan King and the three princes. The next moment, Jian Wushuang said softly, "Deprive it, knight." Alas! As the stones fell into the water, ripples rippled. The world in front of the king of the south and the three princes suddenly changed. Between the entire world, as if only the two of them were left, in their eyes, time began to accelerate. Everything around them was gradually fading, and the world seemed to have a thick haze. And this is just the beginning. The colors of the world kept deepening, and gradually, from gray to dark again, and then to black, and black continued to deepen until it was as dark as ink, and there was no light in their eyes. King Jinnan and the three princes are like falling into a dark and eternal kingdom. In this kingdom, there is no light, no vitality, no hope. Only the scent of depression, dullness, silence, coldness, and stiffness began to entangle them. King Jinnan and the three princes, under this complex atmosphere, suddenly felt a strong uneasiness in their hearts. Mando sword, Mando sword. Chapter 4189. Second more. Pretend to be a ghost. King Jinan snorted, not so good-looking, and whispered, "Big sun god wheel, break this king. Call out." The two wheels behind him suddenly burst into the sky like two raging fires, smashing into a dark place. However, on this weekday, the magnificent sun wheel of the gods is like an ignition star, and it is thrown into the ocean, and even the waves have not risen, and they gradually disappear. There is an invisible power that deprives the power of the great sun god wheel, and then in Jinnan King's furious eyes, these two ranks are the god wheel of the supreme rule of supreme, and the rank gradually starts to decline. Top grade, medium grade, low grade. In just a few short breaths, these two chakras turned from the top-class rule to treasure and became dim and dull mortal artifacts. Finally, they continued to decompose, shatter, and turn into nothingness. This, King Jinnan and the three princes looked at each other, and there was a disbelief in their eyes. This weird power can make the rule of treasure fall into a mortal weapon silently, and the two of them are unheard of. They hadn't waited for them to think about it, and what happened immediately made them suddenly startled. They were full of violent divine power, disappearing at a very fast speed. As if there is a pair of big hands invisible, they are depriving them of everything. Do not. The faces of King Jinnan and the three princes changed greatly, and they no longer dared to hide their whole cards. Forbidden surgery, blood day, big secret law, imperial seal. I saw a huge scarlet fireball, like the sun, exuding a terrible and hot atmosphere, rising from a void. In the void, there appeared a huge throne that struck the ancient starry sky. On this huge throne, there was a figure wearing a 9-claw golden dragon suit and a crown with a dragon pattern. He could not see his appearance and was extremely vague. This is the strongest whole card of Jinnan King and three princes. However, everything is useless. In this absolute darkness, all light will disappear. That round of day only persisted for less than 10 breaths. The flame extinguished, turned into the purest divine energy, and was swallowed by darkness. The tall and majestic figure of the emperor was even more vulnerable. After being attached to the darkness, he silently collapsed and disappeared. The two kings of Jinnan and the three princes were gradually depleted, and their tall and burly bodies quickly dried up, as if they had been drained of flesh and blood. If you look at it from the outside at this time, you will find that there is a huge black ball in the sky, a dark black mist of swords and swords, densely intertwined. Like a large net, Jian Wushuang and Jinnan King and the three princes were wrapped in them. Time passed slowly. On the side of King Julong's battlefield, as the three princes and Jinnan King were pulled away by the sword unparalleled, the pressure of Julong King disappeared, and not only was there no sign of being suppressed, It seemed to be a potential after the ascension of the dragon from heaven, after turning on the talented supernatural power, Devil's Evolution. The combat power soared tenfold, and the palms were shot like a storm. With their own strength, they pressed 9 envoys and Yinpeng. Dominate the bombardment. The 2 guys of Zhennan King and the 3 princes, as well as the god Jiawei, are they really doing any ghosts? Yinpeng dominated his complexion to the extreme. Originally, he expected that they would be responsible for dragging King Jiuzai. After the armor guards packed up the power of His Majesty the King of 9 Calamities, they turned around and killed the King of the 9 Kings of Calamity together. But now, not only the batch of nearly 100 ultimate masters of the god Jiawei, but there is no news at all. The 3 princes who are unparalleled to the enemy sword, and the Zhennan King who supports the 3 princes, all have nothing to do. In the eyes of Yinpeng's dominated eyes, the eyes flashed quickly, and while working with Jiazun Mingming to resist the offensive of King Jujie, he looked toward Zhennan King, the 3 princes, and Sword Wushuang. I saw that in the void, Zhennan King, the 3 princes, and Jian Wushuang all disappeared, leaving a large round black ball. There was no breath coming from the 3 in this black ball. The situation has changed. Maybe I have to leave again this time. Yinpeng dominated his thoughts and turned sharply. He has always been a cautious person, otherwise he would not have been in the family. The man who escaped from birth. The situation in front of him had completely deviated from his expected trajectory, so there was a slight resignation in his mind. The King of 9 Kings also paid attention to the movement on the side of Jian Wushuang. He glanced down at the huge black ball like a spider's web where Jian Wushuang was, and he couldn't help raising his brows. Is this a thought of the kingdom of God? The Zhijiawang murmured to himself quite doubtfully. Others may not see anything, but as a person who has stepped into the supreme threshold, he can naturally see that the black ball of Jian Wushuang clearly opened up a world that belongs to Jian Wushuang himself. No, although this is very similar to Emin God Kingdom, but it is not Emin God Kingdom. King Jujia shook his head. As the comprehension of Emin God Kingdom, he naturally understands Emin God Kingdom. For a moment, the kingdom of God opened up a separate world with heaven and earth, mountains, rivers, and rivers. But the black ball space of Jian Wushuang is full of coldness, silence, and vitality. This breath made him feel a little scared. In just 1,000 years, I didn't think this guy had grown to this point. King Jujia shook his head. A smile appeared on his face. How can I make him compare? Next moment, I miss the kingdom of God. Get up. Rumble. Suddenly, the world was eclipsed in an unprecedentedly powerful breath, with the center of Ju Jia Wang as the center of the explosion. This breath is completely different from the breath of the previous king of the 9 kings, and it is full of a feeling of Xuanao Avenue. In this breath, the void in the ruins of Tai Luo seems to be unbearable, and it emits a caca-like glass-breaking sound. Immediately, the space around the trial site began to change. Centered on King Jujia, a huge and magnificent force directly extended. This power is enough to suffocate and tremble anyone who lives there. This is the thought of the kingdom of God that only the Supreme can realize. No, run away. Yinpeng's face suddenly changed. At this moment, even the 9 bloodless envoys, who were always expressionless, shrank their pupils, and the voice sank. King 9 Calamities, let me wait to leave. Our blood temple will never look for you again. All future it doesn't matter. They have already seen it. Today it is determined that it will not be possible to take down the King of 9 robbers, unless at this moment King Zhennan and the 3 princes can kill the sword without double-clicking to help. Chapter 4190. The first is more. Leave? You don't study the blood temple? Ha 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 ha. Who are you when I am the King of 9 Calamities? Are you the waste you can handle? It's a joke. Saying that, Ju Jiawang's expression evoked a sigh of sorrow. Blood God, this seat tells you that you don't want to leave today. In other days, this seat will even set foot on the blood temple. Bold. Presumptuous. Suddenly, the 9 blood angers were so angry that they scolded one after another. Come in all. King Jujia sneered, moving his hands to the middle. And at that moment, the thought of the kingdom of God violently fired more than 10 black chains, dominating the volume of the 9 blood envoys and Yinpeng, and immediately dragged into the realm of the kingdom of thought. As time slowly passed, the most fierce and spectacular battle in the ruins of Tai Luo, at this time, became extremely quiet. After about half a column incense time, click, 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 the kingdom of the 9 kings of God separated and shattered piece by piece, and immediately followed. They saw 6 figures radiating from the realm of the kingdom of God. These 6 people are impressively dominated by the king of 9 calamities and Yinpeng, as well as 4 envoys. Just within half a column of incense, under the repression of the kingdom of God, Zhujia Wang slayed and killed 5 blood gods in succession. The remaining Yinpeng dominates and the 5 blood puppets, and also wolves to the extreme. Yinpeng dominates the 36 handles of Jingu, leaving only 12. The 5 blood puppets, the black robe, are broken and exposed 5 ugly and scary faces covered with blood. Escape. Yinpeng's face was so ugly that he almost died in the hands of King 9 Calves just now. If it wasn't for his immediate decision, he would have blasted 24 handles of Gu Gu. I'm afraid he would be unlucky with those 5. The same blood died in the hands of King 9 Calamities. This made him completely without courage to fight again. I saw him wave a red poisonous mist, and his body swept away towards a place. Want to escape again this time? The king of 9 robbers already hated Yinpeng as the dominator, but he was an assassin who could not help but frustrate him. How could he let him escape? As soon as King Zhujia stepped on and was about to chase towards the lord of Yinpeng, he saw the 4 blood envoys, killing him with venomous eyes, blocking his way. Act recklessly. The king of Zhujia immediately became furious. The blood made him almost like a plaster on dog's skin. Yinpeng dominated while rushing forward. While looking back, he noticed this scene, and his heart was overjoyed. Huh, I'm sure I won't die, Yinpeng? He smiled smugly. However, he did not notice that the direction he was rushing to was exactly where the sword was unparalleled. There, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. With the opening of Jian Wushuang's eyes, the darkness in his eyes gradually faded away, and the light was restored again. The ball was broken up piece by piece, and then turned into a black mist sword gas at first, rushing from all directions towards Jian Wushuang. The 2 kings of Zhennan and the 3 princes have turned into 2 dead bodies. Their eyes were wide, their mouths opened, their faces full of horror, as if they had experienced something terrible before they died. With the sword of Yongyi, Jian Wushuang directly killed the ultimate masters of 2 invincible levels. Once this is spread, it will be enough to make the whole universe horrified. The black mist like a snake condensed before the sword was double-sided, and finally turned into a blood-red Wu weeping sword. Jian Wushuang's face was a little pale, and he grasped the pancake of Wu crying Excalibur, panting slightly. Suddenly, his pale face seemed to have been supplied with something, and a faint red appeared. I use this sword too reluctantly, but the power is really extraordinary. The sword of Wushuang could not help but smile a little. Yongyi. He only realized a little fur, then kill King Zhennan and the 3 princes. If he really realizes that Yongyi is complete, then what? Jian Wushuang thought. While turning slowly, he looked towards King Zhujia. I saw a figure, with his head buried, and rushed towards him. Huh? Yinpeng? Jian Wushuang saw this, with a playful smile on his face. Well, this guy of Zhijiawang is really terrifying. It seems that he wants revenge. I have to wait until I break the supreme. Yinpeng dominated his head, rushing forward while thinking about the next step. There is definitely no way to stay at the Terra Ruins. The first thing to do now is to leave the Terra Ruins, and then find a remote corner in the universe and stay for 100,000 years and 80,000 years. After that, I went out again to look for opportunities to get revenge. This time, I have already won the ticket. If it were not for the 2 idiots of the 3 princes and the king of Zhennan, even a 4th level master can't clean it up. Why would I fall to the road now? Where is it? Thinking of this, Yinpeng's eyes flashed a look of resentment. Originally, this time, he already felt that he had a winning ticket. According to his plan, Even if King Nine Calamity is not dead, it is estimated that there is only one breath left. As a result, the guy who dominated the 4th grade did not know where to take it. What came out turned out to be the one who reversed the whole fighting situation. Just as he lowered his head and thought, the next time he came out to seek revenge, when he wanted to put Jian Wushuang on the list of kills, suddenly, he seemed to hit him, and he stopped suddenly. Huh. He looked up in doubt. Yinpeng is Overlord, hello? Before he looked up completely, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The sword looked at Yinpeng, who was sent to him in front of him, without expression on both sides, without expression. It's you? Yinpeng was dominated by surprise, then first glanced back at the Zhujia Wang who was being tangled by 4 blood gods, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang and sneered, okay, before I left, I still could let me meet you again. Let's die. Boom. The master of Yinpeng took out a Jin Gu and shot fiercely at Jian Wushuang's head. Idiot. Jian Wushuang shook his head, and even Wu Wu's Excalibur was too lazy to use it, reaching out and grabbing at Yinpeng. The strength of Yinpeng's dominance is even worse than that of Jinnan King and others. Coupled with the battle with the King of 9 Calamities, his power is almost exhausted. How can he be a sword rival? In a short period of time, Yinpeng was dominated by the sword holding his neck with no expression on both sides, holding it in his hand like a chick, and letting his hands and feet kick in the air, hissing and roaring. Chapter 4191. Second more. You let go of me. Boy, I told you to let go of me. Yinpeng shouted with blushing. Shame. He was the ultimate dominator, and was actually carried forward by Jian Wushuang like a chick, which was a shame to him. Huh. Responding to him was a slap by Jian Wushuang. Be quiet. Boy, let go of me, and I will give you all the treasures I collected in Tailuo ruins. How about it? Yinpeng dominated with a laugh and tried to soften. Huh. Still slap. I said, please be quiet. If you dare to make a noise again, believe it or not, I will now send you to see your men and the king of the town of Nan. Jian Wushuang glanced at him and said coldly, why? What? Yinpeng dominated Wen Yin for a moment and did not respond. Immediately, he reacted suddenly. His body was like an ice cellar, and a chill ran straight from the spine to the top of his head. Could the Jiawei and others supported by the long-term future have died in the hands of this person? Could the king of the south and the 3 princes? He turned around suddenly and saw that Jian Wushuang was not far from where he stood before, and 2 dry corpses were standing across. Those 2 dead corpses are the 3 princes and the king of Zhennan. Huh. Suddenly, Yinpeng's master's complexion instantly lost his blood and became pale. An indescribable shock came from his eyes. Nearly 100 ultimate masters, as well as the ultimate masters of invincible levels such as the king of Jinnan and the 3 princes, have all died in the hands of this person? Dominated by Yinpeng, he was completely trembling. He only found out that he was wrong from the beginning. It was ridiculous. Because of the preconceived notion, he never put Jian Wushuang in his eyes. In the beginning, why did Jian Wushuang break away from the battlefield? When the sword came west, he came here only when Jian Wushuang had good luck and escaped the pursuit of God Jiawei and others. Even behind him, King Jinnan and the 3 princes were unparalleled against the enemy sword. For a long time, he had nothing to do with the sword, and he was only trapped by Jinwu and the 3 princes. He never thought that nearly 100 ultimate masters such as the God Jiawei, and even the 2 kings of the Jinnan and the 3 princes, would die in the hands of Jian Wushuang. This is too horrifying, too ridiculous. If it spreads, the whole universe will shake it. Therefore, it is not that he did not think about it, but that he did not dare to think about it at all. Since ancient times, he has never heard of which 4th-level master can kill 2 invincible ultimate masters, even if it is the top extremes of the famous universe, including the owner of this Taro Ruins, Taro Supreme, when the 4th level dominated the realm of the year, never had such a brilliant record. All this upset his perception. Evil. This is evil. Yinpeng dominated and looked up at Jian Wushuang in horror. At this moment, his jealousy against Jian Wushuang even surpassed Zhu Jiawang. He believes that even the Nine Calamity King, who is now known as the Invincible Master, could not be compared with Jian Wushuang when he was the fourth-level master. In the distance, the battle between the 9 Kings of Calamity and the 4 envoys has come to an end. If the 9 blood envoys are still there, they can still deal with the 9 Kings of Calamity for the time being. Now there are only 4 of them left, and where will they be the enemy of the 9 Kings of Calamity? In a short quarter of an hour, the 4 blood sacrifice fell one by one and could not escape. A group of disgusting guys. With the last palm of Zhu Jiawang, after taking a meshin to take a sickle with a sickle, he snorted and turned his head towards Yin Peng, looked at the direction of the escape. Jian Wushuang. When Zhu Jiawang saw Yin Peng dominated by Jian Wu's hands, his expression was wrong. How do you thank me? Jian Wushuang raised Yin Peng to dominate and shook at Zhu Jianwang, smiling slightly. Zhu Jiawang snorted softly, without a reply, but a smile appeared on his expressionless face. Jian Wushuang held Yin Peng to dominate and walked step by step towards the King of 9 Calamities. Well, I gave him to you. Jian Wushuang reached out and gave the Lord Yin Peng to the King Julong. For a short time, the King Julong bowed his head to the Lord Yin Peng. A cold arc evoked in the corner of his mouth, teasing, Yin Peng, why don't you escape anymore? Yin Peng's master had no blood on his face. He knew that he could not escape today. For mercy, he can ask for mercy from anyone, but he can't beg mercy from King Julong. This is his final dignity, so he took a deep breath and said lightly, King Julong, this time died in your hands. Here, I can only say that luck is bad. There is no good helper like you. Do it. King Jujia has never been a dragger, shook his head with a sneer and shook his head, and then shot it on the head of Yin Peng. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a large amount of divine power erupted, killing Yin Peng directly and turning it into powder. This battle, with the death of Yin Peng, finally came to an end. After a moment, the sky was restored to its calm and quiet again. The King of 9 Kings and Jian Wushuang fought side by side. The slightly blowing wind blew their black hair and white hair. Jian Wushuang, I owe you a favor this time. King Jujia carried his hands on his back, his feet empty, and he said in a deep voice. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not answer. When the King of 9 Kings saw this, he no longer said anything. Only he knew it. How much this human feeling, he said. This means that no matter what life and death enemies Jian Wushuang faces in the future, Shang Jubi, the king of the 9 dragons, will fall to Huang Quan, and he will do his best to stand behind Jian Wushuang. Even if he is against the entire universe, he will spare no expense. Grunt. Not long after, I saw Yi Qingfeng waiting to take the lead, with more than 10 ultimate dominators hurried to come. Until this time they finally dominated Yin Peng, Jinnan King, and the 3 princes, the ultimate masters of these 3 parties, all strangled clean. King Jijia, Jian Wushuang, are you okay? Qing Feng stood still in front of Jian Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang, asking with great concern, we look like something? Jian Wushuang quipped with a smile. Qing Feng Shenhou heard that he was completely relieved, then his eyes lighted up, some were not sure, and some looked forward to asking, so, what is Yinping dominating? He is dead? Dead. King Jujia nodded. When Qing Feng heard the words, his expression suddenly agitated, and he asked, so, what about the South King of the town? All are dead. King Jujia continued. Qing Feng Shenhou heard the first shock and then laughed loudly. Chapter 4192. The next day. In accordance with the previous promise, King Jupin divided up the treasures of Yin Peng and His Majesty's ultimate master to the gunner and other people. Immediately, the gunner and more than 10 ultimate masters were overjoyed and celebrated. It didn't take long for Zhu Jiawang, Jian Wushuang, and Qing Feng to wait for the 3, and they unanimously decided to leave the ruins of Tai Luo. For King Julong, it's the right way to go back and use the supreme divine medicine to break the supreme. For Jian Wushuang, the greatest opportunity of Taro's remains has been obtained by him, so there is no need to stay. Qing Feng Shenhou is optional or not. 3 days later, the 3 stepped out of the ruins of Tai Luo. Outside the ruins of Tai Luo, there is still a lively scene. Some restaurants, dongays, and trading markets are crowded with people. All major forces set up camps here, of which the Judy Pavilion is the most prominent. Under the intentionally hidden breath of Jian Wushuang, none of them recognized the three. Let's go. Just when King Jujiao planned to release the spacecraft to leave. Wait. Jian Wushuang shook his head, looked at Judy Pavilion and said, I have one more thing to deal with. Wait for me. It is good. The king of Jujiao nodded, and Jian Wushuang's request naturally made him agree. Mixed with the flow of people, Jian Wushuang lowered his hood slightly and walked into the Judy Pavilion. Sir, what do you need to buy? We have all kinds of treasures that have just come out of the ruins, including various special elixir. Responsible for the reception is a beauty girl with a 5th grade. Although she saw Jian Wushuang only had the 4th grade as the master, she did not take it lightly. Before she finished speaking, she saw Jian Wushuang pull out a token with the word 9 emperors, and her face suddenly changed. The strongest on the list of 9 emperors? Yours please upstairs. The beauty of the beautiful girl immediately became respectful, and she quickly brought Jian Wushuang to the top floor of the Judy Pavilion and said, Congratulations, sir. I have informed the supervisor and he will come right away. Jian Wushuang sat on a futon and nodded. After a moment, a short, fat old man hurried up to catch up. He first checked the token of the 9 emperors' tokens of Jian Wushuang, then carefully returned the token to Jian Wushuang and said, Mr. Bloodsword, may I have any help? Jian Wushuang turned his hands from the ring of Qinkuan, took out a broken purple gold crown, and said lightly, Thank you for sending me something. Huh? This crown seems to be worn by the 3 princes who worship the kingdom of God? The obese old man was shocked. As the supervisor of the Judy Pavilion of the Terra Ruins, his eyesight was naturally good, and he recognized it at a glance. This broken purple gold crown was once worn by the 3 princes of the kingdom of God. How could this crown appear in the hands of this person? The obese old man was puzzled in his heart, but he dared not ask more, and replied, Sir, where are you going? You can take this purple gold crown to the virtual wind star domain, the Shanyang astral realm, the hand of a water which dominated. Jian Wushuang said, Is the virtual wind star field? Your Excellency, the virtual wind star field is located at the edge of the universe, very far away from here, if it is. The obese old man said with a little embarrassment, Can't you send it over? Jian Wushuang said lightly before he finished. This? The obese old man hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. Sir, it can be delivered, but it will be extremely expensive, requiring 200,000 source rocks of the universe. After that, the obese old man bowed his head and stopped watching Jian Shuang. He didn't look down on Jian Wushuang's meaning, but it was a 200,000 cosmic source stone, which is an astronomical number for most ultimate masters. Jian Wushuang only dominated the 4th grade. He didn't think that Jian Wushuang could have what means has so many universe source stones. When will it start? Jian Wushuang took out a ring from the sky. The obese old man heard a word of it, and after taking up Qian Kun's ring to investigate, the next moment his body was shocked. I can arrange it immediately, the obese old man linked. Well, as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, then lowered his brim and walked out of Judy Pavilion. For him, the current source of the universe is just a number. In the 2nd layer of the tail ruins, the cosmic source stone he got was at least nearly 100 million, which does not include those magic drugs and materials. If they were added together and converted into the cosmic source stone, it would be an astronomical number. The 200,000 source rocks of the universe, now Jian Wushuang has completely ignored. Hope they like this gift. Jian Wushuang's face hidden under the hood smiled. After a while, Jian Wushuang came to the 2 kings of Jujian. Is everything done? Zhijiawang said. Well, Jian Wushuang nodded. Okay, let's go. With a big wave from King Jujia's hand, a dark spacecraft appeared in front of the 3, and then rose in the wind, turning into a behemoth that struck the sky in the blink of an eye. King Jiuzai and Qingfeng looked at each other. The 3 swordsmen stepped on their feet and immediately rose into the sky and entered the spacecraft. Rumble. Immediately, the spacecraft roared, accelerated rapidly, and sprinted out. Within a few moments, The universe turned into a small black spot and completely disappeared into this starry sky. Time passed slowly, and 300 years passed in a blink of an eye. One day, at the entrance of the Tail Ruins, a banner superfleet with the word "2 Virtual" came across the starry sky, and suddenly entered the entrance of the Tail Ruins, passing without any reason at all. Suddenly, at the entrance of the Tail Ruins, a group of people turned over, and the ultimate master of countless street vendors hurried to avoid. However, hasn't waited for them to roar, as if they were holding their throats by an invisible big hand. They are all trembling. I saw a row of top ultimate dominators rushing out of this fleet, standing under the huge cosmic boat with the 2 empty flag, standing respectfully. Immediately afterwards, I saw the largest cosmic boat, the hatch of which slowly opened, and a man wearing a white coat with the word "2 Virtual" sewn with fine gold thread on the back was a white old man, step by step at the door. The only difference between this old man's dress and that of the Qingshu god's son is that a golden wisteria flower is embroidered on his left chest. As soon as the old man got off the cosmic boat, an instant of powerful breath suddenly came to the audience, and the countless ultimate dominators present all covered the cold, only to feel the blood was frozen. Here, this is the 7th hall of the Taishu Temple, the deputy hall owner of the 7th hall, by Fu Supreme. Suddenly, among the crowd, the ultimate master changed his face and whispered. Chapter 4193. Second more. Extreme in person. This is the supreme come. The presence of many ultimate dominators set off a stormy sea. By Fu Supreme expressionless, glanced at the ultimate domination, and said indifferently, "Find." All of a sudden, respectfully the lords of the Taishu Temple standing in front of him should suddenly divide up a large part and blast towards the ruins of Tailuo. A small part is left, towards the ultimate master nearby. Have you seen this man? The Taishu shrine dominated the indifferent expression, holding a large shovel in the palm of his hand, and kept asking the ultimate master who was present coldly. The figure in the mirror is not someone else. It is a sword unparalleled. Never seen it. Do not know. The ultimate master at the scene shook his head. However, there were also people who saw the sword unparalleled and immediately recognized it. Well, isn't this person a little guy who came with King Julong 1,000 years ago? Yes, I also remember this person, and I was quite impressed, because at the time when they were here, I still mocked 2 sentences and said that this person is a 4th level master, and is this Taro ruins are looking for death. Isn't this person already in the Taro ruins? As soon as these words came to an end, many of the top-level ultimate masters of the Taishu Temple were blindfolded. After a while, the Taishu Temple, who had previously entered the ruins of Tailuo, was dominated by them, and rushed out of it, standing in front of Baifu. Master Uyghur, the figure is not found inside. Sir, I heard people say that King Jotsai has left the ruins of Tailuo, and the man who chased after His Highness the Son of God must have also left. Lord Baifu nodded faintly when he heard the words, looked at the people who had said that he had seen Jian Wushuang before, and said, "Take it away."
Yes.
Suddenly, in a burst of exclamation, those who said they knew Jian Wushuang were forcibly taken away by the ultimate dominator of Taishu Temple. Not long after, the fleet of Taishu Temple from the starry sky slowly turned around and drove quickly in one direction. That direction points to the ground. It is the palace of life. It was not until the fleet of the Taishu Temple completely left that everyone was relieved. On the top floor of Judy Pavilion, the obese old man stood in front of the railing and looked at the departing fleet of Taishu Temple with a complex expression. Their news has always been well informed, naturally knowing that His Royal Highness the Taishu Temple, hunting down a 4th level master in the Terra ruins, the result is unknown. The whereabouts of the Taishu Temple god is unknown. The broken crown of the 3 princes of the Kingdom of God. The 2 places are associated together, and the obese old man suddenly feels a little confused. This person is the Tianjiao on my 9 emperors list. If he is in trouble, no, this matter should be reported to that adult. The obese old man made a good decision and hurried down the stairs. In the vast universe, a dark spacecraft is flying fast. The Bone Starfish domain is in front. After the Bone Starfish shuttles the universe channel, we are close to the shrine. In the spacecraft cabin, King Jujia, Jian Wushuang, and Qingfeng looking through the spacecraft's mystic mirror, looking at the universe and smiling slightly. It's been nearly 800 years since they left the Terra ruins, and they have constantly shuttled through the cosmic passage, and they are getting closer and closer to the Temple of Life. Speaking of this trip to the Terra ruins, all the troubles were caused by the gods of Chiba. If they had left the team without authorization at the beginning, when we were in Fengyang Gorge, our strength was drastically reduced and we were chased and killed. Why is there all that? If they had worked together with us at the time, when we were in Fengyang Canyon, we could rely on our strength to take the supreme potion that was safe and sound. Qingfeng Shunho said with emotion. King Jujia and Jian Wushuang heard the words, smiled and did not speak. For Jian Wushuang, if there was no Qing Shuzi chasing and killing at the beginning, I am afraid that he would not accidentally hit and enter the second floor of the Terra ruins, so as to obtain the cosmic treasures such as the Terra Magic Sword and the Terra Sword. King of the Ninth Calamity, if you talk about the harvest this time, among the three of us, you got the supreme divine medicine. But the biggest gain, after you go back, you have to give me a good return and sword unparalleled. Qingfeng Shunho intentionally acid jokes. Ha ha ha, why was King Jujia a mean person? Rest assured, I will definitely report when I return. Seeing that the Temple of Life was getting closer, King Jujia was in a good mood, and joked with a rare smile. As he spoke, he tilted his head to the side, taking a meaningful look at Jian Wushuang. If he hadn't seen the battle between Jian Wushuang and the South King and the three princes of the town, he really thought he was the biggest winner of the trip, but it was the battle that he saw, not showing the mountains Jian Wushuang. The absolute gain is greater than him. Just a magical power that resembles a mind of the kingdom of God has surpassed all the gains of his Taro ruins. However, with regard to these, he and Jian Wushuang were quite tacit and didn't talk about it. Even the details of the battle, when Qingfeng asked, they were vaguely obscured. The King of Nine Kings understands that everyone in this world has their own secrets. Since Jian Wushuang did not take the initiative to say, he would naturally not ask more. Anyway, for him, in fact, the supreme magic potion is the best opportunity for him. As for what chance of Jian Wushuang got, what does it have to do with him? The three chat from time to time, sometimes with their eyes closed, and time flies fast. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years have passed, and the surrounding universe is finally bustling and lively. From time to time, you can see various spacecraft passing by. The Palace of Life is finally here. Jian Wushuang slowly opened her eyes. Their current position can already see the farthest place through the space of the cosmic boat, which belongs to the kingdom of God controlled by the Palace of Life. I haven't seen you in such a long time, and I don't know how Shuanger is now. Thinking of the flower like frost, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but smile slightly and said to himself silently. After returning to the Temple of Life, the next step is for me to break through the 5th level master. Jian Wushuang thought again, thinking again. Today, in fact, his realm has become unimportant. Whether it is the strength of his divine power or the understanding of the laws of the universe, he has reached the level of dominating the realm, the highest level. Breaking through the 5th level will not be too difficult for Jian Wushuang in front of him. It is nothing more than integrating the 8th rule. Although the rules become more difficult to merge, Jian Wushuang has absolute confidence in himself. Chapter 4194. The first is more. The reason why Jian Wushuang wanted to go back to break through the 5th rank is because once he breaks through the 5th rank, not only does his divine power increase again, but more importantly, maybe he can use Tai Luo at that time. 1/1,000,000th power of the Excalibur. At that time, even in the face of the King of Nine Calamities, a level higher than his dominion, he is confident that he will truly let go of the battle. Well, if there is a breakthrough at that time, maybe we have to use the power of Wu Daohe. Jian Wu's eyes kept thinking of the Han spirit who realized Hanoi, and his face was a bit irresistible. Presumably Lord Helling, when I see myself again, my expression will be wonderful, right? At this moment, The three kings of Jujia, Jin Wushuang, and Qingfeng Shenhou did not speak, and each of them was somewhat eager to return home. Rumble. The time of Yijiazi passed, and the three swordsmen Wushan finally reached the front of the cosmic passage leading to the Temple of Life. Who's coming? The two masters in charge of the door, seeing the approaching spacecraft, were suddenly tense and sang loudly. It's me. King Nine Calm replied lightly. Immediately, the three men descended from the spacecraft. See King Nine Calamities. Seeing this, the two goalkeepers suddenly felt relieved, and then arched their hands and said, Master Nine Calamities, Supreme Bloodwave, Great Axe Supreme, and Supreme Gav have received your summons. We are waiting here. As soon as you arrive, let me take you to the Supreme Hall. Oh, so urgent? King Jujia, Jin Wushuang, and Qingfeng Shenhou heard the words and couldn't help but glance at each other, and they were a little confused about each other. Theoretically, even if they were asked to report the situation of the ruins, it would not be so urgent. Did something happen? Zhujiawang frowned. The two gatekeepers heard the words, hesitated in their eyes, and finally said softly, Master Hueju Zhujiawang, 100 years ago, a distinguished guest came to your door and is waiting for you in the Supreme Temple. What noble guest? A look of dissatisfaction arose on King Nine Calamities' face, and he asked again. The two masters took a deep breath and heard the words returning solemnly. It's the person who is too vain temple, too much shrine. Suddenly, the faces of King Jujia and Qingfeng looked slightly changed, and they looked at Xiang Jianwushuang in unison. Jin Wushuang heard his face expressionless and asked lightly, Is this for me? The two masters heard the words and nodded bitterly with a smile, and said, Yes. Then go and see them. What is going on? Jin Wushuang sneered in his heart. He had long anticipated that people from the temple that was too virtual would come to him. Unexpectedly, this person who is too virtual temple not only came to him, but also came directly to the Temple of Life. However, Jin Wushuang didn't panic in his heart. This is the Temple of Life. Forgive those who are too virtual temple and dare not do anything extraordinary. Three adults, let's take a message now and take you to the Supreme Temple? The two masters asked. The three kings of Jujia nodded and nodded, showing a firm smile towards Jin Wushuang, as if to say, Rest assured that everything is with us. A moment later, the three men came to the Supreme Temple under the leadership of the two masters. Inside the Supreme Temple, Gaver Supreme sits in the first place, Bloodwave Supreme and Giant Axe Supreme are on both sides. Under the three of them, an old man wearing too much hair and white hair, sitting cross-legged, holding a teacup and drinking tea lightly. This person is impressively the Taishu Temple, the Seventh Temple, and the Vice Hall Lord by Fu Supreme. Speaking of which, the old man came to the Temple of Life and thanked three Taoists for their hospitality. Bai Fu Supreme put down his teacup and smiled slightly. Bai Fu, this tea is finished. Shouldn't you go? Shuebo Supreme's face was not very good-looking. No hurry, the old man and others haven't arrived yet, said Supreme Master Bai Fu, shaking his head and shaking his head. After a pause, Bai Fu Supreme continued to say, Relax, after your husband investigates the matter clearly, you will naturally leave and never stay more. This life temple, how can we be two virtual temple? You. Bloodwave Supreme heard an angry voice. Where is this Bai Fu Supreme when their life shrine? Come whenever you want? Wanna go? He was about to have an attack, and when he saw Supreme Gap sitting in the first place, he said lightly, Bloodwaves, the visitor is a guest. It must not be rude. The great axe beside him shook his head slightly towards him. The blood wave was supremely visible, and there was a sudden cloudiness on his face, and finally he grunted coldly and stopped talking. Seeing this by Fu Supreme, the corners of his mouth could not help but evoke slightly a look of perseverance. Although his strength is far inferior to Bloodwave Supreme, but this time he came to represent the Temple of Taishu. He believes that Bloodwave Supreme is afraid to take him. Flip-flop. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and then, a master who was responsible for guarding the temple hurriedly came in, arching. Oblique Gav, Supreme Blood, Supreme Axe, Jujia, the three kings have returned and are waiting for the announcement outside the temple. As soon as this voice fell, the Blood Wave Supreme and the Giant Axe Supreme shrank their pupils, and the white floating Supreme stood up with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. The old man waited for 100 years and finally came. Let them come in. Supreme Gav nodded blandly. Yes. The master retreated. It didn't take long for Jian Wushuang to see the three of them, walking slowly from outside the hall. King Jijia stood in the middle, Jian Wushuang and Qing Feng stood on both sides, and all three looked expressionless. Extreme Gav, Extreme Bloodwave, Extreme Axe. The three arched slightly. Well, King Nine Calamities, Qing Feng, you sit down first. Gafu Supreme nodded. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang and said lightly, Sword Wushuang. This is the deputy main hall of the 7th temple of the Taishu Temple, by Fu Supreme. This time I called you over because this by Fu Supreme had something to ask. Later by Fu Supreme asked you. You must not have any concealment, do you understand? Understand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and immediately looked to Bai Fu Supreme. Archaic Archery, Sword Wushuang, saw Bai Fu Supreme. You are Jian Wushuang? Huh, the old man asked you, in the ruins of Tailuo. Did you have a conflict with the Qingshu of our Taishu temple? Bai Fu Supreme narrowed his eyes, and he was also welcome. Open the door directly to the mountain road. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded calmly. The matter between him and Qing Shuzi is not secret. At the beginning, many people saw the scene of Qing Shuzi pursuing and killing him in the ruins of Tailuo. Therefore, he did not intend to deny it. Chapter 4195. Second more. Huh, just admit it. Bai Fu Supreme heard the words. A flash of cold mang flashed in his eyes and sneered. Sword unparalleled. The old man asks you again. How did you get rid of our Qingshu son? Qingshu son. Now where is it? While talking, Bai Fu's supreme eyes oppressed, as if Jian Wushuang's answer was wrong, he dropped the thunder of anger. At the time, the Qingshu god's son chased me, and I was forced to flee to a special place in the ruins of Tailuo. There, I got rid of the Qingshu god's son. As for where he is now, I have no way of knowing, Jian Wushuang faint said. A bullshit. Bai Fu Supreme did not wait for Jian Wushuang to finish speaking, and his voice snapped sharply, yelling, Sword Wushuang, the old man advises you to be more honest. Don't be careful in front of the old man. Jian Wushuang saw this, and the light of the eyes could not help falling. From the moment he stepped into the Supreme Temple, this Bai Fu Supreme has not given him a good look, and his words are full of scolding and oppression. How can he be bullied if he has no sword? Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang expression calmly said, Extreme Bai Fu, what I said is true and false. You can check it yourself. Not honest yet? Bai Fuzhang retorted with a smirk and sarcastically said, Jian Wushuang, since you said that you were in a secret place and got rid of the hunting of our young god, then you would talk about that secret. Where is the land in the ruins of Tailuo? After that, Bai Fu Extreme stared at Jian Wushuang tightly. Jian Wushuang heard a silence and said slowly, I forgot. Forgot? Ha 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 ha, what a forgotten one. Bai Fu Supreme heard the words, exaggerated a sarcastic radiance from the corner of his mouth, and laughed loudly. This scene fell in the eyes of everyone, and everyone's faces became not so good. Even Gava Supreme, who had been keeping his eyes closed, frowned slightly. Bai Fu, you have already asked all the questions. Now is it time to leave? Bloodwave Supreme pressed the air of fire. Originally, he let Bai Fu Supreme enter the Temple of Life. It can be said that he gave the huge face of the Taishu Temple, but in the end, this Bai Fu Supreme was so ignorant. What did he do in the Supreme Temple with a little scruples? Jian Wushuang as his favorite junior. This white floating Supreme move against Jian Wushuang is to scold and coerce. It is tantamount to hitting the Bloodwave Supreme face. Not urgent. Bai Fu Supreme shook his head and sneered and said, Jian Wushuang, since you are toasting and not eating and drinking, then the old husband will take you back to the Taishu Temple, and then question slowly. After that, Bai Fu Supreme turned to look at the three of Bloodwave Supreme, and said aloud, 3. It seems that you, the disciples of the shrine, don't plan to tell the husband well. In this case, let the husband he brought it back to the Taishu temple and asked him slowly, "What do you think?" Alas, the words fell. King Jujia and Qingfeng stood up and instantly stood up, staring at Bai Fu Supreme. "Do you dare?" Wang Sinhan from Jiuzhai started. His eyes were extremely cold. "You are the king of 9 calamities? Why, outsiders say that you can compare to the supreme. You really think you are the supreme? You deserve to be arrogant in front of the husband?" Bai Fuzhang looked at the king of 9 calamities with a disdainful look and dismissed her. He didn't notice that the Supreme Lord Gav had opened his eyes. The Supreme Blood Wave and the Great Axe were extremely cold. However, even if he noticed, it is estimated that he would not take it seriously. The Temple of Life, as the base of the special life of the vast universe, is naturally good, but the temple is not too bad, or even stronger. The Taishu Temple was founded by the Taishu Emperor. There are 7 main halls under the seat. Each of the 7 main halls is the supreme top power. Below the 7 main halls, there are 7 deputy main halls. Is supreme cultivation. He is the Supreme Lord Bai, who is the Taishu Temple, the 7th hall, and the Vice Lord. He is confident that although he is superior to him, such as Supreme Gav, Supreme Blood, etc., he does not dare to offend him. After all, he will care about the 2 virtual temple behind him. But at this time, bold. What kind of thing are you? Dare to be a person in my life shrine? Bloodwave Supreme was angry. Bai Fu, who originally let you enter the life shrine to ask Jian Wushuang, has already given you, and the face behind the temple is too big, and now you have to go in and want to bring people from my temple? Where are you here? I tell you, even if your Qingshu god's son died in the hands of my disciples in the temple, he can only blame him for his inferior strength. Blame it for himself, understand? Bai Fu Supreme heard the words. His face could not help but change slightly. However, instead of replying, he looked at Gavel Supreme, and he knew that the only person who could really make up his mind here was the Gavulum, not the Great Axe. He first arched his hand towards the Supreme Lord, and then said in a triumph, "You Supreme Lord, you are the head of the 5 chief supreme leaders in the Palace of Life. You are responsible for directing the Palace of Life for the Lord of the Palace, presumably not like blood. Is that impulsive like Bo Jizuan? The sword is unparalleled, but the 4th grade is the master. For me, it's not much different from the ants. Presumably you will do it for him, so we will be against us. We are 2 virtual temple, right?" After speaking, he added a smile and added, "Yes, the Qingshu godson is a lover of the Lord of the 1st hall of our Lord, Supreme Governance. The relationship between them is very powerful. You must think clearly." He heard that his expression did not have any emotional changes. He raised his eyelids and said indifferently, "Are you threatening this seat?" Bai Fuzizan heard that his pupils shrunk somehow. He suddenly felt a little stunned in his heart and a kind of unpleasant premonition. He stiffened his head and said, "Extreme Gav, how dare I threaten you? Just to tell you about the powerful relationship, after all, a 4th level master dominates. Why should he influence the shrine and our Taishu shrine for him? Relationship? Supreme Gav, I advise you to think twice." After hearing the word thinking, Supreme Gav suddenly smiled slightly on that old face. He playfully looked to Bai Fu Supreme, saying, "Did you know that even if you are the 1st master of the Bingyu, you never dare to say thinking in front of this seat? You are insignificant. The deputy chief, think twice about this seat?" Bai Fu Supreme heard the words, his face changed, and then he suddenly remembered that the Supreme, who was sitting in front of himself, was the oldest senior in the universe, and his strength was already unpredictable. He quickly explained, "Extreme Gav, I didn't mean that." After waiting for him to speak, Supreme Gav waved. Chapter 4196. 3 more arrived today. Bai Fu, this seat allows you to enter the shrine to ask my disciples. This is a ritual. Since you don't speak rituals, this seat doesn't need to be a ritual. My seat now gives you 3 seconds. Get out of here. Galf Supreme, you. Bai Fu Supreme saw this. His face finally changed, and he wanted to speak again. "Bloodwave, how do you know what to do next?" Where would Gafu Supreme listen? He looked indifferently to the Blood Wave Supreme beside him. The Baifu Supreme was nothing but a common Supreme, and it was not enough for him to shoot. To the point. Understand. Blood Wave Supreme grinned, and his face was endlessly cold. He had been fed up with this Baifu Supreme. If it wasn't for Gafu Supreme who didn't say anything to let him do it, he would have slapped Baifu Supreme with a slap. And now, the opportunity has finally arrived. He got up and stepped down towards Baifu Supreme. Blood Wave, what do you want to do? After 100,000 years, it will be the grand ceremony of the universe. At that time, both the Temple of Life and our Taishu Temple will participate. There was a terror on Baifu Supreme's face. Bloodwave Supreme is a top Supreme, and his strength is far from his. Don't wait for him to finish. Roll. Bloodwave Supreme's eyes suddenly opened, bursting into drink. Next moment, he raised his hand directly and slapped him severely on Baifu Supreme's face. Huh. Suddenly, a majestic horror reached the extreme of the supreme divine power, rushing out of his hands like mountains and rivers, and actually directly slap Baifuzuan out of the Temple of Life. Huh, what deputy palace master, but stupid, but also have a face come to my life shrine to be important? Bloodwave Supreme retracted his hand and shook his head in disdain. Immediately, he looked at Jian Wushuang. His expression was soothing, and in his place was a soft smile. He comforted and said, "Little guy, good job." Jian Wushuang also smiled back. In fact, since he stepped into the Supreme Shrine, he has not worried about his comfort. This is his trust in the Supreme of Bloodwave, and also the trust in the Temple of Life. Well, you three, tell me about going to the ruins of Tai Luo this time. Shuebuji respected Xian and returned to his seat and said with his palm, "Yes." King Jujia, Jian Wushuang, and Qingfeng Shenhou looked at each other and began to talk slowly. A few hours later, the sword unparalleled, the king of 9 robbers, and the priest of Qingfeng stood out from the supreme temple. Jian Wushuang, where do you plan to go next? King Jujia stepped in and asked. It should be a way to break through to the 5th level. Jian Wushuang replied. The king of the 9 kings nodded his head and said with emotion, I should also start to break through the supreme. I originally wanted to wait for you to break through the ultimate master and fight with you. Now it seems that there is no chance. King 9 Robbers benefited a lot from the visit of Tai Luo's ruins. He had a hunch in his heart. It is estimated that this breakthrough is no less than 10. He has dominated the realm of the ultimate, staying too long, has always lacked an opportunity to break through the supreme. Now, this opportunity has finally arrived. Let's talk when you break the supreme. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Haha, Jian Wushuang, then wait and see. The day when we meet again is the time of my supreme. Jujia Wang Shuanglong laughed loudly, showing endless pride. 2. Take a step first. The next moment, the king of Juzai soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Qingfeng looks great. We'll see you in the future. Jian Wushuang arched his hands towards Qingfeng, stepped into the same footsteps, and turned away quickly. Qingfeng Shenhou stayed alone and sighed for a long time. The king of 9 kings seems to be breaking through the supreme, and Jian Wushuang's future is also promising. Only himself, his talent has come to an end. It is estimated that in this life, he will ultimately dominate the realm. Nothing but contentment. Shaking his head, Qingfeng Shenhou also left. At the same time, not far from the Gate of Life Shrine, an old man with white hair, a little embarrassed, climbed from the ground. Damn, everyone in the Temple of Life. His expression was gloomy to the extreme, but a palm print condensed by divine power on his right face appeared his gloomy complexion. Well, after 100,000 years, it will be the grand ceremony of the nations. At that time, supreme blood, supreme gav, and the sword unparalleled, you are waiting to bear the anger of our Temple of 2 virtual. Baifu Supreme turned his head, glanced viciously at the Temple of Life, then turned his right hand, and a spacecraft appeared. He drove the spacecraft toward the distance. The Temple of Life, the 6th mountain, by a small lake. A beautiful woman in plain clothes, her eyes closed slightly, sitting cross-legged by the lake to practice. She frowned slightly, Her whole body shone, her breath exuded, and she was the fourth-grade master. Suddenly, with both hands, she gently took her waist from behind her and hugged her, and immediately, a slightly funny magnetic voice sounded in her ear. Shuanger, I haven't seen you in this long time. You have improved again. Lung Rushuang opened his eyes slowly without hearing the words, and he replied softly, Fu Jun, you are still on this journey to the ruins smoothly? It goes well naturally. Jian Wushuang smiled and turned cold as frost. He looked at Long Rushuang's beautiful face with a bit of worry, even if it was his state of mind that never changed for years. Fu Jun, I promised you to return home safely before you left. You see, Fu Jun didn't lie to you? Jian Wushuang reached out his hand, smiled on the cold frosty nose, and spoiled it. Fu Jun, take me with you next time. Lung Rushuang called out gently, reached out and gently held the sword Wushuang. His head was buried in the sword Wushuang's arms. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and stretched out his hands to gently touch the frosty head. His heart could not help but warm. Time flies, 10 years have passed. The Temple of Life in the 6th mountain, inside the Manor of the Sword, unparalleled. It's time to try and see. Jian Wushuang's eyes slowly opened, and a sharpness reached the extreme, and suddenly passed by his eyes. In this 10-year period, Jian Wushuang finally reached his peak state. It can be said that now, he has entered the threshold of 5th level with half of his feet. The only thing missing is the integration of the 8th rule. And the integration of the 8th rule is not too difficult for the current Jian Wushuang. This time to break through the realm is the fastest time ever since he stepped into the dominating level. However, this is also the most reliable one for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4197. The first is more. In the 2nd floor of the Terra ruins, the chance he got was too great. After the Terra sword spirit took him away, in order to improve his strength, those magic drugs are like swords without money. The belly is stuffed, and until now, there is a lot of medicinal power in Jian Wushuang's body. These magic drugs are those that increase the strength of Jian Wushuang's divine power, and those who improve Jian Wushuang's understanding of the laws of the universe, but most of the magic drugs are to promote the fusion of Jian Wushuang's 8th rule. As long as the digestive properties of the divine medicine in the divine body are combined with the power of Wu Daohe, I should break through the 5th level and dominate. It should not take long. Jian Wushuang made a decision in his heart, and then said hello to Long Rushuang. The figure swept away, striding toward Wudao River. Wudao River, riverside location. An old man with a short stature and 2 long beards on his mouth is lying on a soft bed leaning back and forth. Next to him, a female disciple of the Palace of Life is smirking and pinching his shoulders. Back. Master Healing, do you still like the blood jade coral I sent? The female disciple of the Temple of Life said with a smile. I can barely get through. Healing said, waving his hand at will. At this moment, he was lying with his golden sword. His eyes narrowed, and his expression was enjoyable. Where else was the miserable look of being half-bullied by Jian Wushuang before? Then, Lord Healing, can I enter Handao now to enlighten the law? The female disciple was affirmed by Healing, and was immediately excited, and asked with a look of excitement, for you to be so clever and sensible, you can help me for another 3 days. You will be comfortable with me, and you will naturally be able to go in, said Master Healing leisurely. Yes. Suddenly, the female disciple of the Temple of Life shook hands more and more quickly. Comfortable. Healing sighed in his heart. This is the correct way for him to open his master. What kind of ghost operation was that guy named Jian Wushuang 1,000 years ago? The period of repression by Jian Wushuang was simply unbearable. In his long life, he was the greatest shame. Fortunately, the sword Wushuang, who killed Xiandao, heard that he was dispatched out. It is estimated that he will not return in a short time. Thinking of this, He Ling smiled. If he could, he would never want to see Jian Wushuang again in his life. At this time, well, He Ling, you will enjoy it. A strange voice revealed a familiar voice, which suddenly sounded in He Ling's ear. Suddenly, He Ling froze all over. He looked back blankly, and saw a figure that he never wanted to see again in his life, staring at him with a smile in his mouth. The sword unparalleled to kill the 1,000 swords. Suddenly, He Ling climbed up from the soft bed with both hands and feet, screamed in horror, and then jumped into Wu Dao River. What's going on? The female disciple of Life Temple looked stunned. In the Temple of Life, the highly respected Lord Helling was even frightened to flee? She looked back abruptly and saw a young man with black hair and black, standing with a smile on the edge of the river. Jian Wushuang. The female disciple frowned. Jian Wushuang has a good reputation in the Temple of Life. At the beginning, the battle with the king of Jujia in the Proving Ground was a famous Shunjing temple. Most of the disciples in the Temple of Life knew Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly towards her, then stepped on it, and immediately shot into Wu Dao River. Wu Daohe is the deepest. He Ling hugged his waist and hid behind a boulder. He slightly stretched his head. A pair of small triangular eyes murmured and looked around. Slap. Suddenly, he was patted on the shoulder. Immediately, the voice that sounded like a nightmare to him, with a joke, rang again in his ear. Master Helling, what are you looking at? He Ling stiffened, shivered, and looked back stiffly. Sure enough, the figure was standing quietly behind him. Jiang Wushuang, you have no end? What do you want to do this time? He Ling's face changed, and he stretched out his short hand, opened the hand with Jian Wushuang on his shoulder, and couldn't hold back his heart roared angrily. Jian Wushuang did not care, smiled slightly, and replied, This is not to trouble Lord Helling again. Help me break through. What? Break through? Didn't you just break through? Why did you break through? He Ling stared at him with an unbelievable glance at Jian Wushuang, then stepped forward, and immediately slipped forward. No, this guy is coming to squeeze me again. He has to leave here to avoid the limelight first. The thoughts in He Ling's head turned sharply, and he immediately made up his mind to avoid the limelight. Running and running, he suddenly found that he seemed to be stepping back. Well, what's going on? He Ling was puzzled, and then he felt that his shoulder was caught by a big hand. Come on, Lord He Ling. A loud laugh sounded behind him, and the next moment, he heard Jian Wushuang smiling and said, Suppression? Huh? Suddenly, a stone steel with repressive power descended from the sky, crushing him severely. Ah! Damn swords matchless! He Ling shouted miserably, and then turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, shaking with vigor. Jian Wushuang, are you a devil? Master He Ling, I promise, this is the last time. Jian Wushuang arched his hand at him with a smile, then sat down slowly, closing his eyes. Huh? A swordman cut it, and immediately cut the river spirit into 2 pieces. A strong, regular breath permeated. Jian Wushuang's breakthrough began. In the depths of the universe, the stars are shining, and the stars are shining. The top forces stand here, forming a posture of juxtaposition. The Taishu star field is located in the deep central position of the universe. As the name implies, you can know that this Taishu star field belongs to the Taishu temple. At this moment, there are 7 white temples built in a separate space in Taishu star field. Each of these 7 white temples is extremely solemn and sacred, with its own badge. The 7th temple is a golden wisteria flower. The 7th temple is so towering. A long stone ladder is straight up. This stone ladder is not spacious. On the contrary, it is very narrow and full of oppression. See Lord of the Vice Hall. The 2 ultimate masters responsible for guarding the stone ladder, holding swords and shields, saluted to an old man with white hair. Can the Lord be in the main hall? Bai Fuzuan asked with a gloomy expression covering his right face. The slap of the supreme blood wave is formed by the aggregation of supreme divine power, which is so easy to eliminate. Return to the Deputy Hall Master. Lord Hall Master has returned from the ancient sky and is waiting for you in the hall. 2 ultimate masters returned. Chapter 4198. Second more. Okay. Bai Fu Supreme nodded his head, without using his divine power, and stepped down the stone ladder step by step. After a moment, Bai Fu Supreme walked to the top of the stone ladder, where a strange red attic was built. Opening the door of the loft, there was no light in the spacious loft. A skinny old man was sitting cross-legged in the first place in the loft, with most of his face hidden in the darkness. The lord of the palace. Bai Fu supremely saluted. Huh? Bai Fu, what's wrong with your face? A husky voice came from the skinny old man's mouth. Bai Fu Supreme heard the words. A flash of humiliation flashed in his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "The Temple Master. All this is from the Blood Wave Supreme of the Temple of Life." Blood Wave? The skinny old man gave a light sigh and was slightly surprised. Blood Wave, I know, he is a good person in the Supreme. How can he act on you? Did you offend him? Bai Fu Supreme heard the words, and suddenly a spite of resentment appeared on his face, and he said, "Dear Lord, you don't know. The attitude of the people in the Temple of Life is really arrogant, and we don't put our two virtual temple in our eyes." Suddenly, Bai Fu Supreme said something about what he experienced in the Temple of Life. How arrogant and embarrassing the Palace of Life in his mouth is. It is fundamentally different from actual experience. The skinny old man listened silently, without a reply. After Bai Fu Supreme said, he shook his head and said, "Okay, I know about this. You can step back?" Bai Fuzuan heard anxious on his face and quickly asked, "Dear Lord, can we just forget it?" Before he finished speaking, the skinny old man narrowed his eyes and interrupted. "I said I knew. Did you not hear me clearly?" When Bai Fu Supreme heard his words silent, he arched and said, "Then Bai Fu will retreat first." After that, Bai Fu Supreme turned and walked out of the hall step by step. It's just that his face suddenly turned more gloomy and violent after turning around. A moment later, the attic fell into silence. The skinny old man raised his head and suddenly sighed into a dark void, sighing, "The Lord of the Ice Palace, what shall we do next?" Alas, I saw a twist in the void, a 7 to 8-year-old silver-haired child, the figure condensed out of thin air. The child was about 7 or 8 years old and had red lips and white teeth. However, he had strangely growing silver-haired silver eyebrows, and his eyes showed maturity that did not meet his age. No one would have imagined that this handsome and cute child was the owner of the first temple of the Taishu Shrine, Bingyu Supreme. This white floating speech. Let us add fuel and vinegar for the time being. Not to mention that the Supreme Lord of the Life Shrine is an ancient figure of the same period as the Lord Emperor. Why did he dare to offend? He can come back alive, and he has already been lucky. The silver-haired child shook his head with a sneer, and then his eyes fell on the skinny old man's face, and he said, "Jiukuan, you Vice the Lord heard that you chose it? Your vision is not very good this time." The skinny old man sighed softly when he heard the words, and replied, "In addition to adding some oil and vinegar, Bai Fu is actually better." After a pause, the skinny old man turned sharply and continued to ask, "The Lord of the Ice Palace, but Bai Fu is right to say a little bit. Is it true that the matter of the Son of God? Otherwise, what else do you want?" Bingyu Extreme shook his head and said, "The race of the nations is about to be held. It is said that this time, the adult will distribute 10 seats in the universe and choose 10 people. Listening to his preaching, our top priority now is to secure a place for our Taishu temple among the 10 seats. Other things are trivial compared to this." "What? 10 seats?" The skinny old man was startled and disappointed. Last time, did the adult hand out only 7 seats? Why was there so much this time? Bingyu Supreme heard a deep groan and said, "When I was in Shinkongulu, I heard others say that he is like that adult. This time, I will choose 3 ultimate masters with good talents in the universe. So, this time I heard only 3 more seats. Bingao Temple Lord, then the Son of God is dead. We are too empty of the temple. Isn't it uncompetitive for those 3 seats that are ultimately dominated?" The skinny old man thought for a while and frowned. Bingyu Supreme heard a slight smile and said with a smile, "Rest assured, our God Emperor has already made arrangements for those who will run for the ultimate seat. The Son of God himself is used to substitute." "Oh." The skinny old man seemed to remember something and suddenly raised his eyes. His eyes rose sharply by 3 inches. "Might the Lord Emperor intend to release the prisoner dragon?" Bingyu Supreme heard a mysterious smile and did not answer. At the same time, not only the Taishu Temple, but the top forces in the universe, such as the Great Sun God Kingdom and the Great Feng God Kingdom, all received news of the death of Tianjiao, who was sent to the ruins of Tai Luo. After some investigation, a name called Jiang Wushuang broke into their eyes. The Fengshan, the Great Prince's house. A young man with a very handsome face wearing a purple python suit and staring up and down, standing in front of a railing, holding a black light mirror in his hand. The picture reflected in the black light mirror is the moment when Jian Wushuang beheaded and killed the three princes. With a sad face on his face, he murmured to himself, "My dear third brother, telling you not to go to the ruins of Tai Luo, you just want to go. Now you are all right. You died in the hands of others. Why are you don't listen to advice? Why? You obviously should have died in my hands." The young man talked and laughed abruptly. His handsome face was full of pleasure. After a moment, he calmed down and looked down into the Shuangguang mirror. The picture of Jian Wushuang beheading and killing the three princes, with a smirk, said, "Jian Wushuang? Good. Thank you for helping me to get rid of the third brother. So I decided, I'd kill you." Huh. The voice fell down. The piece of mysterious mirror was suddenly torn and fragmented. The young man released his hand and raised his eyes to look at the unknown and distant direction, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The Temple of Life, the fourth mountain, and the River of Enlightenment. The sword unparalleled to kill Qiandao. Damn sword unparalleled. Let me go. I'm going to fight you. Ah, Jian Wushuang, are you able to kill me and try again? Huh. A sword flashed. Wu Dao River calmed down. Chapter 4199. The first is more. Ah. Sword warriors. Jian Wushuang, I tell you, you are in a big deal. It's over. You're over. I'm going to sue Gaver Supreme. I want to tell them you crushed me. Sword unparalleled. You are about to be kicked out of the Temple of Life. Ha 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 grr. Grr. Huh. A swordmang split again. Wu Daohe fell into silence again. The disciples of the Life Shrine on the banks of the river beside the river, when they saw this scene, couldn't help laughing. At the beginning, they were quite worried whether Jian Wushuang would make any trouble by doing this. As a result, when they found that the river spirit was beheaded, not only did it not matter, but the rules in the river became stronger. After that, he went with sword unparalleled. At the bottom of the Dao River, Jian Wu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes tightly, and a strong, full-bodied breath of law entangled him layer by layer and was absorbed by the sword. In the sword deity's body, the eighth rule of imprint began to appear gradually, and gradually extended at an extremely slow speed. The integration of each rule will be more difficult than once, and time will be longer than once. Jian Wushuang has already made a long-term retreat. This time, Jian Wushuang did not devour any Dao fruit that would improve the speed of the fusion rule. At first, Tai Luo Jianling controlled his body. In order to quickly improve his strength, every potion was poured into his stomach like candy. The medicinal properties in the body are too strong, and the impurities in it must be removed first. Dominating the fifth level is to break the penultimate level of the Supreme. So this breakthrough is extremely important. Qi Jian Wushuang must not allow himself to have any medicinal impurities remaining. Time flies, the sea changes. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. In this 10,000 years, the Life Shrine has flooded into groups of special creatures, creating legend after story. The story, which belongs to Jian Wushuang, fades gradually. Enlighten the river spirit in the river. It has already given up scolding, just like a dead body without emotion. Let the sword unparalleled squeeze. The next day, a small whirlpool suddenly appeared on the dark river in Wudao, Hanoi. With the appearance of this small vortex, the water of Wudao River suddenly became boiling, and the rich rules hidden in the river water became chaotic instantly. What happened? Damn! Who is disturbing me to break through? This Wudao River is always good. How could it suddenly become like this? Huh. Instantly, countless figures rushed out of Wudao River, suspended in the void. Among them, A tall man with a burly figure was facing the whirlpool. His face complexion was low, and he shouted, "Junk! Brother Magic Wind, what's wrong?" Suddenly, a large group of disciples of life shrine rushed towards the tall man. This tall, burly man is called Lord of the Wind, and the fifth-level peak is the Master of Life. He entered the Shrine of Life 8,000 years ago. He has a level of creatures of more than 800 times. Among the special lives, the one with the most potential talent. Therefore, he has a lot of prestige in the new batch of Disciples of Life Shrine, and he is the first person in the realm of ultimate domination. Someone is in the Wu Dao River, disturbing the rules, said the Lord of the Wind, not so good looking. He was already one step behind, and he wanted to merge the ninth rule and break through to the ultimate level. The result was just now. The emergence of the vortex directly sucked all the rules of Wu Dao from the river, causing him to impact the ultimate failure to dominate the realm. He was furious to the extreme at the moment. Who dares to disturb Brother Demon Wind? Say, who doesn't know, Brother Devil Wind is about to break through the ultimate master and even come to trouble? The new disciples of the Temple of Life shouted in indignation. Are all of the people in Wu Dao River coming out? Demon Wind Master asked with a dark expression. A new disciple took a glance at the figure standing in the void and quickly replied, Brother Demon Wind, all the people in the Dao River have come out? Is it? The Demon Wind Master looked down and saw that the vortex in Wu Dao River, like a black hole, sucked out all the regular breath in Wu Dao River and continued to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. So what is this? Lord of the Wind said with his chin, pointing to the vortex. The disciples of the surrounding life shrine looked at each other and frowned. For nearly 10,000 years, they remember that only they entered Wudio. Brother Demon Wind, I see. There is indeed one other person who hasn't come out in the Wu Dao River. Suddenly, a round-faced disciple shouted, Who is it? Demon Wind Master and others looked at the round-faced disciple one after another. At the same time, the Lord of the Demon Wind made up his mind even more. He must give a good look to those who have disrupted the atmosphere of the rules in the Wu Dao River and hurt him. Zurixin, he is confident that he is an invincible person under the ultimate realm, and the ultimate master in the Palace of Life will never come to this Dao River. The disciple with round face was watched by so many people. He couldn't help feeling timid, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and whispered back, Brother Devil Wind, I remember this in the Tao River, and a fellow named Jin Wushuang is retreating. Sword unparalleled? Everyone heard the words and looked at each other. Frightened, and the wind is dominated by frowns. The name of Jin Wushuang, he has heard that when he first came to the Temple of Life, he had heard many old people in the palace say that how talented Jin Wushuang is and how powerful his combat power is. The fourth level dominates the realm, and the enemy ultimately dominates. However, the Lord of the Magic Wind sneered at it. He didn't believe in any sword saver. He could dominate the final with the strength of the fourth level. In his opinion, Jin Wushuang was demonized, and these were all passed on to him. He also asked the old people in these temples, which sword warriors specifically dominated the battle, and the old people in the life temples are dumb, and can only say in a verbal way, Swords Wushuang and Ji King Robbers battle in the trial ground. Here let the magic wind dominate. This is even more disdainful. Proving ground? That is to suppress the cultivation of two people at the same level. Can it be regarded as a battle with the ultimate master? Wait for the sword Wushuang to come out. I'd like to be taught. How strong is this rumored, the first genius of the shrine? The magic wind dominated Lungheng. Chapter 4200. Second more. In his opinion, Jin Wushuang is only the fourth-level master. Even if this breakthrough is successful, he becomes the fifth-level master. It will not be his opponent. Time passed slowly, and the vortex grew larger and larger, like a black hole that devoured the stars, and it was terrifying. The Demon Wind Master and others did not leave, but quietly sat on their knees beside the river of Wu Dao River, waiting for Jin Wushuang's exit. The day passed. 2 days have passed. In the blink of an eye, the time passed 2 years. Enlighten the Dao River, at this moment has been surrounded by people. They are full of anger, staring at the turbulent vortex in the Godao River. Since the appearance of this vortex, the regular atmosphere in Wudao River has become a mess, and as much as possible has been sucked away by this vortex. They have not practiced in this Wudao River at all. Therefore, they are now accumulating a belly of fire and one event. Rumble. Finally, one day 2 years later, the entire surface of the Wudao River began to boil violently, as if boiling water boiled up, and large fists swelled up. Suddenly, it seemed as if there were some terrifying monsters coming out of Wudao River. Jin Wushuang is coming out. Hum, Jin Wushuang is finally coming out. It really makes me wait. Apologize. Jin Wushuang must apologize like us. Many new disciples of the Temple of Life shouted on the banks of the Min River. Suddenly, the demon wind dominated. Even under the crowd of stars and the moon, slowly stood up straight, looking at Wu Dao with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Wu Daohe is at the bottom. A huge rock covered with waterweeds suddenly shook. Click. This boulder suddenly opened a crack. Click, click, click. Immediately afterwards, the cracks became more and more, and at last a loud noise blew up the boulder completely, exposing one of them sitting cross-legged, the stern figure with black hair and black hair. Fifth grade dominates. Has finally become. A low, indifferent voice came from the mouth of the black figure. Next moment, the figure in black slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. Suddenly, the two gods flashed like lightning in the night, flashing from his eyes. I have become stronger. Wu Jianwushuang murmured to himself. He could feel that after he digested the magic drug in the body, the abundant divine power would almost burst his body. Wu Jianso has an illusion. Now, as if he raised his hands and throws his feet, he can squeeze a star and break a galaxy. Master Healing, thank you again this time. Wu Jianso looked towards the distance, a pair of unlovable lovers, sitting on the ground paralyzed, smiling with the eyes staring at the river spirit. Don't talk to me, I just want to be quiet. Healing waved his hands weakly. Wu Jinshuang heard the words and couldn't help but smile. Master Healing, then you take a break and I will go first. Jin Wushuang arched his hand at him. For 10,000 years, he should go out and have a look. The next moment, Jin Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and the whole man rose into the sky. Huh! A golden light rushed out of Godao Hanoi. Sword warriors. He finally came out. Suddenly, countless cold hums sounded. The Lord of the Devil Wind narrowed his eyes immediately, stepped on his feet, and swept towards the sword unparalleled. You are the sword unparalleled? He stood in front of Jin Wushuang, looked at Jin Wushuang up and down, and asked with poor eyes. Jin Wushuang's expression was quite strange. Why did so many people surround themselves as soon as they came out? Although confused, Jin Wushuang didn't think much, politely arched back and said, Is there anything wrong? Did you know that because you are alone, it leads to the chaos of Hanoi's rules, and we can't cultivate anymore? The Lord of the Wind asked. Oh, that's embarrassing. Jin Wushuang replied, probably at the last moment of his breakthrough. He didn't notice the intensity, which led to too much regular breath. After saying that, Jin Wushuang swept away. 10,000 years of retreat made Jin Wushuang helpless. I looked at the back of Jin Wushuang's departure, and the expression of Demon Wind Master suddenly became gloomy. Apologize is over? Magic Wind dominated Han. For his supporters, those new disciples who are new to the Shrine of Life are even more eloquent. Why is there such a rude person in the world? Can't go. You have to leave something at the price? Well, because he is alone, so many of us are unable to practice. Can it be easily revealed with an apology? Yes, we must compensate for our losses. Their voices were not concealed deliberately, so they all reached Jin Wushuang's ears. Wu Jin has no footsteps. He frowned and looked back at the disciples of the New Life Shrine and said lightly, How do you want to compensate? Suddenly, these disciples of the newly increased life Shrine couldn't help looking at each other. In my opinion, this sword Wushuang is a soft persimmon. Baoqing, they were all happy, They did not expect that Jian Wushuang would speak so well, and they actually promised compensation. There were still some fearful feelings in Sun Yuan's heart, and all of them disappeared immediately. I want 10,000 universe source stones. I want a magic potion. I want a rule treasure. They shouted in rush. He was dominated by the demon wind, and a slight contempt was raised on his face. It seems that this sword is unparalleled, but that's it. Quiet. He pressed his hand down. Suddenly, the noisy crowd quieted down. The demon wind master nodded, quite satisfied with his prestige. Jian Wushuang, when I first came to this life shrine, I heard people say that you are the first genius of this life shrine, but I don't believe it. I want to teach you. How? Demon Wind dominated, looking at Xiang Jianshuang, and Pai Xiaoro did not smile. I didn't wait for Jian Wushuang to talk back. He smiled freely and continued, Jian Wushuang, don't say I bully you. Look at the situation where you just broke through the 5th grade. I will let you do it first. How? Jian Wushuang heard the words, and his expression was strange for a while. Now, he is afraid that he is comparable to the supreme king of the 9 kings of calamity, and he dare not say that he will let him do it first. Let him do it? Oh, are you sure? Jian Wushuang blinked. Well, I speak to the magic wind, and I always tell you that one trick is to make you a trick. Is there still a fake? The magic wind dominated and heard a rather unpleasant snort, saying, Sword Wushuang, I promise you that if I lose, all these compensations will be written off. How about it? Wu Jinshuang heard a faint and then glanced over the faces of the supporters dominated by the magic wind, raising his eyebrows and asking, You all agree with him? Chapter 42:01. The first is more. Of course. Brother Devil Wind said what it is. Yes, as long as you can beat Brother Devil Wind, our compensation will be gone. The New Life Shrine disciples who dominated the horse head with the demon wind are shouting openly, loyal to the demon wind. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head and finally fixed his eyes on the Lord of the Wind and sighed, Come on, bring it on. The demon wind dominated his breasts, looked unshakably, and looked at Jian Wushuang. Wu Jianshou shook his head, controlled his strength, carefully extended a finger, and headed towards the point where the magic wind dominated. Well, Jian Wushuang, are you looking down on me? Please use your full strength. The demon wind master looked at Jian Wushuang's soft finger, and 2 thick eyebrows were immediately raised, said a little displeasedly. However, he did not wait for him to finish. Tap that finger and gently tap it on the chest dominated by the demon wind. Huh! Suddenly, an explosion exploded, and the entire 4th mountain seemed to collapse, shaking for a while. Under this finger, the world is eclipsed, a scene of world destruction. The demon wind dominated the expression with a terrible expression. Before he could say a word, the whole man fell back fiercely and smashed a deep pit of nearly 100 feet on the ground. He saw that his body was on the verge of collapse, and it was under this finger that he was almost killed. Suddenly, the entire river of Wudao was silent. Everyone seemed to be locked in time, opened his mouth and looked at Jian Wushuang dully. This is too fierce, right? Not at the same level. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had already tried his best to control the power, just because he was afraid that he would kill the magic wind by accident. Do you still want to compensate? Jian Wushuang looked at the people on the riverside and asked. No. No more? Brother Wushuang, just be happy. The disciples of the newly increased life shrine almost heard Jian Wushuang's question and almost scared their buttocks to slump to the ground. When they talked back, they just felt that their teeth were shaking. Then, am I gone? Jian Wushuang said with an eyebrow raised. You walk slowly, walk slowly. Suddenly, these disciples of the newly increased life shrine said with a smile. Wu Jianshou shook his head, stepped on his feet, and suddenly turned into a golden light, disappearing into the sight of everyone. For him, this is just a tiny episode. A moment later, Jian Wushuang broke through the 5th level of domination, and the news of defeating the master of the magic wind with one finger spread to the Temple of Life. while most of those veterans of the Life Shrine who heard this news smiled a little. For them, it is quite normal for Jin Wushuang to defeat the Lord of the Wind, but it is strange if the sword is defeated by the Lord of the Wind. For those new shrine disciples who have never seen Jin Wushuang means, they are shocked, and there is no contempt for Jin Wushuang, full of fear and awe. Thoyo Run when everyone was lamenting Jin Wushuang's talents, Jin Wushuang's mind suddenly received a supreme message and invited him to go to the supreme shrine. Sword unparalleled, come to the supreme temple. It is good. When I heard back a message, Jin Wu's eyes flickered for a while, and the figure that had originally swept towards the sixth mountain turned around and turned towards the supreme temple. Along the way, many masters at the fourth and fifth levels raised their heads and cast envious glances at Jin Wushuang. This is Jin Wushuang, really young. How long did Jin Wushuang come to the Shrine of Life? And he was dominated from the third rank and broke through to the fifth rank. The speed of promotion is unacceptable. The sword is unparalleled, worthy of the name of the first genius of our life shrine. The Lord of countless life shrines lamented. I was a little bit in my heart, and I was the master of the trial psychology. I couldn't help shaking my head, but at this moment I was extinguishing my thoughts. Sword unparalleled, although still dominated by the fifth level, they have already reached a point where they can hardly look beyond their reach. A moment later, in the awe of the gatekeeper of the Supreme Temple, a sword stepped into the Supreme Temple. In the temple, there is only one who is the Supreme of Blood. He looks at Jin Wushuang with a smile in his mouth. Extreme Blood. Jin Wushuang bowed his head slightly towards him, saluting respectfully. I heard that you broke through the fifth grade and dominated? Bloodwave Supreme noticed the breath of divine power in Jin Wushuang, and he couldn't help flashing a sigh of relief. Oh good, it is indeed my Bloodwave who picked it. People, following this momentum, you will be a hegemon in the future. He Jiangxin's breakthrough, of course, he is happy, but Jin Wushuang's attitude towards him is where he really feels comforted. He did not see any pride and complacency on Jin Wushuang's body. Wu Jianwushuang is as calm as he was when he first met, with a humble yet confident and powerful heart. Extreme Blood, do you have anything to do with me? Jin Wushuang asked. Shue's Weibo's expression gradually became calm. Shin said, swords are unparalleled. Can you know the ancient road to the sky? Shinkong Ancient Road? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He never heard anyone say, I really don't know, but I would like to ask the Supreme Master of Blood to elaborate. Sun Xuewa Supreme said, Jin Wushuang, you haven't been in the deep space for too long. You don't know the ancient way of the starry sky. It is normal, let alone. Let me tell you about the ancient way of the starry sky. The Shinkong Ancient Road is divided into two. One is the Supreme Shinkong Ancient Road that only the Supreme can take, and the other is the one that can dominate the hierarchy, and it is the Shinkong Ancient Road. Generally speaking, the two ancient roads people don't interfere with each other and rarely meet. These two ancient roads in the sky are developed by the master of our universe with great magical powers. The treasures of chances in them are much higher than those in Terra's ruins. Dongran, of course, this is not worth mentioning. The most important thing is that these two stars and ancient roads, the adult will pay attention to it with his own eyes. Jin Wushuang, do you know what this means? This means that once you perform well in the ancient starry sky, you can enter that adult's eye. And once you really enter that adult's eye, it is against the sky good fortune. That Lord? Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He couldn't think of anyone else in this universe who deserves the supremacy of blood. He used the word adult. Extreme Blood. Who is that adult? Jin Wushuang asked, converging his thoughts. After hearing the words, Sun Xueba's Supreme thought for a while, and replied, the identity of that adult? You have not yet broken through the Supreme, so you still don't know. After you break through the Supreme, you will naturally know who that adult is. Chapter 4202. Second more. Oh. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is the identity of the adult so mysterious? I see A and T be supreme, but I do and T even have the right to know the name? Jin Wushuang, about the identity of that adult, you do not ask now, because even if you know it occasionally, It is not a good thing for you, said Shuewa Supreme Shinsheng. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. He is not a symbol and naturally knows that he should not ask what he should not ask. Seeing this, Sun Shuewa could not help but smile slightly and said, Jin Wushuang, I can't tell you about the identity of that adult, but there are some secrets related to it that I can tell you. He froze for a moment, and Bloodwave Supreme said, Do you know the Grand Race? This? I don't know. Jin Wushuang arched his hand. The words of the Grand Race, he once mentioned a word when Bai Fu Supreme was leaving, but that is not knowing it makes no difference. Bloodwave Supreme replied, The Grand Race of the Nations is held every 50 Chaos Conferences. By that time, the major forces of the entire universe, whether it is the Kingdom of Immortality, the ancient Holy Land, or the big names in the universe, the Lone Ranger will go to participate. It is a grand gathering of the best in the universe. Originally, only supreme-level strong men will be able to get tickets, but this time the Cosmopolitan event, the adult released additional conditions to allow monks who dominate the level to enter. And this is just the beginning. The adult will choose 10 places in the cosmic event of the universe and become his boy. Listen to him. Jin Wushuang, don't underestimate the identity of the boy underneath you, the master of the former Taro ruins this time, Taro Supreme. Why can you become the invincible Supreme? Wu Jinshuang was shocked and was not quite sure. More. Isn't Taro Supreme one of the adult's children? Bloodwave Supreme nodded his head and replied, Yes, Taro Supreme Kendo was extremely talented at that time, and he performed well in the Cosmic Race event. He was given a seat by that adult and became a listener for hundreds of years. One of the 7, it is this creation that made the Tai Luo Supreme truly soaring into the sky, becoming one of the most invincible Supremes in the universe. Speaking of which, the Taro Excalibur is the Lord who gave Taro Supreme. Wu Jinshuang heard the words, but felt a palpitation. Even Taro Supreme, was it just a boy in the adult seat? Sigh. How old is that lord? Wu Jinshu did not dare to think about it. Jin Wushuang, this opportunity is rare. The suggestion of this seat is that you hope to go and dominate the ancient road of the starry sky. Maybe you will have the opportunity to enter the Cosmopolitan event, even if you cannot be the 10 this time. One of the seats, but you can't even imagine the benefits of attending the cosmic event of the universe, said Bloodwave Supreme with a smile. Juriga this. I need to think about it. Jin Wushuang considered it and said back. Jin Wushuang didn't know much about the ancient road in the starry sky. He was not a reckless person. If the ancient road in the sky really suits him, he would not want to miss this grand event of the entire universe. That's natural. Bloodwave Supreme nodded with a smile. The two chatted a few more words. At this moment, the disciples in charge outside the hall suddenly rushed in. Master Bloodwave, King 9 and 9 Calamities are about to break the Supreme. What? Bloodwave Supreme and Jin Wushuang were shocked, then looked at each other with a smile on his face. Okay, it looks like our Palace of Life is about to have another Supreme Master of 9 Calamities. Go and see together. After Sun Shuewa Supreme said, he and Jianwu walked out of the Supreme Temple. When I saw that he had just stepped out of the temple, Sword Wushuang saw that the wind roared in the sky over the entire Palace of Life. The clouds were rolling, and a scene of heaven and calamity appeared. The King of 9 Calamities dominates the realm of the ultimate, staying for more than 40 Chaos Era. Once this breakthrough is successful, becoming supreme, it must be a huge momentum. Bloodwave Supreme said. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. As a special level of life with the same perfect level as his, Jujiawu is as good as the ordinary supreme. Jin Wushuang is also looking forward to seeing Jujiawang's true breakthrough. To what extent? Thought of this, Jin Wushuang and Bloodwave Supreme at the same time looted towards the residence of King Jujia. After a short while, Jin Wushuang and Bloodwave Supreme came to the 6th mountain, the residence of King Jujia. I saw a mountaintop, the king of 9 kings sitting cross-legged, white hair scattered, a horrifying divine power, as if turned into a raging wave, slaps the slap of the void around him. Numerous disciples of the Shrine of Life came to watch one after another, with envious envy on their faces. This is the breakthrough of the Supreme, the most top combat power of the entire universe, No matter where it goes, it is a well-deserved behemoth. Shi Qingfeng was also there. He was holding a pot of sake in his hands, looking at the Zhu King in the distance, with some envy, and smiling happily. Zhu King, you have finally taken this step. In the distance, a slave was pacing back and forth uneasily. He looked worried, and sometimes looked up at King Julong but wanted to say something, but was afraid he would disturb King Julong. Only I can sigh. For a while, the golden light flashed, and Jian Wushuang and Bloodwave Supreme fell to a slave. Don't worry, with the ability of King Nine Calamities, he can survive this supreme level. Bloodwave Supreme reached out his hand and patted a slave on the shoulder, said lightly, Master Bloodwave. Inu quickly met. You are welcome. Sun Xiebo waved his hand indifferently, looking at the king of Julong. Yin Yinus' eyebrows were low, and his expressions were respectful. He gave a glance at the sword Wushuang next to him. His expression was a little complicated. Rumble. There are more and more dark clouds in the sky, and the gray one is thick and extremely heavy, giving a very depressed feeling. Roar, roar. There was a roar of gusts of wind, a flash of thunder, a silver snake flying, and the sky turned black in a flash. It started. Bloodwave Supreme's eyes were frozen. His voice fainted. Everyone hurriedly looked at the king of Julong. Huh? I saw a terrible explosion, and a crack appeared suddenly in the entire thick cloud layer, emitting magnificent rays of light. At this moment, like the beginning of heaven and earth, chaos and dawn, the turbulence of the air, and the endless immortal fall. Chapter 4203. The first is more. I am in danger today, and I will prove Supreme Avenue. Under the endless immortality, King Jujia, who sat cross-legged on the mountain, opened his eyes suddenly. In his eyes, countless avenues of gods spread and flow. His breath and divine power suddenly began to change, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chong, and then headed for a completely different place. Hey! A golden light, centered on the king of the nine calamities, shot out and connected the world. At this moment, countless avenues evolve, countless divine powers flow, countless immortals fall, countless colorful clouds permeate, countless stars shine, as if the ancient immortal king came to the world. Extreme, succeed. A low voice came out of the mouth of King Jujia. The next moment, I saw the king of nine calamities, standing up among the endless Xianhui. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a groan that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as if the heavens were congratulating the king of Julong. Let's go. King Jujia shook his head. Suddenly, his words followed, and the vision of the whole sky began to dissipate. After a short while, heaven and earth regained a sense of clarity. The king of Ju Jiaoliao stood on the top of the mountain with a negative hand, and a white suit was hunted and screamed by the mountain wind for a long time. More than 40 chaos era. He is the king of 9 calamities, and at the level of ultimate domination, he has been trapped for more than 40 times. No one can understand his feelings, what dominates the first person, what comparable to the supreme, and he has never been a rare king. From beginning to end, what he wants is to break through the supreme. And just today, the king of 9 calamities finally completed his wish and achieved the supreme seat. Since then, the universe is so big that he will be invincible in all directions. The host. Yuninu looked at the king of Julong and couldn't help crying. If he said that the only person in the world who could feel the feeling of King Julong was Inu. For as long as the King Jujia was trapped at the level of domination, he stayed with King Jujia for many years. He was full of loyalty and never changed. Gong, as soon as he wanted to go up and say something to King Nine Calamities, he saw that Xie Boxi and patted his shoulder and smiled, slave, let your master calm down now. He knew heard a word and nodded. After nearly half a column of incense time, the king of Jujia just spit out a stale air. His mood calmed down, and a smile hung on his face. Extreme blood, Sword Wushuang, Qingfeng wait. The glance of King Jiucai glanced and greeted everyone one by one. Congratulations. 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 Everyone responded with a smile. Wang Zhijia nodded his head, then his eyes fell on Jian Wushuang's face again. A smile on his face, and he strode toward Jian Wushuang. Wang at this moment, the king of Jujia, is dazzling in his eyes, surrounded by fairy radiance around his body, just like a piece of timeless jade, and the whole person is full of immaculateness. Sword unparalleled, originally I was still thinking, after you reach the ultimate realm, and fight with you. Now it seems that I have to go one step ahead. King Jujia smiled. Jian Wushuang also quite regrets this. Both of them are perfect creatures. Whether it is magical powers or the understanding of the laws of the universe, the gap is not too big. If you can fight at the ultimate dominating level, the promotion of people will be great. Well, wait for me. After I reach the supreme realm, we will come to fulfill this agreement. Jian Wu's eyes flashed firmness, and he replied, Okay. King Han of Jujia nodded with a smile. Rumble. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed, and a huge face appeared. The face of this man was made up of wrinkles, and his eyes were turbid. 9 calamities, come to the Supreme Temple, leave the imprint of the Supreme, and become the new Supreme of the Temple of my life. The voice of indifferent oldness came from this huge human face. Wang Zhijiawang nodded, and respectfully replied, Yes. In the Temple of Life, if the person most respected by the King of 9 calamities is who it is, then it was naturally that he was led from the remote part of the universe to the Supreme of the Temple of Life. These more than 40 years of chaos, the main reason why he is anxious to break through the Supreme and anxious to prove himself is because of the Supreme Gav, and he does not want to disappoint the Supreme Gav. Fortunately, at this moment he finally broke through the Supreme. All past events, all dispersed with the wind. Sword unparalleled, they'll come to you later. King Jujia said, then stepped on, turned into a golden light, and disappeared into the sight of everyone. The crowd gradually dispersed after King Jujia left. Wu Jianshou brushed the manner as he thought about it. Now that he has just been promoted to dominate the 5th rank in a short period of time, basically don't think about breaking through the ultimate domination. Therefore, it is no longer meaningful to stay in the palace of life. See if you can find a chance. She returned to the manor. Cold as frost was closing her doors, and Jian Wushuang broke through one after another. Although she didn't say anything on her mouth, it caused a lot of pressure in her heart. She doesn't want to see that the gap between herself and Jian Wushuang is widening. A few moments later, the King of 9 calamities arrived as promised. At this moment, he has changed into a white silk robe, which is the symbol of supreme status in the palace of life. Sword unparalleled. The two sat down beside the lake, and a pot of hot tea was burning in the middle, and a slight amount of heat rose up. Wang Zhijiawang took up a cup of hot tea and took a sip and asked, Wu Jinshuang, where are you going next? Wu Jinshu groaned and said, I don't know. I might go to the ancient road to the sky. Oh, Shinkong ancient road? Zhujiawang raised an eyebrow and replied, It's a coincidence that sword is unparalleled. I'm also preparing to go to Shinkong ancient road to practice it. Upon hearing his thoughts, Wu Jinshuang asked, 9 disasters, are you going to the grand family event? King Zhijia nodded his head and said, That's of course, Jin Wushuang, you don't know. The grand race of the tens of thousands of nations will gather the entire universe. If you can get an admission ticket, the harvest will be great enough to meet you have to practice hardships for hundreds of millions of years every day. It can be said that in the depths of our universe, there is no one who does not want to participate in the grand festival of the nations. He froze. King Jujia continued, The only chance to participate in the grand family event is to go to Shinkong ancient road. The longer you go on the ancient road, the farther you go, then the more likely you are to be picked by that adult. In the grand race, if you perform well in the grand race, you may still have the opportunity to become an obedient boy in the adult seat. Wu Jinshuang nodded his head when he heard the words and wondered, Jujia, do you also know about the adult? King Jian heard that he put down the teacup and groaned and said, I also went to the Supreme Temple just after breaking through the Supreme, and the Supreme Lord told me that the name of the Supreme is taboo in the universe. The presence. Chapter 4204 Second more. Wu Jinshuang sighed lightly, and sure enough, the identity of that adult is only qualified to know. This seems to be an unwritten rule of the universe, a rule that flows only between the supreme king of 9 robbers. Then when do you set off? Jin Wushuang cleared his throat and asked. Jomo is near. Jin Wushuang, who dominates the Shinkong Ancient Road and the Supreme Shinkong Ancient Road, are not far away. At that time, the two of us can go all the way. King Jujiao returned. Wu Jianshou smiled and replied, I have this intention. Ha ha ha, sword unparalleled, then we will make an appointment, and then go to the ancient road to the sky together. Wang Shuanglong of Jujiao laughed. The two talked for a while, and the king of Julong left, and Jian Wushuang also began to prepare to go to the ancient road to the sky. Wu before going to Shinkong Gulu, Jian Wushuang intends to raise a wave of strength again. In the short period of time, I basically do and have to think about it. It is estimated that how much Jian Shuangsu can improve, the effect is minimal. However, this does not mean that Jian Wushuang cannot become stronger. Yi Yongye gave a sword. He just realized the fur, and there is still a lot of room to go up. The sword-cutting sword, a peerless killing sword skill learned by Jian Wushuang, has not yet been completed. Jian Wushuang strives to urge the sword-cutting sword to a satisfactory stage during this time. Power. I'm afraid there will be earth-shaking changes. And Jian Wushuang intends to try to urge the Taro Excalibur. Time turns, 10 years later. The Sixth Mountain, a secret chamber in the manor where Jian Wushuang is located. Wu Jian sat cross-legged. His body was introverted, and he could not see the slightest fluctuation of his power. He lay in front of his knees, with a dark golden body across the body, covered with mysterious patterns, and a huge long sword with a vertical eye at the hilt. A wicked breath emanated from the long sword, and it was exactly the Taro Excalibur that had a mighty universe. Sword unparalleled, set off quickly and go to the ancient road to the sky. At this moment, a low voice suddenly sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Are you finally leaving? Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light passed from his eyes. Next moment, Fengshen Vine. Sword Wushuang's big hand waved, and ancient vines shot from his sleeve, starting from the position of the sword with the Taro Excalibur entangled. Suddenly, all the evil spirits on the Taro Excalibur were sealed. Qi Jian Wushuang picked up the Taro Excalibur and put it in a deep red sandalwood sword box, and lost it behind him. Then, Jian Wushuang stood up and walked towards the outside. Outside the Laoshan Mountains, King 9 Robbers stood with his hands up and down and stepped in the void. Seeing Jian Wushuang coming out, he nodded and said, Sword Wushuang, can we start now? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied to the cold frost that was breaking through the retreat. Let's go then, said Zhijiawang faintly. After a short while, the two came to the gate of the Life Shrine. With a wave of King Jujia's hand, a dark spacecraft was swept up by the wind and swept across the starry sky. The two of them flew into the spacecraft. Boom! There was a loud roar, and the spacecraft gave a roar, which suddenly accelerated suddenly, turned into a small black spot, and disappeared at the Temple of Life. The ancient starry sky is located in the deepest part of the universe, and it is extremely far away from the Temple of Life. However, it is nearly 90,000 years away from the grand cosmopolitan event, so they are not in a hurry and did not deliberately rush. Inside the universe boat, Jian Wushuang, how much do you know about the ancient road in the starry sky? King Jujia asked casually. Wu Jinshuang heard the words, could not help but grin, and shook his head. I don't know. King Jujia took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became clear. Then I will tell you that in this starry sky, the sky is gathered in the ancient road, which almost brings together the most powerful Tianjiao in the entire universe, and there are countless strong ones in it. For example, the great prince who worshipped the kingdom of God, the young emperor of the great kingdom of Sun, and the saints and virgins of some ancient sacred places, each of them are as invincible and the master as I was. Even when I was in the ultimate of the realm, I dare not care about this ancient road in the sky. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words, and his expression couldn't help rising. The universe is so big, Tianjio's evildoers are countless, and Jian Wushuang thinks that he is invincible in the realm of before he is arrogant. The sword is unparalleled. I heard that there are 18 cities in the ancient sky, and the people in each city are fixed. If you want to go far in the ancient sky, you have to move the city people rush out and take their place. This ancient road in the sky, the more you go inside, the stronger the strength of each city. As for the strength of the last few cities, even if I was the one who dominated the realm, I couldn't see the depth. The king of 9 calamities, said Xinsheng. Jian Wushuang heard the words and squinted his eyes. These 18 cities, sounds really exciting. There was a flash of turmoil in Wu Jian's eyes, and the more King Jujia said, the more he looked forward. Time flies. The cosmic boat continues to advance in the universe. After 800 years, the 9 kings and Sword Wushuang have finally reached the extreme ancient road. Sword unparalleled, am here. I have no use holding this spacecraft, you can take it. King Jujia stepped down from the cosmic boat. He took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, live well. I am looking forward to the moment when the two of us will meet at the Cosmos Grand event. Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and arched his hand back. Sure. After a short while, King Jujia stepped away and disappeared into the ancient road of supreme starry sky. The rest of the time is the lonely travel of Jian Wushuang. He followed the ancient route of Shinkong, which was dominated by King Juzai, and traveled in the universe all the way. Wu Jian sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the magic of Yongye. Man, he can slowly feel that his understanding of Yongye Shintong, after he broke through the 5th level, is rising at a very fast speed. 100 years have passed. Qi Jian Wushuang finally reached the ancient road that dominates the sky. He dominates the ancient sky, which is much more lively than the deserted scene of the extreme ancient sky. A large spacecraft stands in the sky, and people move quickly. A round of huge black holes, suspended like a monster's mouth, suspended in a starry sky. Wu Jianwushuang kept seeing a powerful ultimate-level master, with a look of indifference coming out of the vortex. I always have this huge black hole, which is the entrance to the ancient road to the sky. Wu Jian's eyebrows were raised, and he was interested to look at the entrance to the ancient road in the sky. Chapter 4205. The first is more. If you say that in the Taro ruins, you can occasionally see the 5th and 4th series of masters, then in front of this ancient sky, there are no monks below the ultimate master. Lin, even these ultimate master monks are powerful and magnificent. They are all in the ultimate master and have reached the top level of the strong. This makes Jian Wushuang can't help but look forward to it. What will happen to the ancient road in the sky? This ancient road in the sky is really well-deserved. Just the outermost, there are no weak people. Wu Jinshuang sighed with admiration, then walked down the spacecraft, closed the spacecraft, and walked towards the gate of the ancient road to the sky. Stop coming. At this moment, when Jian Wushuang was about to set foot on the ancient road of the starry sky, the 2 ultimate masters holding Changgu and Changgu in their hands violently crossed and blocked the sword Wu Shuang grid. Jian Wushuang frowned and said lightly, "What do you mean? You want to go in? You can pay 1,000,000 cosmic source stones." The 2 ultimate masters indifferently left the sword Wushuang, expressionless. Qi Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. The 1,000,000 source rocks of the universe were only a small number to him, but this did not mean that he would be like a fool and let others pit. He has never heard anyone talk about entering the ancient road to the sky, but also need to pay the source stone of the universe. Why don't they need to pay for the source stone of the universe? Jian Wushuang glanced sideways and said lightly. He was next to him, a top ultimate master, and walked in without hindrance. They are the ultimate masters. Naturally, they don't need to pay the source stone of the universe, but you are just the 5th level master. Can you compare with them? The 2 gatekeepers looked up at the sword unparalleled, and the corners of his mouth evoked a whisper. To tell you the truth, we are His Majesty the Lord of the First City. If you want to enter the ancient road of the starry sky, obey the rules and pay 1,000,000 universe source stones. Jian Wushuang saw this. His eyebrows could not help getting cold. So what if I don't pay? Jian Wushuang said coldly. No. Suddenly there was a smirk on the faces of the two gatekeepers, raised Changgu, and stabbed at the sword Wushuang fiercely. Get out of me then! Huh! A violent divine power suddenly followed Changgu, stabbed Jian Shuang's chest fiercely. Look for death! Wu Jianshuang's face flashed a little anger, raised his hand, and shot at the two door guards severely. The two gatekeepers in charge of the gatekeepers are the strongest in the ultimate domination. Not only did Jian Shuang see the sword, they turned and patted them. The two guardians couldn't help looking at each other and laughed. Is this man a fool who can't do it? A junior fifth-ranking master, who is so overwhelmed and shoots at us. Aki, we have been here for so long. This is the first time we have met such an interesting person. Don't rush to kill him, just let him play with us. The two of them laughed and talked. The palm shot by Jian Wushuang was not at all serious, and their eyes were full of teasing. Jian has no expression on both sides, such a stupid thing. He has not seen much before. Naturally, he will not be angry about it. Huh! Suddenly, the sword was unparalleled in the palm of his hand, and he was slammed on the two Changgu. The majestic and mighty divine power directly turned these two handles into instant powder. Get it? What? Suddenly, the two janitors were covered with sneer, and the smiles froze instantly, holding back a horror. How can the Lord have such a terrifying power? He didn't wait for their words to finish. The sword Wushuang's palm. They directly started the two from the skull and made a meat sauce. Both humans and gods are gone. Stupid. The sword was retracted without expression on both sides and faceless. To deal with this kind of ordinary overlord, he would not even use Wu weapon Excalibur and directly exploded the most primitive divine power. Some of the ultimate masters around the puppet, after seeing this scene, did not have much surprise. After a little footsteps, they continued what they should do. The Shinkong ancient road gathers the universe's heavenly pride and evil, and there are many people who can cross the border to kill the enemy. They have long been surprised. I just don't know. This new guy is from what power the Son of God? They shook their heads and strode away. Suddenly at the entrance, Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet. Suddenly his body swept up and blasted towards the black hole at the entrance of Shinkong Ancient Road. Inside the Shinkong Ancient Road, it seems to be a very long dark channel. After Jian Wushuang erupted at full speed, after flying for a long time, he gradually saw a ray of light. Slowly, the light is getting bigger and bigger. The next moment, Jian Wu's eyes are suddenly bright. I saw a huge towering city in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes. Jirda, this city is huge and unimaginable. The wall alone is 100,000 feet high. Above the wall, there is a huge plaque engraved with the three characters, First City. Listen to the king of Julong. There are 18 cities on the ancient starry sky. These 18 cities are 18 checkpoints. It seems that this first city is the first checkpoint. Wu Jian whispered to himself. His eyes continued to glance down. I saw a huge stone monument at the gate of the city gate. The stone monument is engraved with 1,000 glittering names, the first of which is the entrance of the starry ancient road. The skeletal master said in the guard's mouth is the master of this first city. No wonder the two guards dare to be so arrogant and want to come back to rely on this skeleton to dominate. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said to himself. His eyes continued to look around. I saw countless ultimate masters sitting cross-legged under the city wall, who did not bother anyone, all in retreat. Jian Wushuang did not rush to the city, but sat down on his knees, intending to understand the rules of the ancient road in the sky. Sir, presumably you have just come to Shinkong Ancient Road? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Jian Wushuang. Wu Jianshou looked back and saw a chubby young man looking at him with a smile. Is there anything wrong? Jian Wushuang frowned, stepping back a bit, and asked. The chubby young man replied with a smile on his mouth. Have no need to be nervous. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wu Hai Lord. You can call me Wu Hai. How dare you call me? Blood Sword. Sword Wushuang said faintly. Sir Blood Sword, I have a word of persuasion. I wonder if you would like to listen? Wu Hai Archer arched his hand and said. But it doesn't matter. Jian Wushuang replied faintly. Okay, Wu Hai dominated for a while. His expression of kindness and kindness gradually became calm. Chapter 4206. Second more. Bloodsword. I think you are only dominated by the fifth grade. This kind of cultivation is okay to be placed in the outer universe, but in the ancient road of the starry sky that proudly walks on this day, it is quite dangerous. So I advise you can join our Casual Repair Alliance. Our Casual Repair Alliance is as ordinary as you and me, or weak masters. In this starry sky, we can take care of each other and have a guarantee. How? After finishing speaking, Wu Hai's master pointed to the distance. Jian Wushuang looked in the direction he pointed, and saw more than 20 ultimate masters with a more ordinary atmosphere, nodding in a friendly smile at Jian Wushuang. Withdrawing his gaze, Jian Wushuang said faintly, "Thank you, Wu Hai, for your good intentions, but even if you join, I have always been a lonely person, and I am afraid it will be difficult to integrate into the group. Bloodsword, we are all very good people. If you don't join us, how do you know if you can't get in?" Wu Hai master said quickly. After waiting for him to finish speaking, Jian Wushuang waved his hands and sat down cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes and entering the practice. Seeing this, the master of the Wu Hai Sea did not know where Jian Wushuang was trying to catch people and sighed, "That blood sword. You can do it yourself?" I waited for a while, and the master of Wu Hai didn't see Jian Wushuang's reply. He shook his head and left. After Wu Wu dominated, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a sneer sneered in the corner of his mouth. Wu Wu dedicates himself to diligence. When he saw Wushuang, was he a fool who had never seen the world? Distant distance, where more than 20 ordinary ultimate dominates. Wu Hai, that kid won't join us? Failed. This group of ordinary ultimate masters frowned and asked, this kid's life is too big. Wu Hai dominated a gloomy face. His eyes flashed with where there was a half-hearted and kind-hearted look. More than 20 of them, knowing that they could not perform well in the Shinkong Ancient Road. Not the opponents of Tianjio's evil spirits, they joined together and devoted themselves at the entrance of the first city of Shinkong Ancient Road to kill like a sword. Newcomer into the ancient sky. The routine used by Sun is also roughly the same as the one that he used to cheat Jian Wushuang just now. He used the newcomer to enter the Shinkong Ancient Road and did not understand the situation of the Ancient Road. He desperately wanted to find someone to hold a group. After a temptation, he joined forces to kill. Let's go, change next one. Do Wu Hai dominated his face again with a kind smile, and walked towards a new-looking newcomer in the distance. "Sir, how do you call it?" Just as you saw Jian Wushuang, Wu Hai's eyes shone with kindness and smiled. In this ancient starry sky, there are really 3 teachings and 9 streams, and there are all characters. Jian Wushuang sighed. In the distance, the new man who was deceived by the Wu Hai master was following the Wu Hai master with excitement, approached the crowd, and was then taken away. Seeing this situation, Jian could not help but shook his head. He was not a newcomer to the universe, and he knew what the routine was. At this moment, Jian Wushuang saw a middle-aged ultimate master sitting not far in front of him, swept up one step, and walked towards the gate of the first city. "Someone wants to challenge the people in the city. Have you entered the city?" Qing Lin dominated the gate of this first city and has been here for 3,000 years. This time when we go to the city to challenge, we must have a certain victory. As I said, the people in this city should change. Many people around the meditation group saw this scene and whispered and talked. Jian Wu's eyes flickered. It seems that the situation here is almost the same as that of King Jujia. The number of people in this first city is fixed. If you want to enter the city and continue to go back, you will have to people in the city squeezed out and took their place. As everyone discussed, they looked at the steel where the gate recorded the ranking. I saw it not long before. There was a sudden flash of golden light on that steel, and the ranking suddenly changed. First place, Bonya. Second place, Mu Chong thousands, Qing Lin. Soon after, Jian Wushuang saw that a skinny old man flew from the city with embarrassed face. His face was extremely ugly. "I do and want to come here. This person is originally 1,000 people. In other words, The seat that belongs to this person was replaced by the middle-aged master. I saw the old and thin old man. After looking at the first city unwillingly, I didn't say much. Then he sat down and crossed his knees and began to repair. Then, on that stone tablet, Jingguang was still flashing, only to see that the ranking of the Qinglin dominated one after another, until it reached the middle position before stopping. At this scene, there was a sudden exclaim outside the gate of the first city. 632. Qinglin dominates this time. The rules and regulations contained in that city are far stronger than those outside this city. Maybe Qinglin's master might have a chance to impact the second city. Time passed slowly. Jin Wushuang did not rush into the city, but watched calmly. During this period, Jin Wushuang saw one after another, but most of them ended in failure, and only a few people succeeded. It is worth mentioning that the master of the Wuhai went to the city and succeeded, and the ranking was not low, which was higher than that of the Qinglin leader, ranking 518th. As for the new man who was taken away by the Wuhai master, Jin Wushuang never saw it again. After a few more days, Jin Wushuang stood up with no expression on his face and walked towards the gate. In the days of observation, he has fully understood the rules of the ancient road in the starry sky. Naturally, there is no need to sit here and waste time. Dominate the 5th series? The 5th level dominates the city, which is rare. Who is dominated by this 5th series? When some of the ultimate masters outside the city gate saw the situation, they gave a flick. Suddenly, the group of Sansho Alliance members shrank their pupils and then sneered on their faces. Isn't that the boy who rejected us at the beginning? It looks like this kid has confidence in himself. I hope this person prays in his heart not to meet the Black Sea, otherwise. Ha ha ha, this person is afraid that he cannot come out alive. Wu Jinshuang, with a calm expression, walked towards the city gate step by step. With a deep muffled sound, the gate opened and Jin Wushuang stepped in. Rumble. The gate of Wuqing slowly closed, and the figure of Jin Wushuang disappeared into the sight of everyone. The people outside the city gate looked up and looked towards the stone monument outside the city gate with interest. Rarely, it is the 5th grade that dominates the repair for the city. Chapter 4207. The first is more. With a gust of wind blowing, Jin Wushuang looked at him with a calm expression. I saw a barren land in this city, but the breath of divine power and law was very strong. There are countless low-lying halls built in this city. Each of them is hung with a wooden sign engraved with different numbers. From 1,000 to the first, a whole 1,000 low-lying halls are arranged in a one. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. From the moment he stepped into the first city, he felt that in this world, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes that were watching him. Wu Jianwushuang knew that this was not his illusion. The master of those eyes, if he did not guess wrong, would like to be the master. Wu Jianwushuang didn't care. He walked in front of the door of the thousand palaces and immediately took down the wooden sign and knocked on the door. The next moment, I saw a burly man holding a sledgehammer and striding out of the temple. The 5th grade dominates? The burly man looked at Jin Wushuang and saw that Jin Wushuang's breath was only fluctuating at the 5th level, and he suddenly curiously gave a quiet beep. Immediately, he shook his head and said in a rough voice, I am a giant god, little one. Do you want to challenge me? Wu Jianso nodded his head, his expression calmly, yes. Let's get started. Immediately, an invisible wave surged in the void, covering the place where the two were. This intangible wave, the vast horror is extremely extreme, and Rao is a sword unparalleled, cannot help but be surprised. This should be the rules in the ancient road, to determine the winning and losing of the two sides, and to protect the fighting between the two, will not cause a residual wave, affecting other people around. Jin Wushuang's mind flashed. Roar. I saw the burly roar violently, the whole boat's skin appeared red, and the blue tendons were twisted like tree roots. He lifted the sledgehammer and slammed hard at the sword unparalleled. Wu Jian's double-sided hammer on this incomparable majesty, his expression was dull, and he slowly raised his finger toward the burly man. A loud bang exploded, and I saw the sledgehammer split apart. The sword's unparalleled finger stopped at his forehead in the eyes of the burly man. A sign. Wu Jianwushuang looked calm and continued to walk towards another temple. How is it possible? The burly man opened his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang's back with a stare. Immediately, a cold sweat rose from his forehead. The finger just now, as long as you push 3 inches forward, you can kill him. First city, outside the gate. Success? Zima, how is that possible? Isn't this person dominating the 5th grade? Could it be that I'm wrong? Will this man come from the prince who is born by the top forces? To defeat the enemy across borders, Zura, this is not common. Many of the masters discussed with an interested look on their faces. They are not so frightened. After all, this ancient starry road has gathered the universe's arrogant and evil spirits who can cross the border to kill the enemy. They have stayed here for so many years and have seen a few. It has long been strange. On the stone tablet, the number 1000th seat, the words Julie dominate gradually disappeared, replaced by the word blood sword. After Julius came out, ask him what is going on, and how he can't even beat a 5th-ranked dominator. Wu Yu, the ultimate master who is familiar with Julie, joked. After a long wait, everyone saw Julie dominate the disgrace and walked out from the gate. July dominates. What is the situation with that blood sword? Tell us? Dominated by Julie, you can be ashamed this time, but you have been defeated by a 5th-level kid. Is that something good for you, boy? Julie's friends deliberately laughed and joked. Julie dominated Wan Yin, glared at them, and hummed. Who are you, Julie? What are the benefits? After a long pause, the master of Julie took a deep breath and said solemnly, this person's horror means. If you haven't seen it before, don't talk nonsense. After finishing talking, Julie stopped talking, and instead sat down with her knees crossed. Her eyes flashed with a touch of complexity. Until now, he still had a lingering fear. That finger is really terrifying. He lost his convictions. Julie, he really is as scary as you say? Well, tell the big guy. How did you lose? The ultimate master around him chuckled and laughed. In their view, the giant master said this, but he just found himself stepping down. After all, only by saying the sword Wushuang is powerful enough can he look less embarrassed. Julie dominated Wen Yin, glanced across the faces of these ultimate masters, took a deep breath, stretched out a finger, and slowly said, this man defeated me with only 1 finger. As soon as this sentence fell, everyone in the audience was shocked. What? Only 1 finger? Julie, do you mean it? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but a slight change in complexion. You must know that the cross-border defeat of the enemy and the hard effort to defeat the enemy are different. As the people questioned toward the master of Julie, I saw someone suddenly exclaiming in the crowd, look, the ranking of the blood sword has risen again. Everyone hurriedly looked at the steel. I saw the word blood sword on the stone tablet, which is soaring at a speed like a bamboo shoot. 99th place blood sword. Number 998, blood sword. 865, blood sword. 63, blood sword. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang's ranking on the steel suddenly soared to the 663th place, just lower than the first Qinglin dominator. At this moment, the outside of the city gate became as quiet as death. Everyone was caught in front of the scene, and the shocked eyes almost fell down. They watched with all their might, Jian Wushuang's ranking, soaring forward without any staying. Almost when they just blinked and looked again, Jian Wushuang's ranking had already moved up a step. I remember the last time I came to the first city, the promotion speed was so fast, or the great prince of the kingdom of God. An ultimate master, said with a swallowed throat. Isn't that saying that this man is the kind of heavenly pride that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the great prince? There was the ultimate dominator of tongue. Amongst the crowd, the only person who has a casual repair alliance has a slightly unpleasant expression. Well, this person deserves to be compared with the great prince? But the great prince has a famous invincible master in the entire universe. From which nest did this person emerge? Among the Sanzhou alliance, There is a famous master who disdains Long who said, everyone heard the words and couldn't help but look at him. Chapter 4208. Second more. Unexpectedly, I still underestimate this person, but this blood sword should be almost the same here. Wu Hai is in the 518th place. This blood sword meets Wu Hai, and it is definitely not good. The ultimate master of the Sanzhou Alliance smirked. However, it was such a discussion of the people that Jian Wushuang's ranking suddenly surpassed King Lin's dominance and reached a point where it was more advanced. The first city, inside the city. A sign, Ji Jian said with no expression on both sides, and then proceeded to the temple in front. From beginning to end, Jian Wushuang only used one finger. No matter what the ultimate master, Jian Wushuang only pointed to the past, and the majestic divine power directly crushed it. The time passed slowly, and Jian Wushuang's ranking also skyrocketed with it. In just a few hours, the ranking of Jian Wushuang reached 519. The next one is the Wu Hai master who has previously recruited Jian Wushuang. Wu Jinshuang looked calm and walked step by step to the door of the hall with the number 518 wooden sign. He reached out and knocked on the door of the hall. Immediately, the master of Wu Hai came out of it. Is it you? When the master of Wu Hai saw Jian Wushuang, he was shocked, and then there was a cloudy look on his face. He is not a fool. Otherwise, he would not kill so many newcomers at the gate of the first city without ever kicking the iron plate. When Jian Wushuang can come to this position, it naturally represents Jian Wushuang's strength, far beyond his imagination. Blood sword, I didn't expect you to be able to come to this position. No wonder he was unwilling to join us at the beginning. Wu Hai's dominion resuspended a kind smile on his face. With his rather thick, fat face, it seemed to be in human harm. Wu Jianshou sneered in heart. This person is a smiling tiger, looking at the kindness, but he is not sure what kind of bad tricks he is thinking. Master of Wu Hai, let's start. Jian Wushuang said lightly. Blood sword, I do and T need to fight between us. I exhausted the strength of 9 cattle and 2 tigers, and finally managed to climb to this position, and you really look relaxed with blood sword. I know myself, I do and T think it will be your opponent. Wu Hai's master scratched his head and grinned broadly. Oh, are you serious? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Of course, Lord Bloodsword. I have spent so long in this starry sky ancient road. I may not have learned anything else, but I have developed a good wink. Lord Bloodsword must be like a dragon in the sky in the future. Characters, I do and T have to show ugliness. I would like to admire the wind. Wu Hai master said with a smile. After Su said, Lord Wu Hai turned and walked towards the temples behind Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang saw this. With deep eyes, he no longer cares about him, and continued to walk to the higher-ranking temple. At this moment, the abnormality suddenly rises. The master of Wu turned abruptly, and the sweet smile on that fat face became full of violent killings. He took out a dark flag in his right hand and killed the sword unparalleledly. All of a sudden, a horrendous black mist sprang up, sending out a scream of 9 evil spirits, turning it into a huge mouth and beheading it towards Jian Wushuang. The sword is unparalleled, as if he didn't notice the horrific killing in the back, and continued to move forward. Seeing this, the master of Wu Hai laughed with a smile on his face. He can already imagine that Jian Wushuang was torn up by the evil spirits in this banner. Blood sword, go to death. Wu Hai dominated Pang Di, who was extremely incomparable. However, he didn't realize that an icy swordsman had already shot from the fingertips of Jian Wu and killed him. There is no hindrance, like a knife-cut tofu. This icy sword is straight through the heavy black mist and passed through Wu Hai's dominated eyebrow. Suddenly, the domineering sword power directly killed every inch of divine power in the Lord Wu Hai's body. Until the death, Wu Hai's master still had a big smile on his face. Jian Wushuang still hasn't looked back, not even a footstep, the hair ends of the black hair slightly raised, and continued to move forward. Outside the city gate, many ultimate masters are watching this scene without blinking. Wu Hai is dominated right away. The guy in Wuhai has always been scheming and cruel. He is not an easy character to deal with. I don't know if Blood Sword can survive this time. The ultimate masters are all discussing at will. At this moment, they have no laughter on their faces. To this day, anyone can see that although the Blood Sword's cultivation is only the 5th level, its combat power is definitely the terrible existence of the dominated ranks. As a result, they began to look forward to Jian Wushuang, and they wanted to see where Jian Wushuang could go. After all, if you can witness the rise of Tianjiao with your own eyes, it will be a beautiful conversation in the future. Outside of the city gate, the people who only take part in the alliance are not very good-looking. Well, who are they Blood Swords? The 3 princes who worship the kingdom of God, or the young emperors of the kingdom of God of the Sun, or the ancient holy places, the immortal inheritance of the Son of God? The rise of Tianjiao? Maybe it is too mythical? A master of a casual union, said sourly. As the leader of Wuhai Master, they naturally support the master of Wuhai. Correspondingly, they are doing everything they can to devalue Jian Wushuang. You see, the ranking of Blood Sword has stopped. Sure enough, it seemed to verify their guess. When Jian Wushuang rose to the 529th place, the rising speed stopped abruptly. Ha ha ha, I said. How could this Blood Sword be the opponent of Wuhai? Suddenly, the Scattermaster who previously derogated Jian Wushuang laughed. However, before he finished laughing, he suddenly seemed to be choked up by his throat, and his arrogant laughter came to an abrupt end, and his complexion turned into a pig's liver color. I saw a flash of golden light on the steel, and the name belonging to the master of Wuhai was slowly erased by an invisible large hand. Wuhai, he lost to the kid's hands? The Sanzhou master shouted unbelievably. Not lost, but dead. Not far away beside him, an ultimate master shook his head, his eyes gleaming. As people who have spent many years in this starry sky, they can naturally see the difference between defeat and death. If it is only a defeat, except for the master who ranked last in the steel, he will be kicked out of the city gate, but the others will only be ranked one by one. And if it dies inside, the name belonging to that person will be erased directly. Dead? After hearing the words of the Sanzhou Alliance, they were extremely scared. Chapter 4209. The first is more. Many of the ultimate masters looked at the glittering word Blood Sword on the stone monument, only to feel a chill straight from the backbone to the top of their heads, and they trembled, and never dared to speak wildly. The Blood Sword hasn't stopped yet. I'm afraid the goal is to go to the number 1 lord of the first city. The former master who broke the truth before that said to himself, the rules of the Shinkong Ancient Road are not that you must go to the front of the first city to be able to challenge the second city. If you want to, even if you are the last one in the first city, you can directly challenge the second city. People. For example, the main body of the first city is dominated by the skeleton. As the first person ranked first in the first city, it is natural that it is possible to break into the second city, or even the third city. However, instead of doing the crane tail in the second and third cities, it is better for him to be the city owner in the first city. Wu on the streets in the first city, Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he walked slowly. The Wu crying Excalibur, obliquely attached to his waist, has not been sheathed from beginning to end. For Jian Wushuang, these ultimate dominators are enough to crush when he is dominated by the 4th level, not to mention he now breaks through the 5th after level domination. No one was able to take his move. 510th place, 430th place, 219th place, 3rd place. The speed of the sword is unparalleled, and without a pause, it rises to the 3rd position in just half a day. At this moment, not only the people outside the city began to pay attention to the ranking of Jian Wushuang. Even those in the first city who were defeated by Jian Wushuang went to the streets, followed behind Jian Wushuang, and said nothing. Row. At the beginning, there was only one person behind Jian Wushuang. With more and more people defeated by Jian Wushuang, the ranking is getting higher and higher. Gradually, the number of people following Jian Wushuang has become black with the speed visible to the naked eye. They followed behind Jian Wushuang far away, looking at Jian Wushuang's back, full of awe. Among them, Many of them saw Jian Wushuang only at the 5th level and despised the mockers, but now they have been completely convinced by Jian Wushuang's strength and awe. Alas, in countless eyes, Jian Wushuang took the wooden sign of the second palace and knocked on the door of the second palace. After a short while, a young man in white clothing, a machete in italics, with a cold face, walked out of the temple. The first city, the second place, Muchong Shunjun. The first city of Shinggong Ancient Road. The ranking on that stele often changes. After all, everyone is the ultimate dominator, and the particularly strong has already taken the lead. Therefore, the remaining ultimate dominators, in fact, there is not much difference in strength, and the ranking is often transformation has also become a regular occurrence. But in these thousands of years, the names of only two people have never changed from start to finish. The two men are the bone marrows who occupy the top and second positions of the list, and they worship the monarchs. It is said that Mu Chongshin has amazing talents. From the beginning of his practice to the ultimate master, it only took a few chaotic times. It may not be comparable to those gods and suns in the universe, but it is placed in the level of ordinary ultimate masters, can be counted as one of the best. In these thousands of years, Muchong Shunjun has firmly occupied the second place since he entered the ancient road to the sky, and has never changed. I don't know the blood sword. This time I can still continue the previous sturdy record and defeat the Mu Chongshin. Mu Chongshin is the pride of heaven in our first city. I don't know how many people have been defeated in the hands of Mu Chongshin. Although this blood sword shows great strength, can it be the opponent of Mu Chongshin? It's really unknown. Wutsoa, yes. Mu Chong has not shot for nearly thousands of years. No one knows where the strength has reached now. Outside the city gate, many of the ultimate dominators looked at the stele and talked. If someone said to them before that there is a 5th-level master who can be promoted from the last one to the 3rd position in the first city, they will definitely sniff and treat it as a joke. But now, the fact of iron strikes is in front of them. They have no match for the sword in their hearts, and they have long lost their contempt. However, it took tens of thousands of years for Mu Chongshin to build up the prestige, so that they were more inclined to believe that Mu Chongshin would win. At the same time, a fierce discussion broke out in the first city. Muchong Shinjun is very strong, but the strength of the blood sword cannot be underestimated. You must know that the blood sword came here, but only one finger from the beginning to the end. This match, I bet the blood sword will win. Anyway, there was a good show this time. Compared with people outside the city, the people inside the city know the horror of Jian Wushuang more intuitively. The outsiders only saw Jian Wushuang's ranking soar, but they did not see that Jian Wushuang's defeated enemy had only shown one finger from start to finish. In the sound of the discussion, Mu Chongshin stepped out of the temple step by step. He ignored the discussions of the crowd, but looked at Jian Wushuang up and down and frowned. The 5th-grade master? Wu Jianshuang's expression was calm. After such questions, he had heard it no less than 100 times after entering the ancient sky. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded calmly. It's interesting. Mu Chongshin smiled slightly and continued. It's not easy to walk here with the 5th-level cultivation if you want to be talented. It's not as good as me, not much worse than me. Let us go. I'll give you a chance. Cultivate yourself to the ultimate level, and then come and fight with me. After he said that, Mu Chong Shanjun planned to return to the temple. He was quite interested. For thousands of years, someone finally came to him and shot at him. As soon as the result came out, what he saw was only a 5th-rank dominator, and he just felt that it meant nothing. He became famous in his youth and always has high arrogance. In his opinion, even if he is not fighting with him, he is not the emperor of the divine kingdom, the son of the Holy Land, but anyway, he must be the ultimate master of the top level, right? What's the matter of a 5th-rank dominion in Chotsu district? Seeing the ultimate master of this scene, many shook his head when he saw the situation. Mu Chongshin is still no one in his eyes. It seems that in the past thousands of years, the pride of Mu Chongshin has come to the point of conceit. Look at me. This blood sword is coming at the right time. This is the first city of the ancient sky. It is time to reshuffle. They whispered in disgust, and Sword Wushuang squinted his eyes, a quirky look on his face. Chapter 42:10. The second is even more. This is his first encounter. Someone said to him, "Your talent is not as good as me, even if it is the same perfect soul level." Zhu Jiawang. In terms of talent, facing Jian Wushuang is inferior to himself. Wu Jianshuang does not sound angry, but feels a bit fresh. Looks, are you finally meeting a strong man? Yin Jianhui's eyes flickered, and finally there was a sense of war. On this journey, the opponents he met almost let him have no interest in fighting, and his hands were itching to the extreme. Suddenly, although the person in front of him didn't look very strong, listening to him should be a person who was very confident in his combat ability. Cowardly and confident often comes from affirming one's own strength. In other words, he is strong. It seems that you can't deal with it at will. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Huh. The next moment, Wu Wei's divine sword appeared instantly in Jian Wush's hands. Jian Wushuang looked at Mu Chongshun. His eyes flickered with war, and he said, "Mu Chongshun, let's fight." Okay. Shimu Chongshun stepped in a footstep, turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, and raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Okay. Sword Wushuang opened. Also, I hope this battle will not leave you with a shadow of fear. Mu Chongshun sighed and shook his head again, as if he was sorry for the sword unparalleled. Immediately, he lifted the cold moon scimitar, and when he stepped on it, he suddenly turned into an afterimage and split towards the sword. 9 ways cut. Mu Chongshun drank. Huh. Suddenly, the cold moon scimitar in his hand cut out a cold moon swordman, and after shooting from the machete, the cold moon swordman was divided into 9 in an instant, and at the same time turned into 900 feet Daomong, folded from the void, split like lightning. A sharp force of divine power and the laws of the universe covered this sword, which seemed extremely powerful and mysterious, giving people a sense of dazzling and unrivaled. 9 road slash. This is the mastery of Mu Chongshun. These 9 cuts are far more simple than being divided into 9. The 9 cuts are just like the tide of high tide. One cut is stronger than the other. The whole 9 cuts are enough to instantly kill an ordinary ultimate master. Behind Wu Jin's body, many of the ultimate masters fixed their eyes and said, "And sword unparalleled," but frowned slightly. The divine power fluctuations uploaded by these 9 Daomangs appear to Jian Wushuang, although they are a lot stronger than the ultimate masters he encountered before. But it is only limited to this. It seems. That's it? Jian Wushuang felt the fluctuation of the divine power on these 9 swords, and his brows could not help wrinkling and tightening. No, there must be something wrong. This person is so confident that he can't be so weak. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, then clenched the Wu Cry Excalibur in his hand, and exploded into 20% of the divine power in his body. Daomang beheaded. This is the first time that Sword Wushuang used the sword after breaking through the 5th rank domination. This sword, although it has only 20% of the magic power of Jian Wushuang, but the burst of power is more powerful than the full blow of Jian Wushuang when the 4th level dominated. Rumble. Suddenly, the world was eclipsed, and a scarlet swordman was cut out like a big python swallowing the sun. At this place of the sword, as if the same stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, the whole house was shocked. It is impossible to use any words to describe the horror in the eyes of everyone after seeing this sword. At this moment, the entire first city shuddered at it. The scarlet sword horn shattered countless air machines directly, carry the power of destroying the heavens and the earth, and chop down towards Mu Chong God. Huh! It was almost the moment that this scarlet swordman collided with the 9 moonblades of Mu Chongshun, and the 9 moonblades were shattered one after another. And this scarlet Jianmong, only after the light dimmed a little, then cut it again towards Mu Chongshun. This? Shimu Chongshun's face changed suddenly, and he could no longer maintain the indifference and confidence on his face. He looked at the sword that was cut from the sky with the power of destruction, and his mouth began to tremble. How could it be so strong? At this moment, not only the face of Mu Chongshun changed greatly, but many of the ultimate masters who followed behind Jian Wushuang were astonished and took a breath. They expected that Jian Wushuang would be strong before, but did not expect it, But when Jin Wushuang actually shot, they would be so powerful. Break me! At that moment, the face of Junjun E of Chong Shun was flushed with a shouting expression. Suddenly, several pieces of defensive rules were treasured. They were taken out by Mu Chongshin backhand, blocking this sharp sword. This is not enough. Mu Chong is biting the tip of his tongue and directly bursting out the mystery of burning power. He successively chopped 999 swords to resist this sword. Rumble. Suddenly, a blast of noise came, blasting huge pits in the first city, raising huge smoke and dust. Alas, under the rules of the ancient road in the sky, these giant pits soon returned to their original state. Finally, the smoke gradually dispersed. Yumu Chong Shanjun shed his hair. The wolf was trembling to the extreme, panting with a big mouth, and no longer calm before. Jin Wushuang saw this, and could not help but make a long yi. Is it just that? Wu Jianwushuang secretly whispered in his heart, and suddenly came to understand. I'm afraid he overestimated this Mu Chongshin. Highway before stepping into the Shinkong ancient road. Whether it was the Supreme of Blood Wave or the King of Nine Calamities, the thought he instilled in him was that the people in the Shinkong ancient road were very strong. This also led, soared unparalleled into the sky after the ancient road has maintained his cautious attitude. This made him, when he met Mu Chong, the king subconsciously overestimated the strength of the opponent. Withdrawing his thoughts, Jin Wushuang Chaomu Mu Chongshin arched his hand and said lightly, leave. Herd Chong gods, animal husbandry, paying lip service to help twitched. He is arrogant, but he is not a narrow-minded person. He can feel it. Jin Wushuang closed his hand at the last moment. Otherwise, he would never be able to stand here unscathed. Thank you for your close hand. Took a deep breath. Animal husbandry and worship gods convinced road. Sword warriors nodded and continued walking toward the city first. And many more. At this point, animal husbandry worship gods suddenly shouted to him. Sword warriors go back and look at some puzzled expression. Animal husbandry, to worship gods. Shuejin Excellency, your strength should not be our first city, behind the city. Should be the place you go to hegemony. Therefore, Shuejin sir, you might as well go directly to the second city is. Chong gods, animal husbandry, Gongshang said. Sword unparalleled, showing off his strength. Natural. Animal husbandry worship gods before they can no longer with the attitude to deal with the sword unparalleled. Strong respect. Where it is the last word. Chapter 42:11. The first is more. Oh. Wu Jianshou raised his eyebrows, and after a moment of groaning, he smiled and said, don't you want me to challenge the bone dominate? Yes. Mu Chongshin nodded and said sincerely, blood sword, you don't know. The Bone Lord dominates the person who is not our first city, but a big man in the city behind. Deliberately put him in the first, it's just a city. The strength is far above us. If you go to the epiphysial master, if you lose, but it is nothing if you win, you will automatically drive the position of the epiphysis to dominate the urban master. At that time, the big man behind the bone will inevitably remember to hate you. The words said by the Mu Chong came from the lungs, and he said these because Jin Wushuang had just fought with him at the last moment, and he gave up his life. Wu Jianshou raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, is this bone paw dominated? Is it strong? Shimu Chong Shinjun replied, much stronger than me. Wu Jianshuang heard the words and smiled, but did not reply, but reached out, patted the shoulder of Mu Chong Shanjun, and strode towards the first city and the last temple. This time when I came to Shinkong Ancient Road, Jin Wushuang's mentality was aimed at fighting against the strong one. How could Mu Chongshin's words make him retreat? Zoi in the deepest part of the first city, a huge and magnificent palace is towering. This temple is much larger than other temples, and when viewed from a distance, it makes people feel a sense of surrender. It is emblazoned above the temple with the huge word, bone, which is where the number 1 bone dominates. Bone Lord dominates. I hope it won't disappoint me. Jin Wushuang murmured to himself, then raised his head and looked at the huge hall. A light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Jin Wushuang strode toward this huge temple. Behind him, those who were defeated by Jin Wushuang looked at each other one after another, then followed behind Jin Wushuang, a dark piece, walking towards the front. Seeing this, Yumu Chongshin bit his teeth and stepped into the flow of people. At the same time, on a stone tablet outside the first city, the four characters of Mu Chong that dominated at that moment were flashed by the golden light and disappeared immediately. Instead, it is the word Blood Sword. First city, second place, Blood Sword. Second place. Blood Sword is second. Isn't even Mu Chong the master, the opponent of the Blood Sword? Blood Sword, about to reach the top of the first city. At this moment, countless people uproared outside the gate of the first city. Yumu Chong dominates the second place in the first city and has never wavered. For almost 10,000 years, no one has been his opponent, and it is the Tianjiao who is said to have the most potential in the first city. However, today, this Tianjiao was defeated by a younger, dominated by only the 5th level master. This is a rise of Tianjiao. I dare to be sure, among the seats in the last 8 cities, there must be a seat in the Blood Sword in the future. Although the Blood Sword is modified to only the 5th level, but his combat power, in my opinion, even the strongest among the top masters, even the ultimate masters that are almost invincible, will not fall behind. If the Blood Sword ultimately dominates the realm, I am afraid that they can fight against those top evildoers in the universe, right? At this moment, countless people looked at the stone monument with the glittering word Blood Sword, enthusiastic and fascinated by it. In just one day, they watched Jin Wushuang openly, from the last one step at a time, to the second place in today's first city. They have seen many people who successfully break through the first city and enter the second city, but like Jin Wushuang, starting from the last one, they have been challenging all the way to the second. They have not seen it for a while. Dominate the repair with the 5th level. This step is unprecedented. Big Husband is like this. The ultimate master side. You said, will the Blood Sword continue to challenge the Skeletal Master to complete the Grand Slam of the first city? Or will it pass the Skeletal Master and go directly to the second city? In my opinion, relying on the character of the Blood Sword, I am afraid that I will choose to climb to the first city. You must know, what kind of feat is it to climb to the first city with a 5th-ranked series? It's hard to say that Bone Masters were not the people in our first city from the beginning. They were just big men in the last 8 cities. They were specially placed in the first city. Their strength was far greater than the people in our first city. It's a long way off. If the Blood Sword meets him, even if he can win, he's afraid it won't be easy, and it will affect the way behind. Yeah, although I really want to see the Blood Sword reach the first city, but from the perspective of my heart, I hope that the Blood Sword can avoid the epiphyseal. Otherwise, if it is in the first city and the epiphysis is dominated, if the Blood Sword wears out too much, it will undoubtedly be very bad for the next few cities. Yes, the Blood Sword is destined to belong to the last few cities, and you should not waste too much energy time in the first city. At this moment, countless people are looking forward to, and a little worried, looking at the Blood Sword, ranking on the steel. What they don't know is that at the moment in the first city, Jin Wushuang has already reached the main capital of the first city. Dan, this temple is more magnificent than other temples. It is full of scarlet lanterns, and looks a little dark in the desolate and gloomy first city. WWW Blood Sword came to teach. Jin Wushuang thinned. Yushu stood up, gently took off the wooden sign hanging on the city's main house, and said lightly, "It is good." A hoarse voice came out from the city's main mansion. Creak, creak. Soon afterwards, I saw the gate of the city's main government slowly opening, making a stale old sound. Walking in the endless darkness in the city's mansion, an old man with a skinny blood robe holding his waist stepped out of the city's mansion step by step. There was a cold breath, and then it emanated from him. Bone Puppet Master. Bone Blast Lord. The ultimate masters behind Wu Jianhua's twins had their eyes fixed. The zygomatic bone dominates. In the first city, it is definitely a nightmare. There are almost no city breakers who will challenge the zygomatic dominate. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and the bone dominated looked much stronger than those he had met before. A cold wind blew through, blowing on the blood robes of the main body of the epiphyseal body, exposing the dry, dark skin, and his voice was hoarse and said, "Right sword, right? The old man knows you. You killed the old man at the entrance of Shinkong Ancient Road. Your two masters." Wu Jianshou heard the words, but did not mean to deny it, nodded slightly and said, "Yes." Chapter 42:12. Second more. This is not a big deal. It seems that the old man will not embarrass you if you have a good talent. Unfortunately, if I read correctly, Blood Sword, are you from the Temple of Life? The epiphysis dominated the low road. Wu Jinshuang heard the words, and his pupils contracted for a while. The Temple of Life is different from other top forces in the universe. It is more like a big family, bringing together the special creatures that are wandering in the universe. These special creatures do not have exactly the same clothing and the same practice methods. Everyone has a unique way of practicing, which is completely different from the top forces such as the immortal kingdom of God or the ancient holy place. Therefore, people who come out of the Temple of Life are rarely recognized as coming from. After Wu Jinshuang stepped into the starry sky, he did not show a special atmosphere of souls. He was in control of nearly 1,000 powerful people. Among them were many knowledgeable people, but none of them recognized his identity. People who can quickly recognize me as a shrine of life. I'm just afraid of the whole universe, and only people in Diwu Temple. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes and faintly replied, "How is it? How is it not? Ukua, if it isn't, the old man wouldn't mind making a good destiny with someone like you who has good talents." The Bone Master dominated here, and the words came to a halt. Next moment, there was a sudden burst of een on his skinny face. "If you are from the Temple of Life, then I am sorry. Today you will die in this first city." Blood Sword, don't think of sophistry. The old man is a disciple under the Black Eagle Supreme Seat of Diwu Temple, and there is no possibility to read it wrong. Old man, today, I will kill the future confidant for Diwu Temple. Go to hell. Boom. He did not wait for Jian Wushuang to speak. He stepped on his foot, 5 thin fingers, carrying infinite coldness, and took a hard shot towards Jian Wushuang. Diwu Temple? Blackhawk Supreme? Wu Jianwushuang heard the words, and there was a flash of intense killing in his eyes. Diwu Shrine. Blackhawk Extreme. He can't be more familiar. At that time, he was faced with life and death in the Juri Starfield. The Black Eagle Supreme of the Diwu Temple recognized him as a special creature and wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. To rescue him, I'm afraid he is now dead in the hands of the Supreme Blackhawk. He will never forget this life and death. I watched the scourge dominated by the storm. Jian Wu's eyes were extremely cold, and he sneered, "You have made a mistake." Huh. The guilty Bone Lord who heard the ransack heard Wen Yan's footsteps, and a touch of ridicule appeared on his face, teasing, "What did the old man say wrong?" Qi Jian Wushuang raised his head. His eyes slowly condensed on the face dominated by the epiphysis. Next moment, de-aloning laughter sounded. "You don't understand. It's not my blood sword, but you that are going to die today." Boom. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang held the Wu weapon sword and severely chopped it to the Bone Master. The power generated by this sword is far more than the one that defeated Mu Chongshan before. A terror of mighty power erupted, stirring up the surrounding air, and the white waves turned upside down, howling, howling, howling. At this moment, a sound similar to the cry of the demon and the voice of the Buddha groaning came from the Wu weeping sword. Huh! Finally, the Wu crying Excalibur with no hands in the sword and the bone claw dominated the palm like a dry claw, collided fiercely. A huge shock wave exploded immediately from the intersection between the two, and the land around it was 10 inches flat. No. Rewind. The aftermath of the fight between these two men is terrifying. Immediately, some of the ultimate masters watching the battle behind Jian Wushuang retreated back one after another. Jane Mu Chong Shenjun was shocked in his heart. He thought that Jian Wushuang, even though it was strong, was not much stronger than him, but after seeing Jian Wushuang, he suddenly understood in his heart. The gap between Jian Wushuang and him is completely an insurmountable nature gap. Rumble. Wu Yuba gradually dissipated. Everyone quickly looked up and saw a thin figure. Suddenly shot backwards, hit the ground severely. That figure is really the master of the bones. Jian Wushuang stood in place, with black hair flying all over his eyes, and his eyes flashed to the extreme. On this soft power, who can you kill? Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold, his chin was raised, and he looked down at the skeletal dome that was falling far away. Kakik. The cheekbones dominated and climbed from the ground, looking hard at Jian Wushuang. His face was extremely furious. This sun obviously dominates the 5th level. How can it be so powerful? Bloodsword, you. I waited for him to stand up completely. Huh? Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. Once again, the sword was cut, and the sharp and icy sword ons directly crushed the epiphysis. Bone, who gives you confidence and dare to say kill me? Huh. A deep sword mark suddenly appeared on the body dominated by the cheekbones. He raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang stubbornly. Taiching said, Blood Sword. Who are you? News about the Temple of Life. The Bone Lord dominates the person of Diwu Temple, and is also a personal disciple under the seat of Supreme Shadow, and naturally understands a lot. According to his understanding, the Palace of Life is in the level of dominance, and there are not many strong ones. He can really take the shots. He thinks that he can defeat him. Yi Ku. The man in front of him is totally different from the description of King Jiuyao. Say, who will this person be? Kill you? You can't take the king of the 9 robbers, Jian Wushuang said lightly. The cheekbones dominated Wen Yin, and his face suddenly became cloudy. Blood Sword www. Novel. Do you think you really have a good chance of winning? The Bone Lord took a deep breath and said suddenly, Show your strongest strength directly. Jian Wushuang heard that there was no surprise on his face, which is capable of running through the universe and reaching the level of ultimate dominance. Which one has few tricks to suppress the bottom of the box? Good Blood Sword, this is what you said. I hope you don't regret it. The cheekbones dominated his tongue and licked his chapped lips with a cruel light in his eyes. The next moment, he reached out his hand tremblingly and slowly concluded, Forbidden Bone Demon. Boom! Suddenly, the bone marrow dominated the already dry body, as if the last drop of blood had been drained, and the blood color began to fade away quickly. The vast divine power in him began to burn at a horrible speed. Huh. There was a crack in his back. Huh. There are more and more cracks in his body. More and more. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene took place. I saw a sharp, black bone spur that pierced him. In just a few short breaths, the leader of the epiphysis changed from a dried-up old man to a monster with a spur full of bones bent over his body. Chapter 42:13. The first is more. This is Bone Demon. Buhal, no, Blood Sword is dangerous. For a moment, those ultimate masters behind Jian Wushuang exclaimed, Oh! Wu Jianshou raised his eyebrows, and there was a touch of wonder in his eyes. He could feel that after using the forbidden technique, the Bone Lord had turned his breath more than a few times. This is a good move, Jian Wushuang said lightly. Blood Sword, look now, who thee is going to die. A wave of terror, like gold and iron rubbing, unlike human beings, emanated from the mouth of the epiphysis. The next moment, he stepped on his foot, and the whole person disappeared instantly. He could only see where he stood before, and a huge sound boom came out. Huh. Immediately afterwards, he appeared instantly above Jianshou's sword. 5 fingers turned into sharp bone spurs, and he grabbed at Jianshou severely. This grab is many times stronger than before, just like the 5 black piercing tears in the sky, grabbing towards Jian Wushuang's head fiercely. Wu Jian's eyes were cold, and he hacked out a sword to block it. Huh. Suddenly, the skeletal master grabbed 5 fingers and grabbed on Wu Weapon's Excalibur. immediately sparking a long series of sparks. Huh. Wu Jianshou snorted coldly, turned over with his right hand, and the divine power broke out in his hand, and he severed and flew the bones. Blood sword, useless. You can't kill me. The cheekbone lord dominated with a wild laugh. But it was a flip on the ground, stood up from the ground and scathed, and killed the sword again. I saw that Bone Ye dominated the place where Jian Wushuang split and flew, leaving only a shallow white mark. I want to know that although the sword Wushuang did not really use up his magic power, the sword Wushuang's Wu Crying Excalibur has the ultimate power of the law. Blood sword. Do you think the greatest improvement of the old man after using this forbidden skill is the divine power? Cheekbone's master Zhang Kuang laughed and said to himself, "You are wrong. The oldest promotion of the husband is that unbeatable defense." The cheekbones dominated and laughed confidently. He believed that no one could kill him except the ultimate masters in the universe. Is it? Ji Jian asked without a double-sided, expressionless face. After using the band technique, this bone cricket master is indeed very difficult to deal with. If he is still the fourth-rank master and does not need those killing tricks, it is estimated that it will really be immortal at 130. But now, after breaking through the fifth-level domination, the sword's unparalleled strength is enhanced, not just a little bit. From beginning to end, the magical power used by Jian Wushuang is less than 2 Qingdu. Not to mention his third most successful source of Kendo, the laws of the universe that reach the peak, and the many killing moves that are enough to kill the invincible ultimate master. You must know that those killing moves are the source of Jian Wushuang's rule over the world. Blood sword. Now I am invincible. The cheekbones dominated his head, shouting with laughter. His voice turned into waves of horror, and some weaker ultimate masters hurried back. In his opinion, today's sword Wushuang has run out of means. Qian donkey skills are poor. Invincible? You are still really blind and confident. Jian Wushuang's expression was light. His right hand was turned over, and Wu Wei's Excalibur was retracted. Huh? Abandon the sword? Ha ha ha, blood sword. Are you going to confess to losing? The skeletal master saw this, and the face was dark and skinny, with a sharp spur on his forehead, and there was an instant of pleasure. The next moment, he lowered his head sharply, his eyes flashing with murderous light. Blood sword. Now that you confess defeat, it's time for me. Spur, go. He screamed, and suddenly, all of his bone spurs were rotated and fired, like a javelin with a strong force, containing a terrifying divine power, and violently blasted towards the sword Wushuang. Magnificent, cover the sky. Unstoppable. Suddenly, those masters behind Jianhui's body suddenly couldn't help but take a breath and exclaimed, This bone spur. Even each one has reached the level of inferiority. This bone spur, if it is a single one, may be nothing, but together at this moment is enough to kill the top ultimate master. The strength dominated by the epiphysis does not belong to the first city at all. I've heard before that the bone marrow dominated the fifth city. He was sent to the first city only because of the big man behind him. Now it seems that this rumor is not false. Hey, if it wasn't for this bone cricket master, relying on the strength of the blood sword, it would be possible to crush anyone in the first city and reach the top. Unfortunately, the blood sword met a person who did not belong to the first city at all. Everyone was discussing quickly, while looking at Jian Wushuang. Determined in their opinion, Jian Wushuang's practice of abandoning the sword is obviously to know that he can't break the defense dominated by the epiphysis, and is ready to admit defeat. In a gaze, Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he suddenly asked, Do you know how to deal with a clamoring bug? As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the room was filled with doubt. What does Chongzi mean? I did not wait for them to speak, and saw Jian Wushuang's body, a strong and mysterious atmosphere of the extreme universe of law, burst out. They swear that in this life, they have never felt such a strong atmosphere of the law of the universe. The sword had no expression on both sides, and continued to speak. Huh. The words are not finished yet. Under the blessing of the law of the universe, the sword unparalleled stepped out, and the whole person instantly turned into a residual image, which was like a ghost, and directly avoided the thousands of black bones, in a flash, appeared in front of the master of the epiphysis. The sword has no double-sided expression, and his right hand protrudes like lightning, grasping the throat to control the throat. With this grasp, the speed is extremely fast. Under the blessing of the laws of the universe, it is full of obscure and mysterious feelings. The bone crust dominates under this grasp, and it seems as if it is silly and cannot move at all. It's a bug, just pinch it. The next moment, Jian Wushuang's right hand grabbed the throat dominated by the epiphysis and lifted it up sharply. And Jian Wushuang's unfinished sentence only then came to an end. All of this is coming to an extreme, almost completed in the electric light flint. In an instant, the audience turned into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Tuck, 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 tuck. The dark and thick bone spurs only then hit the place where Jian Wushuang stood before. This? How could this be? Blood sword. How strong is it? Countless people looked at each other, shocked in shock. They didn't expect that it was just an instant that the situation had changed dramatically. Chapter 42:14. The second is even more. Dominated by bones and bones, he was lifted up by the 5 fingers of Jianshou Shuang, and only felt the 5 fingers of Jianshou Shou, just like the 5 mountains of the world, holding his throat. No matter how he struggled and roared, he could not move at all. Sun, why? How could it become stronger so much at once? The bone crest dominated the expression. Sa kill you. Why should I use a sword? Wu Jianqi's expression was indifferent. Among the 5 fingers, the majestic divine power and the sharp sword that broke the sky broke out at the same time. Immediately, the skeletal body dominated the deities as if smashed hundreds of times by a sledgehammer, and they continued to tremble. A crack appeared on his dry, dark skin. He claimed to be invincible defense, was broken. Do not. Suddenly, Bone Master looked at the crack and suddenly shouted in horror. At this moment, he felt the threat of death for the first time. The sword of Wuxian was left unheard of. Between the 5 fingers, the cold sword meant to be a snake swimming, and it was constantly bursting out in the body of the god of the bones. Liwen 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks. For a short time, the bone crust dominated the dry skin, and it was instantly covered with cracks like spider webs. His bearing point reached the limit at this moment. At last. Farewell to the world, rest assured. Your master will come down with you shortly. Wu Jianshou grasped the neck of the bone crotch master, brought him up to himself, and whispered in his ear. Immediately, the sword had no magic power and sword in his hands, and it broke out again. Ka wipe. Suddenly, the epiphysis dominates the body of the god, and then in a loud noise, the epiphysis dominates the body violently. Xingkong Ancient Road, the first city, the first person to dominate the bones, die. The audience was dead. At this moment, everyone is holding their breath, looking at Jian Wushuang with a kind of awe of eyes. I reached the top. Everyone knows that from now on, the first city has changed. From now on, the blood sword will replace the bone lord and become the lord of the first city. The crowd was quiet for a few moments, and then they boiled. Blood sword lord. Blood sword lord. Blood sword city lord. Countless people yelled. Their voices were enthusiastic. For a moment, the word blood sword was boiling against the sky, and the sound of terror was rising. Countless ultimate masters, staring wildly at the back of Jian Wushuang. Legend. And for them, Jian Wushuang dominated the strength with the 5th rank. From the last person in the first city, he lost 999 opponents in a row, and finally the decisive action of slaying the Bone Master was a legend. And how lucky they are to witness the legend. In a frantic gaze, Jian Wushou stood with his hands on his back, his expression indifferent, as if he had done only a trivial matter. It's all gone. Wu Jianshou shook his head and went straight to the main city of the first city. There, The handwriting on the wooden sign engraved with the word Ye, Guo, Ye disappeared and replaced with the word blood sword. Wu Jianshou hung a wooden sign, and in the awe of everyone's eyes, stepped into the main city hall step by step. At the same time, outside the gate of the first city, countless people are attentively watching the rankings on the steel. Their eyes are afraid to blink. At this moment, there was no sound outside the city gate. Everyone was thinking to see if the blood sword could create a miracle. After a short while, the ranking on the steel flickered with golden light. Come here. Rankings are starting to change. Blood sword really challenged the skeletal master, but I don't know if he will challenge success. Countless people stared at it. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Finally, Jin Guang gradually dispersed. First city, first place, blood sword. Boom! Suddenly, the crowd was boiling. Number 1. Blood sword reached number 1 in number 1 city. GG, miracle. Blood sword really defeated Bone Master. Ha 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 ha. I knew that the blood sword would defeat the bone sword. You still do and T believe it, and I was right. Right? I just do and T know if the blood sword will continue to go on, or stay in the first city like the bone sword. Dominate among them. I am more and more determined now, that blood sword, in the ancient road of the sky. The future must be a big man like Tianlong. Maybe it will also fight with the top Tianjiao in the universe. Countless people or exclaimed, or laughed and discussed. Suddenly, those in the Sanzhou alliance saw this scene, and immediately felt uncomfortable like eating a fly, and quietly backed away. At the moment, in the main city of the first city, Wu Jian sat cross-legged, sitting on a futon, with a strong regular atmosphere, like a sea of water rushing towards him. The farther the starry sky is, the farther back you go, the stronger the rules will be. Therefore, it also creates a stronger and stronger weaker scene. Wu Jianwu opened his eyes, and there was a flash of thought in his eyes. For him, whether it is the bone dominated or not, or the first city, it is just an episode of him in the ancient road of Shinkong. His eyes have never been placed on the first city. Therefore, when other ultimate masters saw Jian Wushuang top the first, all kinds of excitement and enthusiasm, Jian Wushuang's own heart, but there is no slight wave. The strength of this first city is not worth mentioning, but I don't know what the strength will look like in the next city level. Yan Jian's eyes flickered for a while, and now his strength, if only relying on divine power, should be the ultimate dominating top level. Jiasong, and if you add the law of the universe and the power of Kendo, Jian Wushuang can easily kill the top ultimate master. For example, the bone dominated just now, and the strength is at the top level of the ultimate domination. If you add Kaitian, Xingxing, talents and so on, etc., Jian Wushuang confident, you can kill the invincible ultimate master. The ultimate masters of this kind of invincibility, such as the Jinnan King and the 3 princes who were in the ruins of Tailuo. At the beginning, the sword unparalleled means were exhausted, and Yongyi Yijian was the only way to slay these invincible ultimate masters. But after breaking through the 5th level domination, the sword was defeated, and Jian Wushuang was confident. The king of the south, the 3 princes, and others, even if they don't rely on Yongyi and Tailuo Jiandian, he can kill them. As for the use of such powerful magical powers as Yongyi, Jian Wushuang is confident, and he is truly invincible like Zhu Jiawang, and even the ultimate master with supreme combat power, he is confident that he can fight without defeat. What's more, if his strong heart urges Tailuo Divine Sword, how powerful can it be? Jian Wushuang himself is also unknown. Time passed slowly. Jian Wushuang did not stay in the first city for a long time. After the exhausted spirit recovered, Jian Wushuang quietly left the first city and walked towards the second city. The first city is just an appetizer. The real strong people have already reached the depths of the ancient sky. After Jian Wusu looked back at the first city, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, left the first city in a big step. Chapter 42:15. The first is more. While Jian Wushuang became the first city master, the 8th city, inside a magnificent palace, a few candles were inserted in the hall of the temple, and the dim candle light swayed, which illuminated the hall very gloomily. A demon youth wearing mopping robes and black hair scattered casually, sitting on a large chair with a relaxed attitude. Beneath him, the two top ultimate masters, bending and trembling, were kneeling at his feet like servants. Master, the guy with the bones is dead? The servant on the left said cautiously. Oh? Who killed? The demon youth raised an eyebrow. Master, this black light mirror records the scene when the skeletal guy was killed. The servant lowered his head, moved his knees, carefully handed in a black light mirror, and said, Okay. The demon youth nodded his head, took the Shuangguang mirror, looked down, and saw what was playing in it. He was dominated by the skeleton and was pinched to death by Jian Wushuang. After a while, the evil young man's long fingers clipped at will, and the piece of mystic mirror was immediately torn apart. It's really a waste. Not even a fifth-level master is an opponent. The demon youth dismissed a cold hum and raised his head, his eyes flashing with thought. This person is called a blood sword. Bok tuck tuck tuck. Hitting his fingers, he beat on the armrest of the chair quite rhythmically. The two servants did not dare to breathe when they saw this. After a while, the young demon looked down at the two top ultimate masters kneeling in front of him and said lightly, You too. Now go to the fifth city to intercept the blood sword. If you see and T bring him back, you do and T have to come back, understand? When the two servants heard the words, their hearts shuddered. Yes, master. The two servants responded quickly, and then resigned with respect. After waiting for the two servants to leave, the eerie hall seemed even colder. The demon youth shook his head, leaned back against the big chair, and slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, in the distant temple of life, the mist was faint. A pot of warm spirit tea was burning on a stone table. The supreme of the blood wave and the great axe sat opposite each other, talking and laughing. After the tea is boiled thoroughly, huge axe, come and taste. But this tea was specially commissioned by the old man to remove it from the first tea tree in the universe. It has the effect of concentrating and refreshing the mind. Bloodwave Supreme rolled up his sleeves and poured tea while laughing rode. The giant axe Supreme heard the words and let go of his lips. He was not very interested in drinking tea, but only felt slowly and wasted time. Murmur. The giant axe lifts up the teacup, swallows jujube, and drinks a cup of tea buffalo directly into the belly. Seeing this, Sun Xiebua shook his head with a smile and shook his head, but he didn't care. He and Jushin had been friends for many years and knew his temperament. Donnie held up the teacup, sipped the cup of Lingling tea, smiled and said, Huge axe, have you been concerned about the news from Shinkong Ancient Road recently? What's the news? Supreme Axe raised his eyebrows and asked. He Xuanxue heard the words, raised his palm with a smile, and said, 3 days ago, I received a message from a friend on the Shinkong Ancient Road, and a great event happened to King Jujia. What's the big deal? There was a cloud of doubt in the eyes of Supreme Axe. Could it be that King Nine Calamity had an accident? But looking at the appearance of blood waves, it doesn't look like something happened to King Jujia. Sun Shuebua Supreme smiled slightly, and then said, King of the Nine Calamities, killing Dingguang Supreme? What? The King of Nine Kings killed the Dingguang Supreme? The Great Axe heard a surprise. Lu Dingguang Supreme. He has heard that there is not much strength. It is the bottom of the Supreme Realm, but that is also a real Supreme. It's extremely difficult to kill. A Supreme Fall is an earth-shattering event for the entire universe. The King of Nine Calamities stepped into the Supreme Realm shortly before, and was able to slay the Supreme Master of the same order? Is this news surely true? The giant axe slightly did not dare to channel. Sun Xiebua nodded his head and smiled. This thing has already spread on the Supreme Starry Road, and naturally there will be no falsehood. After a moment of pause, Bloodwave Supreme laughed bitterly, seeming to laugh at himself, but also reassuringly said, The perfect level of souls is really extraordinary, thinking that when I first broke through the Supreme Realm, but closed up only in the Chaos Era can he completely control his transformed Supreme Deity. Ha ha ha, Bloodwave, we such Supreme relying on asceticism. Of course, it is impossible to compare them with those Tianjiao in terms of talent. Axe Supreme smiled heartily, and then the words turned and said, "This time, the King of Nine Calamities, it is very likely that they can go with us to the universal cosmic event." Sushebwa Supreme said and said, "As long as King Nine Calamity did not fall on the Supreme Star Road, the chance of attending the cosmic event of the universe should be great." After a pause, Bloodwave Supreme sighed, sighing, and looked up and said, "Count down the time. Jin Wushuang, the little guy, should have entered the ancient sky, but I don't know how he is. After all, when it comes to the degree of fierce danger, the master of the competition in Shinkong Ancient Road is much bigger than that of Supreme Shinkong Ancient Road." "I know, you are worried about Jin Wushuang." Bloodwave Supreme smiled with a smile, and then continued, "Relax, Jin Wushuang's kid has always been clever, so we don't have to worry about it." It's also Bloodwave Supreme smiled a little, and then said, "After the Nine Calamities beheaded and killed Dingguang Supreme, I look forward to more and more. What will Jin Wushuang look like after breaking through Supreme? I want to come. It should be similar to the King of Nine Calamities." The giant axe replied. Sun Shuebwa Supreme heard the smile and shook his head without a reply. Only in his heart knows that the sword is unparalleled, but the special creature of super perfect creature. If Jin Wushuang breaks through the Supreme, I am afraid that it will be more powerful than the current King of Nine Calamities, right? The years go by and the time goes by. Blinks his eyes, and time passes. I dominate the Shinkong Ancient Road, the fifth city, and the gate. The void suddenly twisted, and then a young man in black and black robe, wearing a hood and carrying a mahogany sword box, stepped out of the void into the fifth city. Next to this young man, there was a chubby monk in a yellow robe. "Bloodsword, this is the fifth city." The chubby monk in the yellow robe laughed. "Okay." The dark-haired young man nodded and looked around, seeing the bustling scene of this fifth city. Fengshi, restaurants, and everything. Many powerful men who ultimately dominate the realm hurriedly rub shoulders on the street, passed by. For this person, he is a sword unparalleled after a armor. Chapter 42:16. Second more. In the time of Ijiazi, Jin Wushuang broke through the four cities, reached the top in the four cities, and finally reached the fifth city. In terms of overall strength, the monks in the first four cities are indeed stronger than one city. Not much for Jin Wushuang. There is not much difference. The enemies encountered are often under a sword. The battle was solved, and occasionally when it was difficult to encounter, Jin Wushuang's note of Kaitian was cut, and no one could stop it. This monk, the chubby monk, named Hao Ember, was met by Jin Wushuang in the third city. At that time, the Hao Ember was facing the siege of many powerful men. This thing that shouldn't have been Guanjian Shuang, but it was a coincidence that this group of people just blocked Jin Wushuang's way. Under the hands of Jin Wushuang, they killed all the strong ones, and the monk in yellow robe saw it. Immediately hugged Jin Wushuang's thigh. He refused to give up. Jin Wushuang saw this and took it with him. Is this the fifth city? The sword is unparalleled, and there is no surprise on his face. Starting from the second city, there is no limit on the number of stars and ancient roads. Therefore, it has also caused a lot of ultimate masters who cannot continue to move backwards, hoarding in one city. Case. Go in. Wu Jianshou shook his head, converged, and walked towards the street step by step. Sun Hao Emperor quickly followed to follow, step by step behind Jin Wushuang. On the side of the road, many ultimate masters looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang. They first tapped, and then their eyes flickered continuously, as if they were thinking about something. Bloodsword. In this fifth city, the strongest person today is the Prince of the Yin and Yang. Hao Ember dominated in the eyes of those ultimate masters on the side of the road, appearing somewhat restrained and carefully introduced. Yin Yang Shinjun? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at Hao Ember with great interest and said, "Keep talking." "Okay." Hao Emperor nodded his head and replied, "Bloodsword. I don't know much about the Yin and Yang gods, but I heard that the Yin and Yang gods have a mysterious origin, unprecedented strength, originally not the fifth city people, but suddenly came deeper from the ancient road to the fifth city. After the advent of the fifth city, The yin and yang gods killed the original owner of the fifth city in only 3 ways and became the master of the fifth city now. I said here, how Emperor dominated for a while, seeming to remember something, and patted his head and said, yes, there is one more thing. I almost forgot to say that this yin and yang is not alone. Not alone? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows, wondering, what do you mean? Yes, these yin and yang gods are yin and yang respectively. They are both the ultimate masters and the top-level strong men. The methods they practice are the same, and they have a high understanding of the power of the yin and yang. Together, it is said that even those near-invincible masters will feel tricky. How Emperor said eloquently. It's kind of interesting. Wu Jinshuang replied casually, but his gaze looked elsewhere. Nung he could feel that after he stepped into the fifth city, the people in the fifth city looked a little strangely at him. That feeling is like a wolf that has been hungry for a long time and finally waits for a lamb at the door. Although the people in this fifth city tried to conceal the greed and cruelty in their eyes, Jin Wushuang had already seen too much of this kind of eyes and naturally saw them through at a glance. Wu Jinshuang frowned, suppressed his thoughts, and continued to move forward. In a restaurant next to Miyu Road, by the window. Look, is that fifth-ranked master in black robes the one who was rewarded by Lord God? An ultimate master, his gaze was arbitrarily glanced on the royal road, but after seeing Jin Wushuang, he suddenly felt a shock and said quickly, huh? Who? Is that Lord God? The one who rewards 1,000,000 universe sources? Suddenly, all the people in the restaurant quickly crowded over and looked at Jin Wushuang. The fifth level is repaired, the back sword box. Can't be wrong. This person must be the Lord God, the person who offers the reward. So go. Hurry up and let the news of this person appear to inform Lord. Don't let others take the lead. They took a deep breath, suppressed their excitement, and hurried towards the city's main government. For a while, a conversation similar to that in a restaurant was staged around the fifth city, and Jin Wushuang still do not know that he has become the target of public criticism, but only subconsciously, the more frowns and tightened. This fifth city is weird. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He could see that as he continued to penetrate the fifth city, many ultimate masters on the roadside, after glancing at him, swept away towards the same place. Blood sword. They look at us with something wrong. At this time, the master of Hoember also found that the atmosphere was a bit wrong and swallowed. Did we provoke which big man? No, we have just entered the fifth city, and we haven't spoken to others. How can we provoke others? Hoember dominated a little doubt. Wu Jinshuang heard the words, and suddenly seemed to remember something. His eyes narrowed. Provoked? If you say who he provokes, then there is only one person. That's the epicenter of the first city. At this moment, a sudden dull footsteps came from the earth. Alas! Pong, pong, pong. Immediately, Jin Wushuang saw a team of armed acts, wearing black armor, wearing a helmet with a white-skinned black armor guard, expressionless, come towards him. They stood one step ahead of Jin Wushuang. One of the leading black armor guards first glanced at Jin Wushuang's face, and then took out a black light mirror from his waist, which seemed to be confirming his identity. Finally, the leading black armor guard retracted the Shuangguang mirror and asked without expression, "Are you a blood sword?" "It's me." Jin Wushuang nodded calmly. "Blood sword, Lord God, please come with us." He Jiaowai said blankly. As soon as the chanting voice fell, Jin Wushuang didn't say anything, but Hao Ember, who was behind Jin Wushuang, was a spirit and asked quickly, "This lord dare to ask Lord God, what is it about us?" "Huh? Who are you?" The leading black armor looked up and down at Hao Ember, frowning, and said, "It's none of your business, just step back aside." Master Hao Ember also wanted to say that Jin Wushuang reached out his hand, preventing Hao Ember from speaking. He looked at the black armor slightly and said calmly, "Take me." The black armored man nodded when he saw this and smiled lightly. "Let's go, Lord God. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 42:17. The first is more. Wu Jianshou followed behind the armor guard and walked away, but a sneer sneered in his heart. Well, I just hope that the yin and yang can be stronger. If a few swords are hacked to death, how boring. The fifth city is much wider than the previous cities. Jin Wushuang followed this team of black armor guards and walked for nearly 3 times, before walking to the main city where the yin and yang was. This city's main building is as tall as a city wall, with huge yin and yang pictures painted on the gates, full of meaning and strong rules. Blood Sword, we have just come to this fifth city, and have never dealt with the of yin and yang, you said. What did the of yin and yang look for us? How Emperor followed behind Jian Wu and swallowed. I don't know. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Although he speculated in his heart that this yin and yang should be dominated by the skeletal corpse that was killed by him, it was not known until he actually met. Blood Sword, I don't know why, I always have a bad feeling. How Emperor whispered. Oh? What's not a good hunch? Jian Wushuang heard it and asked indifferently. I don't know how to tell you, but you also know that to me in other levels, there is more or less a sense of what is going to happen. I always feel that the yin and yang is uneasy to find us. How Ember said with a sigh, shaking his head. After he said that, his eyes murmured, and he said, Blood Sword. I think otherwise, let's run away before we enter the city's main house yet? Wu Jinshuang heard the words and smiled back. How Ember, you have concerns in my heart that I can understand, so you still don't want to go in. As for me, alas. Wu Jianwushuang reached out his hand and pressed it against the gate of yin and yang, pushing it away. He sneered. As for me, let's see. What kind of ghost trick this yin and yang is playing? The heavy door was slowly opened. A beam of light shot through the crack in the door. Blood Sword, Lord Shenjun is waiting for you inside. Please go in. The black armor guard stood in front of the door, stretched out his hand, and said blankly, Please. At the same time, the team of black armor guards looming, cutting off the sword's back road. Wu Jianwushuang nodded his head and stepped into the main city hall. Seeing this, the master How Ember suddenly struggled and hesitated. I am now seeing by fools. The gods of yin and yang are absolutely conceived. I am afraid that it is easy to enter the city's main house, but it is difficult to come out. When seeing the figure of Jian Wushuang going further and further away, and soon to disappear in the city's mansion, the master How Ember finally bit his teeth and shouted, Blood Sword, wait for me. After saying this, he saw the black armor on both sides look cold and expressionless, exhaled deeply, ran out of his legs and ran towards Jian Wushuang. There are rockery pavilions and flying stone pavilions in the main city of Tanqing City, but it is a dead silence. In this dead silence atmosphere, it seems a bit depressed. Qi Jianwushu glanced at the dominated How Ember, raised his eyebrow and asked, How Ember, how did you keep up? The master of How Ember held his chest up. He replied with a smile, I can only save my life. If I retreat now, wouldn't it seem that I'm too outrageous? It's okay. God of Yin and Yang came to me. It's not your business at all. Jian Wushuang smiled, seeing How Emperor dominated with a firm expression and stopped saying anything. After a while, the two passed through a corridor, and then a dark hall appeared before them. I saw 2 old men wearing yin and yang robes, sitting in the middle of the hall. Needless to say, these 2 old men are naturally yin and yang gods. Lol, the 2 old men exploded with red hair, red eyes, fiery fierce breath all over their bodies, and a few sparks scattered around their robes and horns. Another person was wearing a black robe, and his breath was as thick as water. Between his eyes, there was a faint blue sage flashing. These 2 men are like 2 servants kneeling at the foot of the demon youth in the 8th city. However, at this moment, the 2 servants are in the shape of a great change at the foot of the demon youth. They are sitting on the hall with contemptuous glances at the sword unparalleled. You are the Blood Sword? In Shunjun sitting on the right asked. It's me. Sword Wushou stood with his hands on his back, and he humbled and said, 2 gods, what's wrong with me? What are you looking for? You don't know for yourself? The prince of the Yang was fierce, and he suddenly hummed when he heard it. Immediately, an overbearing and hot breath, as if forming a substance, came to oppress the sword Wushuang. The Howember who stood behind Jian Wu's body saw the situation, and his heart sank immediately. This is to give Blood Sword a disappointment. Originally, he was still wondering if he could find a chance to be good. Now, looking at the appearance of this yin and yang god, he may not be good. Jian Wushuang saw this, and a slight sneer evoked in the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty? Huh? Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's third primary source of sword intention broke out, and a sword intention that tore the heaven and earth suddenly rose into the sky. Once this sword came out, it directly crushed all the breath of the Yang Shenjun oppression, and then patted it towards the Yin Yang Shenjun like the tide of the sea. Bold. Presumptuous. Suddenly, the Yin and Yang gods both stared at each other with anger on their faces. Huh. Finally, the ripping sword came crashing into the sky. Yin Yang Shenjun quickly drew up his divine power and reached out to spread the sword. Wu Jin saw this, and he didn't care about it. This sword was originally issued by him at random. He didn't even think about killing them. After patting the sword, the Yin and Yang gods looked at Xiang Jianwushuang. His eyes flashed to the extreme. Blood Sword, the old man is too lazy to go around with you. I ask you, but you killed the Bone Lord? Yin Yang Shenjun looked cold and said at the same time, what? Blood Sword killed the Bone Lord? As the man in the third city, he naturally experienced the first city. Therefore, he also knows the identity of the skeletal master. But in the back city, a big man deliberately planted in the first city. Suddenly, Howember dominated. He looked up at the Yin and Yang god, fearing that the two men, who are also the big man, arranged to intercept the sword unparalleled. I killed it. Jian Wushuang stood on his back, faintly returned. He acted frankly throughout his life. He was dominated by the bone skeletal. He killed and killed. Naturally, he would not deny it. Okay, the old man likes you who are straightforward people, Blood Sword. Not to mention that the old man doesn't give you a chance. You can decide for yourself now. We can do it in the province, and you can die easily. Yin said. His eyes flashed and he smiled coldly. Chapter 42:18. Second more. Self-determination? Wu Jinshuang heard the words, as if he had heard a funny joke, and couldn't help laughing loudly. Next moment, Qi Jian Wushuang smiled, and looked at the Yin and Yang gods, scornfully. What are you two? Do you deserve to let me decide? The words came to an end, and the Yin and Yang gods were suddenly overshadowed. Stunning! Blood Sword, you it! Shouted Yin and Yang. Then, with a wave of their hands, they yelled, Black armor, kill me! Rumble. Suddenly, they saw the two teams wearing the black helmets and holding the ultimate master of the long axe, taking a neat pace from outside the main hall and rushing quickly. Kill! Dull voice from the black armor guard composed of these two teams dominated. When the two of the Yin and Yang gods saw this, the corners of their mouths suddenly aroused a smirk. Blood Sword, we wanted to give you a chance to make your own decision. As a result, if you don't cherish it, you will blame us for being merciless. Blood Sword, don't blame us. If you blame it, blame you for killing the waste in the bones and annoying our master. After speaking, the Yin and Yang closed his eyes and stopped looking. Everyone in this team of black armor is the ultimate dominator. For a total of 24 people, even if the two of them join forces, they will feel headaches. They don't think that Jian Wushuang can survive the strangulation of these two teams of black armor guards. Suddenly, the two teams of black armor leaped at the same time. The divine power gathered in the hands of the axe, fiercely chopped towards the sword unparalleled. 24 axe lights flicker, and the hall shines brightly. No. Blood Sword retreats. Master Howember's face changed greatly, and he shouted, Back! Wu Jinsho sneered. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Native chicken tile dog. Huh? With the sound of a sword, Wu Weiss Excalibur came out instantly. I saw Jian Wushuang's right hand flipped, and the whole Bodis blood-stained Wu weapon sword suddenly appeared in Jian Wu's hands. Immediately after that, Jian Wushuang's sword crossed the sky, and the third strength power of Kendo's origin broke out. Huh. The 24 white axe lights suddenly split on the Wu weapon sword, and 24 loud sounds broke out. Wu Jinshuang only felt a sink in his hands. The 24 black armored guards' joint hit was really extraordinary. Even if he now relies on divine power, he feels a little hard. Is this the strength of Fifth City? Yin Jin's eyes flickered. The Fifth City was indeed much stronger than the previous cities. Even if it was just the strength of a black armored guard, it could be called the top 100. Unfortunately, if this strength wants to kill me, that's not enough. The next moment, Jin Wushuang sneered, and more than 12,000 times his power suddenly burst out, and he picked up fiercely. Karub. Shua, a flash of sword light flashed. Suddenly, the 24 black armored guards Chi-Chi retreated backwards, and the body of the shook wildly. There was a crack in the black axe. Kill. 24 black armor guards looked at each other, and the faces covered by the helmet showed only a pair of eyes, flashing the color of determination. 24 Heijiaowai. Once again killing swordsman. Blood sword, it'll help you. Seeing this, the master of How Ember suddenly bit his teeth and a long knife appeared in his hand, killing the 24 Heijiaowai. However, How Ember can't control the strength of the third city. How can he be the opponent of this black armor? He was only swept away by that axe, but he was blocked for 3 breaths, and he was forced to retreat by an axe. Jin Wushuang saw this and shook his head with a smile. Immediately, Jin Wu's eyes twisted, looking at the black leap guard that leaped at him at the same time, and his eyebrows gradually cooled. Endless, isn't it? Next moment, Wu Jin's fingers crossed the blade of Wu Weapon's Excalibur, and he whispered, "Open heaven!" Suddenly, the Wu crying sword in his hand heard the cry of God and demon, and the Buddha groaned. A sharp fengrui reached the extreme Jianmong, condensed on the Wu weapon sword. A wave of mighty power destroyed the sky, and it radiated from the blade. Cut! Wu Jinshuang twisted his eyebrows, lifted his right hand holding Wu weapon sword, and then chopped down fiercely towards the 24 Heijiaowai. Rumble! With a bang, this Jin Meng was chopped on the 24 black armor guards. At this moment, the sword power of the sword is more than 12,000 times, and the third strength Kendo original power is no longer half-pressed and all erupt. Huh! I saw that as the natural disaster of the end came. The whole hall was torn apart instantly, and the thick eaves were lifted directly, raising countless dust. Suddenly, the 24 black armor guards were smashed. First, the black axe in their hands, crushed inch by the sword, and then saw the treasure armor of the 24 black armor guards, blasting a crack, and finally during the explosion, the armored company took them 24 people, all turning into powder. I slaughtered 24 ultimate masters with one sword. Beneath this sword, 24 Heijiaowai died. None of them survived. Hit this sword. The whole city is a sensation. Fifth City. Whether it was pacing on the Imperial Road or retreating in secret, at this moment, all looked up and looked at the location of the city's main government. What happened? Hurry up, there are battle fluctuations in the main city. Who fights in the city's mansion? Is someone going to challenge the Yin and Yang god? This person is so good at Kendo. For a while, countless people moved by the wind, striding towards the city's main mansion. In the main city of Tanqing, Rao made it protected by the rules of the ancient road in the sky, but also turned into a ruin. Countless fumes filled the sky, and in a piece of wall debris, Jin Wushuang's black hair flew up, holding the sword's combat power. Behind him, How Ember dominated his and slumped on the ground, frightened by Jin Wushuang's sword. My life-saving benefactor is too powerful, isn't it? How Emperor dominated his tongue in shock. From beginning to end, he followed behind Jin Wushuang, and when Jin Wushuang defeated his enemies, he looked like a cloud of lightness, so he never thought about how strong Jin Wushuang would be. Where did I think that Jin Wushuang's shot was so shocking? Blood sword, we underestimated your strength. The bones died in your hands, and it is not wrong to die. A breeze blew past, taking away the dust. The duo Yin Yang and Shinjin's faces were extremely gloomy, and they said, originally, the demon youth ordered them to come and kill Jin Wushuang. They only thought it was a beautiful errand. It was the main thing to come out and relax. It was only incidental. However, the sword that was unparalleled by the sword just made them understand. This blood sword is afraid that it is more difficult to deal with than its own imagination. Chapter 42:19. The first is more. There is so much nonsense. Qi Jianwuxuang's expression was calm, and he looked at the yin and yang slightly. The next moment, the sword was swaying without a figure, killing the yin and yang god. Arrogant. The yin and yang gods looked at each other, then drank at the same time. Supernatural power, Yanlong. Supernatural power, miles of frost. In an instant, the area where Jian Wushuang was located first, the temperature plummeted, and the force of the icy cold to the extreme dropped, and numerous broken arms and ruins became ice sculptures. Under this icy cold power, all speeds have slowed down, and the sword unparalleled Wu Weeping Sword has thin frost. Also, this frost continued to extend upwards along the blade of Wu Weapon Sword, and seemed to freeze the sword Wushuang. Wu Jian's pupils shrunk slightly, and he could feel that under the power of this cold, his whole body of boiling spirits began to become slow and dull. And this doesn't stop. The magical power in the hand of Jaina Yang was stirred by his hands. Numerous divine powers condensed and turned into a huge dragon that can swallow the sun. Go with. Xinyang Shinjin's head was flying with red hair, and he pushed forward hard, and then, the huge Yanlong flowing with magma suddenly made a roar that shook 9 days and 10 places, and Zhang Yao's claws came towards the sword without biting. The two major killing moves issued by the god of yin and yang, and at the same time killing the swordsman. Even though it was Jian Wushuang, when he saw the two major killing moves, his face was a little dignified. After the yin and yang gods had done all of this, they suddenly carried their hands and looked at each other with a pride on their faces. Imagine that the two were the ultimate masters in the universe before being conquered by the demon youth, and they were the giants of the 8th city. They are confident. With their two hands together, it is not a problem to win a 5th rank in Sword Warriors. Howling. The magma dragon that was transformed by the savage divine power of the god of the sun was entangled in the sky, and a huge heat wave spewed out of its breath, burning the void. Above the earth, it was turned into a glacier of thousands of miles, and the land under the swordless feet was covered with frost. The broken walls and fragments were transformed into huge ice sculptures. The whole world seemed to be transformed into an ice and snow world. The primal power of the rule realized by the two princes of yin and yang, one extremely yin and one extremely yang. At the moment, they are working together to change the world, and the horror is extremely extreme. Wu Jian Wushuang held the Wu weapon sword and stepped into the void. As if sinking into the world of ice and fire, his expression became a little serious. It is indeed a strong man coming out of the back city, and it is much stronger than the master of the first 5 cities. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, Gu, this ancient starry sky is indeed the place where all the powerful dominators in the entire universe gather. The ultimate dominator in it is not only a great number, but also a quality higher than the outside world by several grades. If this yin and yang is placed outside, it is absolutely supreme, which is enough to dominate the existence of a party in the dominating realm. As a result, in this ancient sky, it has become a servant of others, and even the last 8 cities where the true strongman has not entered. Qi Jian Wushuang has long heard that Xingkong Ancient Road, 18 cities, and the 10th city as the watershed, the real strong. Those who dominate the abnormal existence, Tianjiao evil, are fighting in the latter 8 cities. Converged his thoughts, Jian Wushuang faintly looked at the yin and yang gods and said, This yin and yang rule is good. If you grow up later, you may hit the threshold of thinking about the kingdom of God. The yin and yang gods stood with their hands in their hands. When they heard the words, they raised their eyelids and looked scornfully at Jian Wushuang. They said, Blood sword, you have a little eyesight. Since you understand the strength of the husband and wife, please be good. Hold your hands and follow us to see the master. If you please the master, Maybe the master is in a good mood and reads that you can be a slave and spare your life if your talent is acceptable. As soon as the words came to an end, However, who had long been stunned by the yin and yang gods, was dominated, and suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang with anticipation. He hoped that Jian Wushuang could trust the master behind this yin and yang god. Think about it, the yin and yang gods alone are so powerful, so how terrible are the masters behind them? The good birds choose wood and live, and the wise men choose the master. For the ancient road of the sky, it is a very normal thing for the weak to attach to the strong. After all, there are strong men everywhere in this ancient starry sky, and the killing is extremely cruel and brutal. If you can attach to a strong man, you will find yourself a strong backing. What's more, if the strong person that he is dependent on can fortunately stand out from the ancient sky and get the qualification to participate in the cosmopolitan event, then as a dependent person, he can naturally rise to the sky and go to the cosmos grand event. It can be said that, apart from those who are extremely confident in their own strength, or those who have stepped on the peak of the universe's dominance, other people, more or less, will choose the strong to attach. He is like, for example, the master of However. Isn't he it equivalent to the sword attached to the sword? Finally, in the eyes expected by the master of However, Jian Wushuang sighed suddenly and said, Yin Yang Shunjun, do you not want me to self-discipline? Or you want me to be the slave of your master? You treat my blood sword as who is it? What kind of person? The yin and yang gods heard the words and laughed suddenly. Blood sword, blood sword. Is it because you don't understand the principle of the weak to surrender the strong? Smiling young Shinjin's face was cold and hummed coldly. Blood sword, don't know how to deal with it. This is the last chance given to you by your husband. In this life, you must understand and grasp the opportunity. Otherwise, the opportunity, once you miss it, you won't come again, you know? Wu Jinshuang heard the words, too lazy to say anything, and sneered, stupid. The sound of the words fell to the ground. The sword Wushuang did not hesitate again, and he stepped hard, and he would condense into the ice floor, step out of a large pit, and his body blasted out like a cannonball, looting towards the two gods, yin and yang. You ungrateful animal. The yin and yang god snorted, Yin Long, go. Miles are frozen up. Boom. Immediately, the magma Yanlong, who was entangled in the sky at first, opened his mouth and roared, spit out the breath of the giant Martian dragon, and then his tail flickered, biting towards the sword unparalleled. Wu Jin's eyes were cold, and the majestic divine power was infused into the Wu weeping sword. The sword of Kaitian was cut again, and he severely slashed at the magma Yanlong. Huh! Under Jian Wushuang, the ice peaks as thick as the mountains stood up, with the power of cold terror, stabbed towards Jian Wushuang's body severely. Get away! Wu Jin's eyes rose sharply by 3 inches, and he sighed coldly, and his right foot stepped directly toward this ice peak. For a while, Jian Wushuang defeated both yin and yang at the same time with 1 enemy and 2. Chapter 42:20. Second more. Huh! I saw a weeping blood on the Wu weapon sword, and severely slashed on the head of the magma dragon. Rumble. A thunderous explosion exploded. Roar. I saw the Yanlong screaming in pain, and on its skull, a deep sword mark spread from the head to the tail, as if to cut this magma Yanlong in half. Beneath this sword, this magma dragon, condensed from divine power and the rules of yin and yang, shrunk by half, and countless divine powers were worn away. Huh! And the huge ice peak that came towards Jian Wushuang was directly crushed by Jian Wushuang's one step. Wusong, Yi, Yi, Yi Jiao, directly break the 2 major killing moves of the yin and yang gods. This boy. Seeing the yin and yang gods, the pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was a bit ugly. However, this scene also fell into the eyes of many Fifth City masters who were coming to watch the war from all directions. Their rushing footsteps suddenly stagnate, and their bodies startled. Actually, there really is someone fighting against Lord Shinjun. Isn't this person the one who was rewarded by Lord God? This person is so strong. Obviously, only the fifth grade dominates the repair, but the two of them can fight at the same time without falling into the wind. They looked up at Jian Wushuang one after another. Their breathing was a little rapid. Yin and Yang Shunjun, you two have this strength. How confident are you? Can you say that you want me to arbitrarily? Dare to say that you want me to be a slave to you? Jian Wushuang looked coldly, looking at the two men of Yin and Yang. The Yin and Yang gods heard the words. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and they looked at each other. The fierce-tempered Yang gods immediately said, "Blood sword. You must be proud." After finishing speaking, Yin Shinjun's expression became dignified again. Yang Shinjun, don't keep your hands. Be careful to capsize in the gutter. Although Xinyang Shanjun has a fierce temperament, he is not a brainless person. He nodded and heard Xinyin said, Yin Shinjun, then use that trick directly to suppress this kid. Okay. Yin Shinjun nodded. Immediately, the atmosphere of the two gods, Yin and Yang, skyrocketed. The power of the two laws of Yin and Yang is rising, and they are constantly intertwined in the air, but they gradually merge together. The Yin and Yang rules realized by the two people are originally from the same root and complement each other. At this moment, they are fused together without any hindrance. I saw that after the two rules were merged together, it was gradually practiced and turned into a Yin and Yang pattern that swept the world. This Yin and Yang pattern covers the sky, and a horrible power, like the grinding disk that annihilates the sky and the earth, will shatter the air of nothingness. Oh! Jian Jianhui's eyes narrowed for a moment, and there was a strange color on his face. No wonder the Bone Lord dominates and the Yin and Yang are the servants of the big man in the back city, but the Bone Lord dominated and was directly inserted into the first city. The strength between the two is really too different. Blood sword, die. The next moment, the Yin and Yang gods burst into drink at the same time. Suddenly, this Yin and Yang array was pressed fiercely towards Jian Wushuang. The mighty might suppress the quartet. If placed outside, it would be enough to destroy a star directly. This is the trump card of Yin Yang Shunjun. Yin Yang Shinjun is indeed a strong man from the back city, is much stronger than us. For a moment, those fifth city strongmen who came from all directions to watch the crowd shook their heads and marveled. Blood sword, hold on. He was dominated by Hao Ember and looked at this scene stubbornly. The atmosphere did not dare to pant, and a heart fell into his throat. In the void, Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold and his black hair fluttered. Kanji looked at the huge Yin and Yang pattern rolling towards him like a big sun, exhaling deeply, and spit out two words, cut, star. Huh. Suddenly, the turbulent wind in the air, the floating dust, everything, turned into the purest energy, rushing towards the sword without hands. Not only that, including those who dominate the distance, the weapons in their hands seem to be pulled, and in their appalling eyes, they unconsciously converge towards the sword without hands. Magnificent, cover the sky. Finally, everything, all infused into the sword without hands, turns into a silver sword rainbow with a length of 100 feet. This sword began when Jian Wushuang first realized it in the first battle with Zhu Jiawang in the Life Shrine Proving Ground. After Jian Wushuang broke through the ultimate of the fifth, reached the level of Dashang. This sword is enough to destroy the stars. This sword is enough to split the galaxy. The next moment, the sword held by Zhang Jianhong without hands. Black hair fluttered, and his eyes skyrocketed by 3 inches. Choose. Boom. Immediately, this silver sword rainbow split. When you hit this sword, the weather waves are split directly, and the heavens and the earth under the sword are split in half. Huh. Instantly, this 100-foot-long silver sword rainbow collided fiercely with the crushed Yin and Yang sword picture. Like a knife-cut tofu, on this Yin and Yang map, it was directly split into 500 feet. He is like a chaotic knight torn by lightning. This Yin and Yang sword is instantly shattered. Take this sword, destroy it, destroy everything. Domineering to the extreme. What? Suddenly, the Yin and Yang gods were trembling, and the anger in their eyes turned into fear. And the silver sword rainbow, after splitting the yin and yang array, just a slight meal, and then split again towards the yin and yang god. Escape. Yin and yang god see this, Yadzur want to crack. Turn your head and go away. Can you escape? Wu Jin's eyebrows are cold, and he holds the silver sword rainbow in his hand, as if the gods were born. Talent of supernatural powers, primitive universe. Qi Jin Wushuang said coldly. Suddenly, an intangible field came to the audience, and the distant footsteps of Yin and Yang Shinjun suddenly slowed down, and the silver sword rainbow, finally cut off. The thief is so daring? The old man's master is Tianxi Langjun. The Yin and Yang gods are horrified. The whole body is surging, want to resist. However, everything is useless in the face of absolute power. First of all is the violent Yang Shinjun. Under this sword, the body is covered with cracks like broken glass. Immediately afterwards, Yang Shinjun's body collapsed instantly, and countless divine powers were crushed under the silver sword rainbow into powder. Seeing this scene, the god of Yin suddenly turned pale. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the silver sword rainbow of Yang Shinjun was beheaded and killed again on Yin Shinjun. I saw that the body of Yin Shinjun began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and countless divine powers were worn away. This life is off. The Yin sighed and gave up the struggle. I was just when my whole body was about to be completely crushed and my life was hanging. Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow suddenly dissipated. Chapter 42:21. The first is more. Huh? What's going on? Suddenly a sudden ecstasy of the goddess of Yin. He thought that it was someone who had rescued him and saved his life. He quickly looked up. However, I saw Jin Wushuang faintly withdraw the Wu weapon sword in his hand and looked at him facelessly. Blood sword, what do you mean? Shinin Shanjun asked, but in his tone, there was less collision and provocation. Although he didn't know why Jin Wushuang had spared his life at the last moment, it was always fortunate to be able to pick up the next life in Jin Wush's hands, no matter what the reason. At this moment, we dare to provoke Jin Wushuang again. Jin Wushuang stepped in the void and stood with his hands indifferent. He said indifferently, "You, my life. I will stay for a while. You go back and tell the Tian snake Langjun behind you. Wait for me obediently in the back. It won't be long before I will come in person." Jin Shenjun heard that his pupils suddenly shrank. Blood sword, don't you really kill me? In Shenjun said unbelievably. Just let you live for a few days, give you a chance to be buried with your master. Jin Wushuang replied indifferently. Xuanin Shenjun heard the words and immediately rejoiced. Oh ha ha ha, blood sword, this is what you asked for. Okay, blood sword, let's go and see. In Shenjun dared not say more, for fear of saying something wrong, annoyed Jin Wushuang and made him change his mind. After I finished speaking, the Yin god Jun turned around instantly and howling away hurriedly away. Wu Jianshou shook his head indifferently. The Yin god king was nothing but a cricket ant that could be destroyed. If he wanted to kill, he could do it at any time. He is the Tian snake Langjun behind him, who is Jin Wushuang who really wants to kill. Far away. Blood sword. Sun Hao Emperor dominated with excitement and trembling, looking at Jin Wushuang frantically. I won. The blood sword won. That Yin and Yang is the old and ultimate master in the realm of dominance. When he was not conquered by the king of the snake, he was also the number one in the universe's dominion. Forgiveness is when the master of Hao Ember has not yet stepped into the ancient road of stars. I have heard the name of Yin and Yang. But these two people were defeated by the blood sword, and Yang Shenjun died directly. If it wasn't for the blood sword's final take-up, I am afraid that the god of Yin and God will die here, and there will be no god of Yin and Yang in the world. Strong. Too strong. The strength of the blood sword is absolutely enough to compete with those top Tianjiao evils in the starry ancient road. Hao Ember dominated his eyes, and at this moment, he was completely convinced by the sword unparalleled, and he did it in his heart. It is planned that no matter what happens in the future on Shinkong Gulu, you must follow Jin Wushuang. This kind of powerful but peaceful backing is hard to come by forever. I must hold fast. In the void, Jian Wushuang lowered his head and smiled at the hostess of Hao Ember, and then stepped out of the air step by step in the awe of many fifth cities. At this moment, his whole body is converged, but he seems to be stepped on the ladder by every step. He is a simple black robe, and his breath is not only dominate the fifth series. Everyone present is higher than him. However, at this moment, everyone in the audience looked up at him without anyone, and they dared to have wanton faces. Alas, Wu Jin stepped on the ground with one step, glanced at Hao Emperor, and said lightly, "It's over, let's go." Yes. The master of Hao Hao rubbed his face quickly, and the exclamatory response was that he immediately rushed forward and followed behind Jian Wushuang step by step. The dark crowd crowded and saw Jian Wushuang coming, all in silence, and automatically separated a road for Jian Wushuang to walk. Baoqing, they have complex expressions. At first, they only acted as Swordsman Wushan, the 1 million universe source stone rewarded by the Prince of Yin and Yang, a soft persimmon that can be kneaded at will. Therefore, when Jian Wushuang first stepped into the fifth city, the wanton greed in their eyes was too lazy to cover it up. However, in less than a day, the person they dismissed at first turned into an existence that made them hard to look at. Before that, the black armor guards who wanted to capture Jian Wushuang were also in the crowd. They guarded the main gate of the city and escaped, and were not killed by Jian Wushuang. At this moment, they are afraid of the extreme in their hearts. Fortunately, in the beginning, he was unparalleled to the sword. In addition to his indifferent attitude, there was no additional offense. In the crowd, the roads are continuously separated automatically, and the sword has no sides and no expression and passes by them step by step. Among these people, there were those who secretly reported to the Yin and Yang gods when he first came to the fifth city, but at this moment, they all bowed their heads respectfully and did not dare to look directly at the sword. Finally, Jian Wushuang stepped on the steps of the gate of the fifth city. I walked through the gate of this passage, and behind it was the sixth city. Just when Jian Wushuang half stepped into the door of the passage. "Ill wait. Christine Bloodsword. Ill wait. Christine Bloodsword." Amongst the crowd, first a person yelled out a congratulatory speech, and then, more and more people shouted, "Ill wait, Kung Fu Lord Bloodsword." Finally, the word Master Bloodsword resounds through the fifth city and heads for the clouds. Stubborn, deserve respect. Wherever it is the reason it deserves. The sword Wushuang, relying on his own strength, has won the greatest respect. Amidst the sound of congratulations echoing through the sky, Jian Wushuang's footsteps did not stop, disappearing into the door of the passage. I watched the crowd watching the door of the channel without the swordless figure. Inexplicably, there was a kind of enlightenment in their hearts. From now on, this ancient road in the sky is afraid that it will become lively because of the blood sword. Gengdua, there are more people, but my heart is filled with emotion. Ru into the red dust last night. No one knows me. I am sky high now. I am the heavenly king. Alas! Through a dark channel, Jian Wushuang's vision in front of him suddenly brightened. The next moment, Jian Wushuang and Hao Ember dominated the two, appearing at the exit of the passage in the sixth city. Blood sword, this is the sixth city. The city can no longer be called here. The space inside it is much wider than the first 5 cities. We generally call it the sixth mysterious cave world. However, the master introduced beside him. Wu Jianwushuang nodded his head. His divine power induction was released outside the first time, but it was found that the vastness here was far beyond his induction range. His divine power enough to cover the stars could only cover a corner here. It is true that the city should no longer be called here. It is more appropriate to call it the cave world. Chapter 42:22. Second more. The 18 cities on this ancient starry sky can be said to be 18 small worlds. The more you go behind, the wider the area of this small world, and the stronger the regular atmosphere it contains. This cannot help but let Wu Shuangxin heart sigh. How powerful the adult is, in order to open up such an amazing ancient world of starry sky. Moreover, this is only just to dominate the ancient road to the sky. I am afraid that the supreme starry road is more vast and mysterious than here. It's unimaginable that such an insane means. Wu Jinshuang sighed in excitement. Some understand that the original Bloodwave Supreme told himself that if he did not enter the Supreme, he would not even have the qualifications to know the identity of the adult. This also makes Jian Wushuang look a little bit anticipatory. If he can really stand out in the ancient sky and get an invitation letter from the Universe Race event, then he will be able to see the adult at the Universe Race event. Jian Wushuang and how Emperor dominated the two and moved forward in the sixth secret world at random, perhaps because the area has become vast. The monks here are far less dense than the first 5 cities. It may take a long time to see a rushing dominator of the realm. After seeing Jian Wushuang, those who dominated the realm of the realm were astonished by their eyes, as if they had seen a rare treasure. It's strange that in this 6th city, you can still see the 5th grade master. After looking at Jian Wushuang for a few moments, those who dominate the realm Thager left. Jian Wushuang's brow frowned, and he knew that his 5th level dominated cultivation was the 6th city that was gathered together in this top ultimate dominating powerhouse. The cultivation of the body is fluctuating. Under this secret method, if it is not the superpower who dominates the ultimate, he will never be able to see Jian Wushuang's cultivation. After Hun concealed his breath, both sides of the sword nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang and Hao Emperor dominated while chatting, but they were not in a hurry. Master Bloodsword, I can't think of me ashamed. And there is a day when I can step into the 6th city. Dominated by Hao Ember, he watched the mountains receding quickly under his feet, feeling the strong, regular atmosphere of the 6th city, and could not help expressing his voice. Once upon a time, he was only a small and insignificant character in the 3rd city. Anyone could step on his head. If he had happened to pass Jian Wushuang at that time, I was afraid that his life would have been lost in the hands of others. Nali, where can he think that he still has a day in the 6th city? However, the 6th city is just the beginning. Our pace is far more than the 6th city. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Ha ha ha, Master Bloodsword, I don't hide it. When I saw you for the first time, I knew you would be a big man in the dragon and the phoenix and the ancient road in the sky. Hao Emperor laughed. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled at all. I was just chatting while they were walking forward. Suddenly, help! A clear cry exclaimed suddenly from a distance. Wu Jinshuang and Hao Emperor dominated the two, and both frowned. I saw a wonderful-looking woman in a purple dress, looking forward in horror. Behind this wonderful young woman, the 5 were burly, naked tops, and the ultimate masters surrounded by iron armor skirts, chasing behind with sneer on the front. Sister Joshi, stop here and give up the unnecessary struggle. Some of the 5 ultimate masters sneered. As the sentence fell, the distance between the two quickly narrowed. Suddenly, the woman in the purple dress, known as the Maiden of 9 Rays, flashed a struggle in her eyes and looked around anxiously. Later, she noticed that Jian Wushuang and Hao Ember dominated in the distance. Suddenly, she bit her teeth, turned in a direction, and rushed towards the sword pair. 2. I am the contemporary saint of Joshi Holy Land, now chased by the wicked. I hope the two will be able to rescue each other, and I will be grateful in the future. Joshi screamed. Joshi Holy Land? Qi Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He had heard of the Joshi Holy Land, and it was also a big force in the universe, but his strength was not the best. He said it was a holy land, which was exaggerated. Master Bloodsword, should we rescue ourselves? Hao Ember asked beside him. Shoot and rescue? Why? Is it because she is the Maiden of Joshi? Jian Wushuang shook his head and said lightly. Gerfang, the various forces in this ancient starry sky are intricate. Although Jian Wushuang is not afraid, he doesn't want to let himself go to muddy water for nothing. After saying that, Jian Wushuang turned around and planned to move in another direction. Suddenly, the Sage of the 9 Dawns saw a flash of despair in her eyes. Suddenly, the 5 iron-armored men who closely followed the scene laughed and laughed. Boy, you know. Having said that, the 5 iron-armored men looked again at the Saint Nyoshi and mocked, Sir Jushi, don't play a little clever and expect others to come to the rescue. I can tell you plainly, Emo said, this sixth city is the people of the top 10 cities, and no one dares to come to your rescue. After all, you are the one who wants to be arrested. Saint Jiao, she heard the words. Jiao's body could not help but flash. Her face quickly turned pale. Okay, I will go with you. Saint Jushi stopped and walked away. Drudal, she knew that she couldn't escape. That's right, Madame Jushi, you must know that you can be seen by Lord Tianchi Langjun. But that's your blessing. How many people want King Tianchi Langjun to be spoiled, and Master Tianchi Langjun still look down on it? Mrs. Joshi, don't blame us, we are just helping Master Tian Snake Langjun. We have to count on you. After becoming a master of Tian Snake Langjun, we can be in Master Langjun. A few words before us. The 5 ultimate masters wearing iron armor said with a smile. He said, the 5 people stepped in front of the maiden of Joshi, and they took her away. And many more. Just then, an indifferent voice suddenly came from a distance. Okay. The 5 ultimate masters looked at the sound of hearing and suddenly squinted. Is that the kid? Isn't he gone? This vocal person is naturally the sword unparalleled. You said just now, Heavenly Snake Langjun? Jian Wushuang approached step by step and said blankly. Bold. How can you cry, Lord Tianchi Langjun's name? Immediately, among the 5, an iron-armored man shouted loudly. Shut up. The leading man in the iron armor skirt waved his hand to stop the man from speaking and looked at Jian Wushuang and said in a deep voice, Sir, since you know who Master Tianchi Langjun is, you should also know, Lord Langjun never allows others to interfere in his work. Are you planning to get involved in Lord Langjun's affairs? Are you thinking about the consequences? Chapter 42-23. The first is more. The man in the iron skirt has a calm tone. The more he speaks later, the more he feels full of oppression. Wu Jinshuang heard the words and smiled lightly. Are you pressing Tian Langjun to me? The leading man in the iron-armored skirt replied expressionlessly, Her Excellency, what I said was not meant to press you, but I hope that you can think of the powerful relationship. As far as I know, dare to intervene, none of the people in Lord Langjun are alive now. Oh, really? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and then his voice suddenly became cold, and he smiled lowly. I'm sorry, I don't like to care about the consequences, especially Tianchi Langjun's thing. Next moment, Wu Jian's Excalibur sword without hands in the sword suddenly squirts, dull a fiery blood-colored sword mangling, rising into the sky. God to heaven! Huh. Suddenly, this Jinmong was chopped towards the 5 ultimate masters. Presumptuous. Bold. 25 big iron-armored men suddenly changed their faces and shouted sharply. Immediately, the 5 of them used magical powers at the same time to block the sword Wushuang. Huh. With a loud blast, the ground began to tremble. After a moment, Jin Meng gradually dissipated. The 5 iron-armored men had no trace. Under this sword, they were directly turned into powder. With one sword out, the 5 ultimate dominators are killed at the same time. The sky gradually returned to clearness, and the sword intention belonging to the sword unparalleled, then turned into a divine power and dissipated in the void. The place where the 5 iron-armored men stood before has become nothing. Stuck under the sword Wushuang, the 5 of them were crushed into ashes without even issuing a scream. Did you kill them? Suddenly the Jushi maiden looked at the scene, and suddenly covered her mouth, widened her eyes, and asked incredulously. Wu Jinshuang heard the words, gave her a slight glance, and said, Why? I can't kill them? No, I just want you to help me stop them, but I didn't want you to kill them. Jushi Sheng said dully. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words, and could not help but laugh and said, Sir of Jushi, do you think I killed them to help you fail? After Sun said, Jian Wushuang did not wait for her to answer, and looked at Hao Emperor and said, Why are you still there? Go away. After saying that, Jian Wushuang walked slowly towards the distance. He killed the 5 ultimate masters, but it was because the 5 were just His Majesty the Heavenly Serpent King, and had nothing to do with the Jiushi maiden. Since these 5 people are dead, Jin Wushuang naturally does not intend to have anything to do with the Jiushi saint. Success! Sun Hao Emperor shouted a loud voice, then quickly reached out and waved at the maiden of Jiushi. He laughed. Goodbye, Jiushi. After Sun said, he quickly stepped behind Jian Wu's body and walked towards the distance. The maiden sister of Jiushi stood still until Jian Wushuang was about to disappear at the end of her line of sight, and then she struck her teeth and shouted, Sir, please wait for me. After speaking, she quickly chased toward Jian Wushuang. After a short while, she came to Jian Wushuang. Mrs. Jiushi, do you have anything else? Jian Wushuang frowned, asking slightly. His Excellency, how do you call it? Saint Jiushi took a deep breath and asked. Blood sword. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and spit out the word briefly. Sister Ju Cece nodded when she heard the words, and then said in a straight line, Her sword, do you know? You have done a great disaster. Oh? Catastrophe? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, How to say this? After hearing the words, the maiden of Jiushi gradually became calm and took a deep breath and replied, The 5 people who pursued and killed me were under the control of His Majesty the Heavenly Serpent King. I see the Lord Bloodsword, and you seem to be the same as that Serpent King. Some resentment? Really? Jian Wushuang replied casually. Saint Jiushi nodded her head and continued to ask, Her Lord of the Bloodsword, did you ever know Tianqi Langjun? After hearing the words, Wu Jinshuang raised his eyebrows. When talking about Tianqi Langjun, he really only knew his name, and he didn't know the specific information. Want to hear the details? Jian Wushuang said calmly. Lady Jiushi nodded her head and slowly began to say, Tian Sarang Langjun is the contemporary patriarch of the Tian snake family in the universe. Not only is the Tian snake family behind him, but his own combat power is extremely powerful. In the realm of domination, it can be called invincible. He came to Shinkong Ancient Road 8,000 years ago. When he first came to Shinkong Ancient Road, he even rushed into the 10 cities and went directly into the latter 8 cities to confront the top evildoers in the universe, causing a sensation. He is said to have been in the last 8 cities if he hadn't acted too arrogantly in the first 8 cities, causing a certain evil spirit to be arrogant and displeased. He would have been kicked out of the last 8 cities. However, although he was kicked out of the latter 8 cities, when it comes to combat power, he is definitely the top one in the dominating level and cannot be underestimated. Now, among the top 10 cities, Tianqi Langjun respects him except for the Lord Blue who guards the 10th city. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words and nodded. He heard that Tianqi Langjun's combat power was enough to be invincible. He was not surprised. After a pause, Jian Wushuang asked faintly, Since that is the case, why don't you simply follow the King of the Snake? As far as I know, the Tian snake family is also a big family in the universe, and their strength is not better than you. The Jiushi Holy Land is worse. After hearing the words, Sister Ju, she gradually felt a horror of fear in her eyes, and her voice became hurried and said, That's because you haven't seen Tianqi Langjun. You don't know his abnormality? Huh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and there was a touch of curiosity in his eyes. Her sword, do you know Saint Zixia? The Jiushi saint maiden asked. I know a little or two. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. This Zixia maiden is a contemporary maiden of another sacred place. The sacred place is stronger than Jiushi holy place by its strength. Then did you know that? After the Prince Zixia was taken away by the Heavenly Serpent King, the whole person was sucked into a human body. The whole body of divine power was all taken away by the Heavenly Serpent King. The holy places where they live have a hatred against the celestials. Speaking at the back, Saint Juxi's voice became extremely frightened. Jian Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, nodded, and made clear. Lady Jiushi panted slightly, and after a while, she calmed down and said positively, Blood sword, Tian Snake Langjun is the man who must report. If you kill someone under his hands, he will not let you go. I urge your excellency to withdraw from the ancient road of Shinkong now, and do not kill yourself because of your efforts. Chapter 42-24. Second more. Saint Jushi looked at Jin Wushuang sincerely. All these words came from her heart. Wu Jinshuang saved her life. She really did not want to see Jin Wushuang died in vain. It's nothing to worry about you, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. Jushi Sheng heard that she thought Jin Wushuang didn't believe what she said, and quickly and solemnly said, "Blood sword. What I said just now isn't half exaggerated, and even the strength of Serpent King that day was better than what I said, terror." I waited for her to finish speaking, and she was patted on the shoulders suddenly. She turned her head in doubt. I saw the master of Howam glanced at her, shook his head and laughed. "Sir of Joshi, I think you're wrong. Now it's not Tian Lang Jun who can't let go of the Blood Sword Master, but it's Master Bloodsword, and you don't want to let him go now. Do you understand?" After I finished speaking, they both ignored her and continued to move forward. Suddenly Ji Nuxi heard the words for a moment. She looked at the back of the two people, and suddenly felt that the two of them seemed to have this layer of fog, extremely mysterious. "No more, after all, he saved my life. I can't just watch him by and die." Shi Jioshi heard her, bit her teeth, and strode up. At the same time in the 8th city, in a magnificent palace, there is no light in it, and it looks extremely gloomy. At this moment, the closed door was slowly pushed open, and a ray of light gradually ran down the door. Immediately afterwards, he saw In Shinjun, bending over his waist, and came in frightened. The host, after soon stepped into the hall, he made a sound and immediately knelt down on the hall floor. Immediately, he dropped his hands on the ground and moved his knees inch by inch. In the deepest part of the hall, there was a scarlet chair. A demon youth wearing mopping clothes with black hair scattered on his back slowly opened his eyes. His face was hidden in the darkness, and a hoarse voice came out of his throat. "In slave, what about the blood sword's head?" The majestic In god in the 5th city is almost like a quail with a shrinking head at this moment. He heard his words tremble, buried his head on the floor, and said tremblingly, Back to the master. The blood sword too strong. Yang Shinjun and I are not rivals." Deep in the darkness of the great hall, there was a silence first. Then the hoarse voice sounded again. "What about Yang? Master, Yang Shinjun was killed by that blood sword and killed with a sword." In Shinjun replied with respect. Oh, he's dead. So how did you come back alive?" The young demon asked, without any emotion in his tone. "Master, the blood sword asked me to give you a message, so I came back alive." In Shinjun replied, "Tell me a word?" The young demon snorted and raised his lips. "What is it?" In Shinjun heard that, for a while, he was afraid to speak Jin Wushuang. He hesitated for a long time before he bit his teeth and said quickly, "Blood sword, he said that you should wait for him here. It won't be long before he will come in and let me bury you." After I finished speaking, In Shinjun didn't dare to breathe, and his head buried on the floor was even lower. Suddenly, the demon young man was silent for a moment, then laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, interesting. So interesting? He even asked me to wait for him? Want you to bury me?" Shao, the laughter was terrifying, and the whole hall shook violently because of the laughter. The tears of the evil young man laughed, and he wiped his eyes, looked at the In god kneeling on the ground, and sighed. "In slave, you really listened to him." After hearing the words, the god of In suddenly felt cold and said quickly, "Master, you misunderstood." He didn't wait for him to finish. The demon youth held out his scarlet tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and smirked. "In slave, how can you reward him?" Suddenly, In Shinjun felt a chill, rushing straight from his spine to the top of his head. Only he knows how horrible the reward the young people are. Suddenly, the In was terrified. "Master, forgive me, master. Please forgive me this time. I don't want to die." Huh. He raised his head, kept scratching his head for mercy, and hit the floor bong bong loudly. "Dead? No, I just sent you to a beautiful place." The young demon smirked. Next moment, take a huge snake tail and suddenly shoot from the dark. Stinging this snake tail, he wrapped In Yinjin's body in one hand, and then pulled back and immediately pulled In Shinjun into the darkness.
Hi.
In the hall, suddenly the shouting voice of In Shenjun came. After a few moments, the hall quieted down, leaving only the hissing sound of a viper, which was extremely eerie. At the deepest part of the hall, the demon youth opened his mouth, and two fangs bit deeply into the neck of In Shenjun. Countless divine power followed the two fangs of the demon youth and poured into the body of the demon youth. There was no sound in the mouth of the god of Yin. His body was constantly shaking. His legs were shaking and rubbing on the ground, and he could only look at the demon youth with horror. His face gradually changed from green to white, and then from gray to gray. Gradually, In Shunjun completely disappeared. It's all waste. The demon Evil June loosened his mouth and stretched out the forked snake letter and licked the corner of his mouth. He shook his head, entangled with the snake tail of the demon god, slowly released back. Alas! The body of Enin King fell to the ground. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something that was extremely scary before he died. The demon youth did not bother, but stood up from his seat, step by step into the darkness, and walked to the gate of the temple. His eyes narrowed slightly under the bright light, and turned into a snake-like golden vertical pupil. Behind him, he dragged a long, black scale snake tail. Hit him, its heavenly snake Lang Jun. Blood sword? Jia Jia, Jia Jia. Interesting, really interesting. I am looking forward to it more and more, the moment I see you. Wu Tian's snake Lang Jun whispered and whispered. In his voice, there was endless ice cold. How can I reward you then? Sixth City. Wu Jinshuang, dominated by Hao Ember and Saint Niu Shi, the three have reached the central area of the Sixth City. A towering city appeared at the feet of the three. Lord of the Blood Sword, this is the central position of the Sixth City. Most of the ultimate masters of the Sixth City are gathered here. Saint Niu Shi introduced it beside her. Wu Jianwushuang nodded and said, well, go in. Chapter 42:25. The first is more. When I entered the city, the number of ultimate masters suddenly increased. One ultimate master hurriedly passed the three. Sister Joshi, are you okay? At this moment, a sound of surprise suddenly came from a distance. Soon afterwards, they saw a group of young men and women wearing purple clothes and dressed like the maiden of Joshi, rushing to this side. They are. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Lord Bloodsword, they are a holy place with me. Seeing them, Saint Ju she smirked a smile on her face and waved at them. A few moments later, the young men and women came over. The young man and woman who shouted before was a young man with a magnificent face and a crown of jade. Bloodsword, this is the old master of looking for ancient people, and also the leader of our ancient journey to the Shinkong ancient Holy Land. This distant brother. Saint Ju she introduced with a smile. Wu Jianso nodded his head slightly, saying hello. Sister Joshi, what is this? Brother Gu Gu looked at Jin Wushuang, wondering. Brother, this is the Lord of the Blood Sword, and his strength is unfathomable. It is because of him that I escaped the pursuit of Her Majesty's Iron Guard by the Serpent King. The Lady Joshi introduced with a smile. Is that so? Thank you very much, Lord Bloodsword. Lan Gu looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang and arched his hand with a smile. Lord Bloodsword, thanks to your shot, you saved Master Jushi. Otherwise Master Jushi once fell into in the hands of the King of the Snake. The consequences are truly unthinkable. You're welcome. Jian Wushuang glanced at him and replied slightly. Where Lord Bloodsword can save Master Jushi from the group of Iron Skirt Masters? It must be superior. Lord Bloodsword, is it supposed to be Tianjiao from a holy land and fuckingdom? Lan Gu first moved in his heart, then asked with a smile on his face. Wu Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words, and replied, Langus Master is too high to look at me. I am a nameless and should not be called Tianjiao. After reading the ancient news, the Qin could not help but raise it a little, and said with a smile, Your lord is humble. After speaking, he flipped his right hand. A Qinkuan ring appeared in his hand, and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Sir, There are 100,000 universe source stones in this Chinkuan ring. As my brother, thank you for my sister Xiaoxi. Lily. Wu Jianhua heard the words, looked at him faintly, and looked at him for a long time before shaking his head before saying, no, save the maiden of Jiushi, but it's just me. This? Lan Gu Wanyin glanced at Jin Wushuang, and then he no longer insisted, and took that Chinkuan ring back. A few people spoke a few words again. The maiden of the nine, she standing next to Jin Wushuang, smiling and said, Blood sword, where can you go now? Wu Jianshou shook his head when he heard the words, and calmly replied, no, not yet. Sister Ju Cici smiled back and said, Blood sword, why don't you come with us? On the way, I just want to tell you something about Tianqi Langjun. Wu Jianshuang groaned for a moment, then nodded, okay. His blood sword, Sister Jiushi, this is not the place to talk to me. Let's talk while walking. I just want to ask you something. Lan Gu interjected with a smile. Brother, what's the matter? Wondered Jiushi. Come here, he'll tell you slowly. Lan Gu glanced at the sword unparalleled, and then turned to look at the maiden of Jiushi and said, it is good. Saint Jiushi stepped into Langus crowd. Run the people on both sides walked forward one after the other. Swordmaster Wu Hao and Hao Emperor fell behind, and Hao Emperor looked at the back of Lan Gu and others, muttering unpleasantly, Master Blood Sword. The people of the Jiushi Holy Land may be too embarrassing. You saved them the life of the Holy Land Maiden. Did you just want to use 100,000 cosmic source stones to pass away? This is not enough for the use of the cosmic passage. Wu Jianshuang heard a smile and heard nothing. Lord Hao Ember continued to sneer and said, Master Bloodsword, look at them and intentionally keep away from us. It seems that we are afraid to walk with us. Okay, just a few words. It was just to save the Jiushi maiden. Jian Wushuang patted Hao Ember's shoulder and said lightly. Wu Hao Emperor nodded his head, no longer said, but just looking at the back of Lan Gu and others, is still full of indecision. Not far ahead. Sister Jiushi, do you know the origin of the blood sword? He even followed him? Lan Gu, who was still smiling, immediately sank and said. After hearing the words, Sister Jiushi Lu raised her eyebrows and asked, Brother, what do you mean? What is the word hybrid ? Lan Gu looked at Jiuzai's not-so-comfortable face and said slowly, Sister Jiushi, brother, I just worry that you will be used by bad people. Think about it, that blood you do and know the origin of the sword. It's such a person who doesn't know the origin, even to offend Tianqi Langjun for someone you do and know. Do you think this is possible? After the words fell, other disciples in Jiushi Holy Land echoed, yeah, I have never heard of the name of this blood sword. The brother asked where he came from earlier, and he also don't say. I think it must be speculation. Sister Jiushi, in my opinion, this blood sword is either trying to use you to approach our Jiushi Holy Land to climb the relationship, or he is simply the man of Tian Snake Langjun, just acting in front of you. Saint Jiushi heard the words, her eyebrows gradually cooled, her eyes glanced over them, and her face frosted. Do you know what you are talking about? That blood sword, but my life-saving man. Sister, don't be excited, everyone just said that because of fear. Lan Gu said a relief, and then Feng Feng said, let us talk to us. The blood sword saved you, what is the process? The sacred girl Ju Cici took a deep breath and nodded her head slowly, then said it again when Jian Wushuang rescued her. What? The blood sword actually beheaded the 5 iron skirt masters? It's over. It completely offends Tianqi Langjun this time. He will never give up. We were still thinking about going to Tianqi Langjun to go to the door to make amends and reconcile this matter. Now that this is the case, it is estimated that reconciliation is impossible. The blood sword is really not harmful, even if it offends Tianqi Langjun. It also pulls us into the water. Now it is fine, Tianqi Langjun will certainly not let us go. Yeah, what should I do now? Tianqi Langjun will definitely come to us for trouble. Chapter 42-26. Second more. These disciples of Jiushi Holy Land sighed. Seeing the slightest stunned maiden, Shijushi looked at these brave brothers who were so arrogant in the mouth on weekdays, full of disbelief. She thought that after she had finished speaking, these brothers would dispel the view of Jian Wushuang, and even unite with the enemy, and join with Jian Wushuang to slay Tianqi Langjun together. However, she did not expect that her brother's fear of Tianqi Langjun had been engraved in her bones. After hearing that she was chased and killed by His Majesty Tianqi Langjun, she was immediately rescued by Jian Wushuang. It turned out that they felt the sword unparalleled. How ridiculous is this? Gradually, the disbelief in her eyes turned into a stranger and disappointment. The master of Lan Gu was not very good-looking, but he keenly captured the expression of the maiden of Joshi, and his eyes moved suddenly, staring at the holy disciples behind him, and his face was cold, and he scolded, "What are you saying? Word? The blood sword saved the Joshi maiden, which is a big favor for us. It is how you blame him?" After he finished speaking, those disciples in the holy place suddenly shrank their heads, but there was still an indiscriminate expression of complaint between their eyebrows. "Brother, originally the blood sword just had to chase away the 5 iron skirt masters. Why kill them? Now we are all right. We have turned our face with Tian Serangjun, and Tian Serangjun really fell into anger. Come, the blood sword is good, and you can leave by tapping on the buttocks, and no one knows him anyway. But what do we do? Why does the person killed by the blood sword count on our head?" Disciple muttered quietly, "To shut up." The Lord of Langu gave him a glance, and then immediately looked at the maiden of Joshi, exhaled a little, and said with a bitter smile, "Sister Joshi, don't blame your brother for being straightforward. Although the words of the deserted brother just now are awful, but it is not without reason. The practice of the blood sword is indeed too reckless. It was actually the best way to negotiate with the Snake Prince that day. After all, Tianqi Langjun is the best. After all, we have to look at the face of our Joshi Holy Land. As a result, he killed the people under his hand and negotiated it must be impossible." Sister Ju Sisi heard the words and looked at the faces of Lan Gu, Kuang Yi, and others, only feeling cold for a while. It turned out that the brothers I worshipped before were just such a group of greedy people who were afraid of death. With a last glimmer of hope in mind, Saint Joshi took a deep breath and asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Master Zenga smiled and replied, "Sister and sister, rest assured, brother and I are not afraid of things. But that day, the Snake King is strong, and with our few, we are indeed not opponents for the time being." Sister Gio, she heard her brow and frowned. The master of Lan Gu continued to laugh, "Sister and sister, but rest assured, I have already inquired. The 6th city master Tiansong Shunjun is preparing to host a banquet to entertain the Tianjiao rookie in the 6th city. So I'm in the invitation list of Tian Tsong Shunjun. A little later, I will take you to the dinner party of Tian Tsong Shunjun." Speaking of which, it is extremely proud that Lan Gu lived on his face with an unconscious rush of pride, as if he could be invited by the of heaven. After a pause, he continued, "Sister, you may not know that Tsong Shunjun had not dealt with Tianqi Langjun that day. In the early years, he was almost destroyed by the Tianqi Langjun. We were at the dinner party. Maybe then they can say that the god of heaven Tsong moves, and with us, we fight against the king of heavenly serpent. In this case, even if Tianqi Langjun is strong again, there will be some scruples." Sister Ju, she heard the words and couldn't help moving. Shi Tiansong God naturally knows who she is, but she is a veteran ultimate master who has impregnated more than 10 chaos eras at the ultimate master level. Her strength is beyond doubt, and she is definitely a strong one in the ultimate master level. If the god of heaven Song really can help them resist the king of the Snake Lang together, maybe he has a chance to resist the king of the Snake Lang. It is good. Lady Joshi nodded her head and said, "Brother, I'll tell this thing to Lord Bloodsword. After all, the fact that Lord Bloodsword killed the Lord of the Serpent King Lang has an unavoidable relationship with me. I have to invite him to join us for the night feast of the God of Heaven." This? Lang Gu heard a word. Hesitation flashed on his face, but looking at the firm look of the maiden of Joshi, he nodded helplessly. "Okay. As long as the blood sword is in order. Not here it's enough to have trouble at the banquet of the God of Heaven." The maiden sister Shijoshi smiled slightly when she heard the words. Without a reply, She turned towards the two men behind Jian Wushuang. Yin Langu watched the back of the maiden of Jushi. Her eyes narrowed gradually, and a loud cry came out of her nose. "Blood sword, come with us to attend the night feast of the god of heaven," said the maiden of Nine Shi, who walked to the front of the sword without two sides, and said with a sweet smile, "Tiansong god? Night feast?" Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. "Huh, God of heaven is the first person recognized in this sixth city. We may be able to seek his asylum and fight against King of Heavenly Snakelang together." Jushi Virgin smiled and smiled, followed by Saint Jushi told the story of the god of heaven and told Wushuang's sword again. After listening to Wu Jianso, he groaned for a while and shook his head. "I will not go to the dinner party of Tsang Shenjun that day. You go? The Snakelang Jun, I will deal with it myself." The maiden of Joshi heard the words and immediately hurriedly said, "Her blood sword. That day, the Snake King was very powerful. We alone will never be his opponents. Only by combining the strength of all of us can it be possible. Go to battle with Serpent King that day." "Little sister, Lord Bloodsword is unwilling to go. Don't just force others. Maybe Lord Bloodsword is a daring artist. You really don't need our help?" At this moment, Langu suddenly came over and said with a smile, "Brother." Saint Jioshi heard the words, and suddenly she was angry, and her eyes were spitting and looking at Langu. Her mind is always sensitive. How can she not see the potential animosity of Lan Gu to the sword unparalleled? Gu Lan Gu Wanyin ignored him, but looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang with a smile and said, "My blood sword. Am I right?" Wu Jianshuang heard the expression calm, and said gently, "That's right." After a pause, Jian Wushuang arched his hand and said calmly, "Lord Gu, Lord of the Nine Suns, we might as well make a difference here." After saying that, Jian Wushuang ignored them and took how Ember to dominate, and then walked away. Chapter 42:27. The first is more. Lord Bloodsword. Wu Jiushi was anxious, and as soon as she wanted to chase, she was caught by Lan Gu. "Little sister, don't forget, you and us are on the side. The blood sword is just a stranger outside. Do you care so much about him? And you also saw that it was not me who drove him away, but himself go." The glorious look of Gulan was pale, and he said in a bad tone. Saint Jushi ignored her, and wanted to go up to chase Jian Wushuang, but was caught by Langus' big hand and couldn't move. After a short while, the figure of Jian Wushuang gradually disappeared at the end of her sight. The maiden of Joshi had to give up the resistance and looked coldly at Langu. Huang Longu looked at the maiden of Joshi. Inexplicably, a tremor in his heart. He saw strangeness and disappointment that he had never seen before. "Sister Joshi, let's go. Tiansong Shinjin's banquet is about to begin." Longu forced a smile on his face. Wu Joshi, the maiden, nodded her head and walked along with Langu. Yin Langu took a deep breath, and a flash of firmness flashed in his eyes. "Sister Joshi, I must show you. Only me in this world is the only person you can rely on. As for the blood sword, he wants to go to death by himself, so let him go." Originally, there was no night and day in the universe, but because the adult who opened up the ancient road of the sky said that there must be, so in the ancient road of the sky, there was night and day, and stars changed. That night, there was a starry sky in the sixth city. Wu Jian sat cross-legged in a void, and Hao Emperor stood behind him respectfully. "Master Bloodsword, the banquet of the god of heaven song begins," Hao Emperor said in a low voice. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head, looking down the endless nebula, looking down. I saw the central location of the vast sixth city. In a splendid palace, there was a song and dance leveling up. Many of the strongest in the sixth city, or the star-studded star show like the ancient ones, were sitting cross-legged and pushing cups for a change. Talk and laugh. The night feast of the Emperor Tiansong can be described as the grand event of the entire sixth city. Basically, the six cities' heads and faces were invited to the banquet. "Master Bloodsword, with your ability to enter the night feast of the god of Song, it is a breeze. Do we really not go?" Hao Emperor asked. Wu Jianwushuang heard his words and retracted his eyes, then shook his head and said, "No. I just hope they don't come out and make trouble when I find Tanqi Langjun." After he finished speaking, Jin Wushuang got up and said, "Let's go. We should meet the Tianzi Langjun." Also, how Emperor dominated the picture of Jin Wushuang Yijian beheading the yin and yang god, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips, and his face was filled with confidence. Now he has no doubt about Jin Wushuang's combat ability. In the middle of the night, Jin Wushuang and Hao Ember dominated the two, like a lone passerby, quietly left the sixth city and disappeared into the vast night. After 10 days, with an invincible posture, Jin Sword Wushuang beheaded and killed the seventh city master Yao Huang, and reached the top of the seventh city. 13 days later, Qi Jin Wushuang entered the eighth city. The eighth city, the Temple of Heavenly Snake. Master Lang Jun, the blood sword, has stepped into the eighth city. In the dark hall, a servant stepped in and hurriedly said Voldemort. Hissing. A voice resembling a snake vomiting a letter came from the deepest part of the hall. Then, I saw a demon youth wearing a mopped silk robe, black hair spreading his back, and a golden pupil. Out of the darkness. Oh, it really made me wait. Tian Snake Lang Jun twisted his neck and made a click. He is not half afraid of Jian Wushuang's arrival. Instead, he is full of interesting novelty and playfulness. Where is he now? Tianqi Langjun asked, looking down. Master, the blood sword should have just passed the gate of the eighth city at this moment. The servant answered with a respectful voice. Tian Snake Langjun nodded when he heard the words, carrying his hands on his back, looking through the hall to the far gate. In his eyes, gold flashes. Go and find the blood sword first, and tell him that after 3 days, the prince will wait for him in the Temple of the Serpent. Tian Sarang said. Yes. The servant heard the words, and then he planned to step down. At this moment, the faint voice of Tianqi Langjun came again. Go and inform Moro and Blackbird again. 3 days later, before this temple, kill the blood sword. Pu the servant could not help but tremble when he heard the words, and resigned in congratulations. Tian Snake Langjun looked at the back of the servant who was gone, stretched out his forked, tiny tongue, and licked his lips, showing a cruel color in his eyes. The eighth city, at the gate, dominated by Jin Wushuang and Hao Ember, walking slowly. Some past eighth cities are the ultimate masters. After seeing the two, the pupils shrink, and they whispered and discussed. I heard that in the first 8 cities, some people beheaded and killed Lord His Majesty the Lord, and said that he would personally pacify the Temple of the Snake. It seems that he is this person. This person is a blood sword? Go, let's stay away from him. Here is this person, to challenge Lord Langjun? Ignorant is fearless. This blood sword can come into this 8th city, and it is also a heavenly pride. Unfortunately, he should not challenge Lord Langjun. An ultimate master of the 8th city, while discussing, he quickly looked at Jian Wushuang. Through who they seemed to be afraid of being in a relationship with Jian Wushuang, and they quickly distanced themselves from Jian Wushuang. Blood Sword Master. It seems that the 8th city is not very welcoming to us. How Emperor noticed the eyes of the people around him and sneered. Wu Jinshuang smiled at the words and said, Why should we welcome them? That's true too. How Emperor nodded. His mouth twitched. He immediately opened his eyes and stared at the ultimate master of the whispered discussions on the side of the road, fiercely rebuked. What are you doing? Yes, it is you. Heard Yohura, are you still Cho? Believe me, or not so you. Hey, try another one? The ultimate masters at the roadside suddenly became angry when they heard the words. Look for death. They were about to start, and they seemed to think something, and then sneered, Well, anyway, you offend Tianqi Langjun, and you can't live long. Is it such a group of people who come to challenge Lord Langjun? I see how you'll die in the future. They all sneered with arms folded. Yohur. How Emperor curled up his sleeves and immediately looked like he was about to attack. Well, don't pretend here. Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing, patted Hao Ember's shoulders. Wu Hao Emperor dominated the news and scratched his head, and he replied, Am not a fox and a tiger, and frighten them. Who told them to look down on people first? Chapter 42:28. Second more. Huh. At this moment, a golden light suddenly radiated from the depths of the eighth city. Soon after, she saw Jin Guang disperse, and an old man stood in front of the sword without two sides. You're a blood sword? The old man held his head high, looked down at Jian Wushuang with an expressionless expression, and asked indifferently, "It's me." Jian Wushuang folded his smile and nodded calmly. "Blood sword, I am the servant of His Majesty the Great Snake Langjun. Lord Langjun has orders to tell me to tell you." I didn't wait for him to finish. "But a small servant is worthy of standing on top of me?" Qi Jian's eyes were cold, and he broke them with one finger. Huh. A sharp sword on splits from the sword fingerless moment. "Blood sword, you." When the old man changed his face and was about to speak, he saw the sharp swordsman slashing towards him, breaking his defense directly and pressing a sword on his shoulder. "Come off." The indifferent voice spit out from Jian Wushuang's mouth. The next moment, the old man was chopped down by a sword and fell to the ground. Jian Wushuang raised his head, looked down at the old man with his chin, and said lightly, "Come and tell me now, what do you want to do?" The old man was embarrassed when he saw this, and when he heard his face turned red, he looked up and said to Jian Wushuang quickly, "Blood sword, I will inform you with Lord Langjun's life. 3 days later, he will wait for you to come to the door in the Temple of the Snake." 3 days later? Jian Jian's eyes flashed with light, and after a little groaning, he nodded slightly. "Well, then you go back and tell your master, 3 days later, the blood sword will be on the door on time and set foot on the Temple of Heaven Serpent." The old man heard the words, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes, but was frightened by Jian Wushuang's sword, and he dared not say anything more. After a cold hum, he hurried from the ground and excited towards the distance. "Shoot away." After waiting for the old man to leave, How Emperor quickly said, "Master Bloodsword," that day, the Snake King said that 3 days later, I was afraid there was fraud. Wu Jianshou heard the words, shook his head, and replied, "It doesn't matter." At the same time, he raised his head slightly and looked at the main mansion of the 8th city, the position of the Temple of the Snake, and squinted his eyes. "Tan, Sir Langjun, don't let me down." "Master Bloodsword, where are we going now?" How Ember asked, scratching his head and scratching his head. "Find a place to rest," Jian Wushuang said. After waiting for Jian Wushuang to leave, the 8th city suddenly exploded. After 3 days, the Queen Snake King made a news about the Sword Warriors Temple, spreading wildly. 3 days later, the King of the Snakes will fight the Blood Sword at the Temple of the Snakes. Blood Sword releases words, 3 days later, on time to step on the door and set foot on the Temple of Heavenly Serpent. It's the first time someone has challenged Tian Snake Langjun since it came to the 8th city. For a while, there were rumors about Jian Wushuang fighting with Tianqi Langjun. The word blood sword spread across the 8th city at an extremely fast speed, and the hustle and bustle raged around. Who is that blood sword? What is the origin of the blood sword? There are more people, and began to guess the identity of Jian Wushuang. The night was getting dark. At the gate of the 8th city, a group of young men and women in purple clothes carefully entered the 8th city through the door of the passage. Seeing no one outside the passage, the young men and women were relieved. Snake Langjun had a huge influence in the 8th city that day. Almost everyone in the 8th city obeyed Tianqi Langjun. "When we come here, we have to be careful." The young man headed by this group of young men and women, Yu Xianong, with a face like a crown, said, "Brother said, it is still thoughtful that Brother Lan Gu thinks." The young men and women in purple clothes nodded in agreement. This group of young men and women is truly a disciple of Jiushi Holy Land, headed by Lan Gu. Saint Jiushi was intertwined with it, her complexion, and no echo. Langa glanced at her, shook his head, and then turned to look at a man with a beard next to him, and asked, "Tiansong God, this time we kill Tianqi Langjun, what should we do?" Ming, this name bearded man, stood tall with his hands in his hands, and as imposing as the mountains. He is the master of the 6th city, God of heaven. He originally had a deep blood feud with Tianzi Langjun, but it was only because his strength was on the front line that he was far behind. At the night banquet, Lango just said that he planned to kill Tianchi Langjun, and the two parties made a snap and came to this 8th city. The god of heaven Song heard and said, "The king of serpents and kings was very powerful that day. Although I may not be able to fight with one another when we are united together, we still have to be cautious. I suggest that I wait to inquire first and wait for the opportunity to sneak in. In the temple of Heavenly Serpent, try to find a way to kill the king of Heavenly Serpent King when he is not ready." After glimpsing the ancient masters, he nodded in deep thought. He turned back and instructed, "Master Laguna and Master Xuanshan, you two sneaked into the city and inquired about the news of the Heavenly Serpent King."
Yes.
Immediately, the two disciples of Jiushi Holy Land stood out from behind, arching hands. The ancient ruler looked at a mountain outside the city and said to the others, "Let's go. Let's go there and wait for news." A few moments later, several people disappeared at the entrance of the passage. In a day, it's a flash. The penultimate day of the decisive battle between Jian Wushuang and Heavenly Snake God. Wide outside the 8th city, on the dark mountains, the deserted master and the hunting mountain master who came out to inquire about the news came back. "Brother, the big thing is not good. The blood sword even openly challenged the Heavenly Serpent King. The two have an appointment and will fight in the Heavenly Serpent Temple 2 days later." The masters of the Quanjianji and the masters of the mountain hunting hurriedly came to say, "What? That blood sword openly challenged Tian Snake Langjun?" Immediately, Lon Gus' face sank, and his expression was ugly. "This blood sword is a fool? You thought you could kill the Lord of the Serpent King, and you can fight against the Serpent King? Arrogant and arrogant." "Lango, you must pay attention to your words. You must not insult Lord Bloodsword." Prince Joshi, who had always looked complex, suddenly changed her path. Gu Langu heard a heavy snoring and did not say more. After hearing the words, God Tiansong wondered, "Lango, who is that blood sword?" "Blood sword? A nameless pawn. Nothing worth mentioning." Immediately, Lan Gu said the sword unparalleled thing again, with a cold expression. "The blood sword is seeking death by myself. I can't control it, but am afraid that we will delay our plan. Strict precautions will be taken. I'm afraid we won't mix so well." After hearing the words, the god of heaven, for a while, immediately waved his hands, sneered and said, "It's okay. Let's let the blood sword be the cannon fodder." After the blood sword was killed by Tian Serang Jun, slay from the dark and kill Tianchi Langjun in one shot. A glance at Gu Wenyan's eyes flashed. Immediately, he sneered sneerily, "This is a wonderful plan. So let the blood sword die first." Saint Jushi listened to the dialogue. Her heart sank suddenly. Chapter 42:29. The first is more. In 3 days it flashed. In an attic, Jian Wu crossed his knees, his eyes opened suddenly. A fascination flickered from Jian Wu's eyes. "Time is up, go and settle on the Temple of Heavenly Serpent." Jian Wushuang stood up and walked toward the Temple of Heavenly Serpent. How Emperor follows behind, and walks step by step with Sword Wushuang. On this day, the 8th city is full of people shaking. Inside the Temple of the Snake, Tian Snake Langjun also got up and stood up, stretched out his forked tongue, and licked the corner of his mouth. "Blood sword, it's time to reward you." At the end of the 8th City Royal Road, Jian Wushuang stood up and stepped out. Initially, Jian Wushuang's speed was extremely slow. Over time, Jian Wushuang's footsteps became faster and faster, and finally turned into a horizontal thunder between the heavens and the earth, the thunder roaring under his feet, and his body soared into the sky. "Blood sword, look at the Temple of Heavenly Snake." The next moment, Jian Shuangshuang's voice fell like a thunder from the air and exploded over the Sky Snake Temple in the 8th city. At this moment, everyone in the 8th city is gathered here and attracts everyone's attention. It has started. Everyone raised their heads, looked at the vanity of the petals, and stood on top of the temple of heavenly serpent sword Wushuang, squinting their eyes at the same time. They know that the battle between the blood sword and the king of the serpent and the king of the snake started from this moment. The next moment, I saw more than 20 ultimate masters wearing iron skirts rushing out of the temple of heavenly serpent. They took a long axe in their hands and wore battle armor, just like the legendary heavenly gods would. One step before the sword had no double sides, blocking him outside the gate of the heavenly serpent temple. Blood sword, Lang Jun has orders. If he wants to fight with him, he must pass our level first. The more than 20 iron skirt masters have a strong breath, and they are the same as the 5 iron skirt masters that the sword Wushuang beheaded in the 5th city. This is the 28 iron skirt guards of Tianxi Langjun. It seems that if Blood Sword wants to defeat Lord Tianxi Langjun, he must defeat His Majesty's strength first. In this case, even if the Blood Sword can really fight the Tianxi Langjun in the end, there will not be much power left. Everyone saw this scene and talked about it. At the end of the crowd, Lord Longu, Tiansong God and others were watching this scene. Lord Lango shook his head and sneered, "This blood sword is really stupid. You must openly challenge Tianxi Langjun. Are you all right now?" His Majesty Tianxi Langjun's masters are emerging one after another. I see how many blood swords can kill. Tiansong Shunjun also said faintly, "Langu, this blood sword is nothing but a brainless man. We don't need to control it." Stuck. The god of heaven Song continued to say, "Lango, we are always ready. As soon as the king of the serpent and the king comes out, we will kill in one shot." The ancient master heard the words and nodded. Temple of Heavenly Snake. Outside the gate, Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. When he was in the ruins of Tailuo, he could dominate the strength at the 4th level and defeated the king of the south, the 3 princes, and Impang to the 3-party alliance with 1 enemy and 100. Now he breaks through to the 5th level to dominate the repair, and his strength has soared more than a few times. More than 20 iron skirts in this area dominate, and naturally he will not be taken into account. "Well, then I will cut off your wings and come and kill you again," Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, and then Wu weapon sword appeared in his hands. The sharp and overwhelming sword intention rose to the sky, as if to cut the heavens and the earth into 2 sections. The next moment, Jian Wushuang looked down at the more than 20 iron skirt guards. His eyes flashed coldly to the extreme. "Whoever stops me, who dies?" Jian Wushuang's footsteps slammed. Wu Jian's magic sword flashed on the sword, and the two turned into a sword horn that penetrated the sun and the earth, killing more than 20 iron skirt guards. Reject. More than 20 iron skirt guards looked dignified, stepped forward, and chopped axe forward at the same time. The axe lights suddenly joined together, turning into a wave of ground-breaking light, splitting towards the sword unparalleled. But everything is useless. With a sword slash, the more than 20 iron skirts dominated, and the body began to collapse at the same time. This swordman directly runs through these 20 iron skirts. Call out. Immediately after, the figure of Jian Wushuang gathered behind these 20 iron skirts who dominated him. But at this time, the 20 or so iron skirts dominated the whole body before it was completely shattered. One sword beheaded the ultimate master of more than 20. Suddenly, all the people watching the city were shocked. Although more than 20 iron skirts dominate, although they are not strong in terms of individual strength, they are united. Even if they are the top powerhouse in the ultimate domination, they must avoid the 3-pointer. After the crowd, Longu dominated, Tianzong Shinjun and others, their pupils shrank. "Huh, I didn't expect. I underestimated this blood sword." Lon Gus' eyes flickered in his eyes, and he hummed coldly. On that day, Song Shenjun squinted his eyes, and then shook his head and said, "These 20 iron skirt guards are just ordinary people in the ultimate level. It's nothing. If I change it, I can do it." The Lord of the Ancients nodded his head and replied, "That's a good thing. The 20 or so iron skirt guards are just appetizers. If the blood sword has this strength, it is worse than the heavenly serpent king. Too far." At the same time, deep in the temple of the snake, Tian Snake Lang Jun sat on the big chair, and the eyes of the pair of golden vertical pupils flickered. penetrating directly into the void, and saw a sword Wushuang who killed more than 20 iron skirt guards with one sword. Well, it's no wonder that Yin and Yang slaves are not their opponents, but they still have some strength, Tian Snake Lang Jun said with a faint smile on his face. The next moment, he stuck out his salve-splitting tongue and said, Moro, Blackbird, you will meet this blood sword for me. Yes. A dull voice sounded from the back of Tianchi Langjun. Immediately afterwards, I saw the endless darkness behind the big chair where Tianchi Langjun sat, and two red lights lit up. That is a pair of huge scarlet eyes. These eyes are as huge as hanging red lanterns, and they emit a dark red light. They are not like humans, but rather huge monsters. Immediately, I saw these eyes, rising as if there were monsters, waking up from a deep sleep and standing up from the ground. Rumble. In this huge hall, a dull and loud noise began to make. The next moment, we saw a humanoid monster as high as nearly 10 feet, coming out from behind Tianchi Langjun. This monster is huge and looks like an iron tower. His skin was dark black, muscles bulging up like steel, and the horror veins that were thick like arms were prominent on the surface of the skin and twisted like a tree root. The monster's eyes were like a red lantern, emitting red light, and the two fangs on the lower lip turned out and rose to the nostril position. On top of his head, there was a pair of curved sharp horns piercing the sky as if to break through the sky. Chapter 42:30. Second more. Tian Snake, I and the other two have recovered nearly 50% of their strength, and after we have solved this person for you, we will be broken. A dull sound came from the monster's mouth. Okay, Mo Luo Black Cricket, as long as you kill the man in the hall, you can regain your freedom and return to the last 8 cities. Tian Snake Lang Jun nodded. This monster with fangs and horns didn't say much after hearing it, and walked step by step outside the hall. Every step he took, the earth shook. His figure, completely out of the darkness, saw on his shoulders a childish boy with a wooden flute in his hands and a pigtail in his hair. Step by step, the huge monster disappeared into the temple of Heavenly Serpent. Tian Snake Lang Jun, still sitting on the big chair, with a smile on his mouth, could not see what he was thinking. After the 8 cities, he looked up and muttered to himself. Outside the Temple of the Snake, Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, as if he had just done a trivial little thing, and continued to move forward step by step. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to step into the Temple of the Snake, the vision above him suddenly became dark, and all the light was blocked. Huh, what's going on? Jian Wushuang frowned and looked up in doubt. A huge, scruffy human face suddenly appeared above him, and those huge eyes like red lanterns were staring at him. This is... Jian Wushuang's face changed immediately. He could feel that the monster's power in front of him was as huge as the ocean. More a family. Suddenly, those in the distance watching the 8th city exclaimed suddenly. The Mo Luo family is not a big family in the universe because of the sparse individual, but each Mo Luo is extremely powerful. They do not practice rules and magical powers, but the physical body is inherently powerful, with the power of tearing the sky and pinching the stars between the palms and feet. Every Moro has the ability to fight across borders. Everyone looked at this Mo Luo, and they all whispered. I heard that when Tianchi Langjun was in the last 8 cities, he once saved a Mo Luo, but unexpectedly, the Mo Luo went back to the 8th city with him. Mo Luo is the fighting power of the latter 8 cities. Although I heard that he was seriously injured at the beginning, I don't know if the strength has been restored, but it is enough to kill all the masters under the Invincible Master. Look, that's the Blackbird. The Black Owl, the companion of the Mo Luo, is responsible for learning supernatural powers and manipulating the body of the Mo Luo. Each Mo Luo with the Black Mu will be much more powerful than the ordinary Mo Luo. Exclaimed discussion. Jian Wushuang looked at the huge monster in front of him. His brows frowned tightly. Huh? Without waiting for him to think about it, he saw that Mo Luo had raised his huge dark arm and pressed him down hard. Before this arm was depressed, the incidental wind was already twisting in the void, making a terrible sound-breaking sound. Good job. The sword in Wuxian's eyes soared by 3 inches, and Wu Chang's magic sword in his hand was quickly pulled out and cut to the palm that covered the sky. Suddenly, the sharp and cold sword rushed into the sky. The sword Wushuang no longer kept his hands, and the third source of Kendo broke out, cooperating with his more than 13,000 times the power to blast open at the same time. ZZZZ. Wu Weeping Sword was chopped on that giant palm. Since being strengthened by Tai Luo's sword spirit, the invincible Wu weapon's Excalibur has encountered obstacles, just marking a long string of golden sparks. And that palm, after a moment of stagnation, they pressed again towards the sword without a double. What? Unscathed? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, his face filled with astonishment, and at the same time he stepped on his right foot quickly, his figure leaped backwards, avoiding this palm. Huh! An earth-shattering explosion came, and Imo Luo's palm was photographed on the ground, and a huge 5-finger handprint pit that was dozens of feet deep was shot directly. The white air wave turned upside down, and at this moment, the void made a sound of click like glass breaking. In the 8th city, many of the ultimate masters who watched the battle from afar looked at this palm. All changed their colors. You know, the ancient road in the starry sky is protected by the rules made by that adult. Under the rules, the palm of Imo Luo can cause such a terrible destructive force. If it is placed outside, I am afraid even an asteroid will be broken directly by this palm. Little guy, don't struggle. In the mouth of Imo Luo, a low, indifferent sound was made. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and finally there was a dip in his eyes. Sure enough, this starry sky is indeed the place where all the cosmos of the universe, the Tianjiao, are gathered. The Imo Luo who came out of the last 8 cities, even today, has to wait for him. And Jian Wushuang looked at Imo Luo's shoulder, and the child with a wooden flute sitting cross-legged was more dignified in his eyes. Compared with this huge and horrible Imo Luo, this child who has not said a word from beginning to end and closed his eyes poses a greater threat to him. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang said coldly, "Open the sky!" Boom! As soon as the voice fell, Wu Cry Excalibur quickly trembled and issued a cry of demon cry. The Buddha groaned. Immediately afterwards, a huge swordsman was cut out. This sword is so beautiful that it folds into the void in an instant and is cut off towards the head of Imo Luo. Roar! Under this sword, Imo Luo opened his mouth and blew a roar that shook for 9 days and 10 places. At this moment, the horrifying sounds condensed into substance, spreading out from Imo Luo's mouth in circles. However, in the face of Jian Wushuang's former killer, Kai Tianyi's sword, this sound wave just persisted for a few times. Then it was broken by the swordsman, and it was chopped off again towards the head of Morua. Imo Luo's pair of scarlet pupils suddenly shrank, raising his arms to block. Huh! The blood-colored swordman, with a beautiful sword shadow, severely slashed on Moruo's arms. This time, it was still just a series of sparks, but it was extra, accompanied by the roar of Mora's pain. I saw a light white mark on his arm. Little guy, you irritate me. Imo Luo roared, and immediately stepped down, rushing towards the sword unparalleled. Huh! The entire 8th city trembled quickly because of Mora's flight. Kill! In the eyes of Jian Wushuang, the hunting and fighting intentions soared into the sky. Facing Imo Luo who flew towards him, there was no concealment on his face, and he quickly killed Imo Luo too. The speed between the two is getting faster and faster, and finally, like 2 meteorites, they hit each other fiercely. Huh! The sword of Wu weapon with no hands in his sword was severely split on Moruo's fist. Both of them were shocked. Chapter 42:31. The first is more. At this moment, Moruo's huge and burly body was covered with sword marks that were deeply visible. These sword marks were densely intertwined, like spider webs, and terrifying. Puff. The scarlet god's blood sprayed out from him, like a blood rain in the 8th city. Snoring, snoring. Emo Luo's pant gasped, two red mists squirting along his nose. You are a good opponent. You shouldn't fight hard for Tianqi Langjun and let him come out. Jian Wushuang stepped into the void and said lightly. Emo Luo heard the expression suddenly cloudy. He didn't answer, but looked sideways at the child sitting on his shoulder. Blackbird, what do you do now? The child boy still closed his eyes, and his hoarse voice sounded in Mora's mind. This person is right. We don't need to go to this person for the sake of the Serpent King. Emo Luo hesitated a little and said, but I promised Tian Snake to solve this person for him. We have done enough for Tian Snake. This? Moro, if I took a shot, then our strength that we managed to recover will come back to the original point again. Think for yourself. I won't stop you. Stop talking. Emo Luo looked up and stared at Jian Wushuang. The Emo Luo tribe always kept their promises and promised things, and never regretted it. Jian Wushuang looked at Emo Luo, sighed and shook his head. Well, they'll do what you want. Jian Wushuang once again lifted the Wu weapon sword, and once again cast a sword to cut stars, and slashed towards Emo Luo. A little cold mang exploded, thousands of silver rainbows condensed. Jian Wushuang's whole body power is poured into Wu weapon's Excalibur, and he splits in front of Emo Luo. Roar! Emo Luo opened his mouth and yelled, and also greeted him. Just when Silver Sword Rainbow was about to split on Morua, the child sitting on his shoulder, trying to open his eyes. The abrupt rises. A huge snake tail shot from the depths of the Temple of Heavenly Serpent. Huh! The snake's tail passed directly over the Emo Luo and slammed at the Silver Sword Rainbow. Click! Immediately, the Silver Sword Rainbow, like glass shattered by an iron whip, cracked open piece by piece. After smashing the Silver Sword Rainbow, this snake tail suddenly pumped back at a faster speed. Jian Wushou stepped back a little step, raised his head, and looked in the direction of the snake tail. I saw a demon young man with an inverted triangular face, his hair scattered on his back, and a golden erect pupil, wearing a mopping robe, while vomiting a snake letter, making a heartbreaking fizz sound from the depths of the Temple of the Snake. Tianqi Langjun? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and a flash of glances flashed quickly, and the crowd watching the distance, with the appearance of this demon youth, has long been boiling. It's Lord Tianqi Langjun. Looks, it is Tianqi Langjun who can't hold back anymore. Is he ready to do it himself? We have tens of thousands of years. I haven't seen Lord Tianqi Langjun make a shot. I didn't expect this time to be forced out by this blood sword. Blood sword can force Master Tianqi Langjun to take his own shot. Even if he loses, it is enough to be proud. Many of the ultimate masters in the 8th city began to marvel, and when the ancient masters and others saw the Tianqi Langjun coming out, they immediately lowered their heads. The shadow of a person's famous tree, the 4 words of Tian Snake Langjun, is definitely the most deterrent name in the top 10 cities. At this moment, a few people who were masters of Lango found that when they really saw Tianqi Langjun, they did not even have the courage to face Tianqi Langjun, as if they were afraid of being seen by Tianqi Langjun and knowing that they were coming. He was assaulted and killed. Obviously nothing happened, but the guilty conscience was extremely extreme. Among them, the Maiden of Joshi and the God of Heaven Song did not evade, and looked at the eyes of King Tianqi Lang, full of resentment. The two of them, one was chased and killed by the Celestial King, almost killed, and the other was almost swallowed up by the Celestial King at that time. The fear of the Celestial Lang was long gone, and there was nothing but resentment. Brother Lango, are we really going to kill Tianqi Langjun for Sister Joshi? The leader of Kuang Yi stood behind Lan Gu, raised his eyelids secretly, and glanced at the Heavenly Serpent King who came step by step from the depths of the Heavenly Serpent Temple and swallowed. Lang Gu Wanyan, his expression was cloudy and uncertain. In terms of the Jushi Holy Land, except for the Lord of the Holy Land, the Jushi Holy Land is the highest status person in the entire Jushi Holy Land. He is an ancient master of this group of disciples, but if it is true in terms of status, It is almost heaven and earth with the Maiden of Nine Rays. Therefore, if he wants to get a step up in the Holy Land of Joshi, or even fight for the identity of the Lord of the Holy Land in the future, he must rely on the holy goddess of Joshi. Thinking of this, Lan Gu bit his teeth and pretended to be righteous in his face, saying, "Well, what are you afraid of? Isn't there a cannon fodder in front of it?" As he spoke, Lan Gu looked up at Xiang Wushuang, and a jealousy flashed in his eyes. He understood that after this battle, no matter whether the blood sword was lost or won, the name of the blood sword will surely ring through the top 10 cities of the ancient sky and enjoy the limelight. At the same time, he also had to admit that this one called blood sword, in terms of strength, I am afraid that he is much stronger than himself. Thinking of the attitude of Jiao Shishang to Jian Wushuang, the jealousy in his heart became hotter. Tian Tsang Shanjun, when this blood sword is killed by Tianchi Langjun, we will take a shot. While Tianchi Langjun relaxes, kill him in one fell swoop. Lan Gu looked at Tiansang Shenjun and said coldly. Tiansang Shenjun nodded when he heard the words, and looked at Jian Wushuang's eyes, flashing a deep dread. He is not a fool. Through the battle between Jian Wushuang and Mo Luo, he has already seen that Jian Wushuang's combat power is definitely not under him, or even stronger. Unfortunately, this blood sword has a good skill. If you join forces with me, the chance of killing Tianchi Langjun will increase. Face alone, I really don't know if he should be arrogant or foolish. Tian Snake Temple outside. Moro, let me do the next thing. Tian Snake Langjun approached step by step, and finally stepped on the void, stood beside Mora, and said, "Okay, Snake, this time I owe you a favor to Mo Luo, and next time you return to the 8 cities, I can help you do one more thing." Mo Luo replied roughly. Immediately, he seemed to think of something again, adding, "If you can return to Hubaking again." After speaking, Mo Luo took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and strode away from here. Chapter 42:32. The second is even more. Mo Luo's departure, Jian Wushuang did not stop, but looked at Tianchi Langjun lightly. He could feel that Moro was not in his heyday in the fight with him just now. It seemed that he was injured and had been suppressing his own strength, and sitting on Moro's shoulders brought him the more threatened moody boy has not yet shot. If it wasn't for this time, Jian Wushuang would not mind letting go of his hands and feet, and the real battle with the name of Mo Luo was in full swing. However, what he wants to kill now is not Mo Luo, but Tianchi Langjun. He and Tianchi Langjun didn't seem to have any Martian flavor, but they already knew that in the 8th city today, only one of them could live. With the tremor of the 8th city, Mo Luo disappeared into the cosmic passage of the 8th city. Outside the gate of the Temple of Heavenly Snake, only Jian Wushuang and Tian Snake Langjun remained. Tianchi Langjun, come and fight directly. Jian Wushuang obliquely held Wu Cry Excalibur, his expression calm. Tian Snake Langjun heard the words, his eyes flashed for a while, and then there was a smile on his face, and he shook his head and said, "No rush, blood sword. A delicious meal. Only through patient cooking can you become delicious." Delicious? Cooking? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked without expression, "What do you mean?" Blood sword. Don't you feel it? The pure breath of divine power on your body is really delicious and fascinating. The heavenly serpent prince looked at Xiang Jianshuang stubbornly, extending his forked tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, countless saliva dripping from his tongue. He closed his eyes, his face intoxicated. The next moment, he opened his eyes suddenly and laughed softly. "So, blood sword, I will eat you little by little. Only in this way can I enjoy food." The words fell, and the handsome face of the god of snake suddenly turned rotten. The corner of his mouth grinned directly to the root of the ear, as if someone had cut his mouth thoroughly from both sides with scissors. The heavenly snake king opened his mouth violently, and the forked tongue, like a javelin, shot out of his mouth, with a venom sufficient to kill the ultimate master, and stabbed towards the sword without a pair of swords. Food? Fine death. Jian Meng flashed in the eyes of Jian Wushuang, quickly raised the Wu weeping sword, and severely pierced the tongue stabbed by the heavenly serpent king. Huh. However, Jin Wushuang's sword was cut, but it was cut. After image? Immediately after, Jin Wushuang felt that a huge force hit him in the chest. Jin Wu's stature receded, and his figure was in the air, drawing a long wave of air. So fast, Jin Wushuang raised his head. His expression was dignified to the extreme. The forked thin tongue retracted like an iron chain. Tian Snake Langjun took the hand, and a smirk evoked in the corner of his mouth, with a strange voice. Blood sword, come on. I can't wait to give you a reward. Pretend to be a ghost. Jin Wushuang's eyebrows were cold, and his right foot was heavily stomped, and his body suddenly blasted out like a cannonball. He turned into a sword and killed him fiercely. Cut. Jin Wushuang Yijian split. The sharp swordman cut the world. Blood sword, you are too slow. Tian Snake Langjun just turned his head slightly and avoided the cut of Jin Wushuang. Then his body was distorted for a while and disappeared in front of Jin Wushuang. Where is it? Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and the divine power suddenly spread out, looking for the position of Tianchi Langjun. Are you looking for me? The cold voice sounded behind Jian Wu's ears. Jian Wu's eyes flashed with murder, and he didn't look back. He pulled the sword backwards and provoked. Huh! A huge snake tail, like a giant axe, slashed towards the sword Wushuang, colliding with the Wu weeping sword. The speed of the sword is only one slower, and it will be chopped by this snake tail. Well, the response is good. Tianchi Langjun vomited a spit snake, and his shape was distorted again, disappearing behind Jin Wushuang. The next moment, a snake tail rushed out from under Jin Wu's feet, twitched Jin Wushuang's legs fiercely, and pulled down hard. Huh! Immediately, Jin Wushuang was caught in the tail of the snake, dropped from the void, and smashed into a loft in the 8th city that had been turned into ruins. Countless fumes filled the sky. The golden light flashed in the eyes of the heavenly serpent god, penetrated directly through the nothingness, and his footsteps once again shot toward the attic. Huh! Huh! Immediately, in the smoke-filled ruins, there was a rushing battle between Jin Wushuang and Tian Shilang. Did you notice that the blood sword was suppressed? The celestial snakes dominate the universe at speed. Although the blood sword's attack power is strong, it will not help if you can't meet the celestial snake king. Master Tianchi Langjun is too fast. In the distance, numerous 8th city monks who watched the battle whispered. As the masters who can reach the 8th city, their eyesight is naturally not weak. Just a few battles between Jin Wushuang and Tianchi Langjun, they will see it. If it comes to attack power, Jin Wushuang's attack power, not under Heavenly Snake King, where the disciples of Joshi Holy Land and the God of Heaven Tsang live. Lenga, I don't think this blood sword will last for a long time. We are ready to shoot it any time. Tiansong Shenjun stared closely at the two fighting swordsmen and Tian Snake Langjun in the smoke and said with a deep voice, already prepared. The master of Langu nodded, and in his hand, a snow-white spear suddenly appeared. Call out. A snake tail shot violently, and the sword unparalleled quickly pulled the sword and split it. It's too fast. Jin Wushuang's face was gloomy, his eyes constantly looked around, and he could only passively resist the huge snake tail that was constantly shooting from the void. He has exploded 10 times the willpower given to him by the laws of the universe, but even so, let alone fight with the Serpent King, it is extremely difficult to capture the figure of the Serpent King things. Even if he can occasionally see the figure of Tian Snake Langjun, after the fierce sword splits down, the trace of Tian Snake Langjun has already disappeared in place. The feeling of punching on the cotton really made sword unparalleled disgusting. Hissing, the hissing sound of Tian Snake Langjun's letter continued to come from all directions, and then, a cold and groaning sound sounded. Blood sword, give up struggling. I will reward you well. I will crush your bones little by little, drain your soul little by little, and then burn your soul on the fire of God thousands of years. What do you say about this reward? Along with this sentence, the figure of the heavenly snake god king constantly shuttled in the void around Jin Wushuang. Noise. Jin Wushuang ran a sword at his fingertips, split the tail of the snake, and took a deep breath, and said to himself, I can't go on like this, otherwise I'll be dead here. After that, Jin Wushuang flashed in his eyes, and made a decision instantly. Talented, supernatural. Chapter 42:33. Third more. Huh. After the words fell, a tremendous mysterious power came to the audience. I saw that within the 100 square feet of Jin Wushuang, it suddenly turned into a dark area. The primitive universe is extremely repressive. As long as it is in the realm of the primitive universe, Jin Wushuang's strength will be increased by a large arc, and the strength of the opponent will be weakened by a large arc. Suddenly, Jin Wushuang looked up and saw Tian Snake Lang Jun, standing not far from his right side, and quickly moved away. Got you. Jin Wushuang sneered, and stepped on his right foot, killing Tianchi Lang Jun. Call out. Open the sky. A half-moon blood-colored swordman split out instantly and landed heavily on Tianchi Lang Jun. Huh. Tian Snake Lang Jun did not expect that Jin Wushuang could capture his position. The sword was slanted directly on his shoulder, pulling a deep mouth. Can you see me? Tianchi Langjun's cold smile disappeared, and he frowned. Snake, go to death. A sound of indifference blew, and the sword unparalleled was killed again with a sword. Huh. A huge sword mantle locked him instantly, containing strong laws of the universe, and slashed at him fiercely. Tian Snake Lang looked at the huge sword, and once again twitched a corner of his mouth, sighing softly. The prey has begun to resist. A trident suddenly appeared in the hands of Tianchi Lang Jun. Tian Snake Lang Jun flipped his right hand, and also cut out a halberd with rich cosmic rules, and blasted towards the sword Wushuang. Huh! The halberd and sword burst collided, and at the intersection of the two, a huge arc shock wave exploded, spreading around. Jin Wushuang and Tian Snake Lang Jun quickly fought hundreds of tricks. In the original universe of talented supernatural powers, the speed of Jin Wushuang and Tian Snake Lang Jun is at the same level. The magic power of the sword, unparalleled, far surpasses the heavenly Snake Lang Jun. The situation reversed instantly. Disgusting little bug. The sword Wushuang sneered and laughed. The Wu crying Excalibur in his hand continued to chop out thousands of sharp swords, like a bomb, and blasted away towards the Tianchi Lang Jun. Mystery, swallow the sun. Tian Snake Lang Jun faced these thousands of sharp sword chi. His face couldn't help but hesitated, and opened his mouth suddenly, biting hard at these hundreds of sword chi. Boom. I saw with the Snake King opened his mouth. Behind him, suddenly appeared a shadow of a giant snake covering the sky. This giant snake opened its huge mouth, exposed its fangs, bit it hard, and swallowed all the swords into its mouth. Immediately afterwards, this is not over yet. The serpent ghost opened his mouth again, biting hard at the sword unparalleled. Chopper Star. Jin Wushuang sneered, and the Wu weeping sword suddenly turned into a silver sword rainbow, splitting in the shadow of this giant snake. Huh. With a blast, the shadow of the serpent collapsed. Jin Wushuang leapt along, with 5 fingers reaching out, grabbing Tian Snake Langjun's head. Now, who is the prey? Jin Wushuang sneered, and more than 12,000 times the divine power in his body poured into his right hand, grabbing Tian Snake Langjun's head and pressing at the ground. Huh. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Jin Wushuang raised his hand, grasped Tian Snake Langjun's head, and moved towards the wall, leaving fiercely. Huh. Jin Wu flew under his feet, grasping Tian Snake Langjun's head, pushing all the way across, smashing hundreds of walls one after another. Fingeruish sharp sword entwined between the 5 fingers of the sword unparalleled, constantly exploding on the head of Tianchi Langjun. Poor little bug. Jin Wushuang sneered, throwing his right hand fiercely, smashing the heavenly Snake King into a small lake in the 8th city. Suddenly, countless people were stunned. Everyone did not expect that the situation would reverse so quickly, that soon they had not responded, and Tianxi Langjun was crushed by the sword Wushuang. The realm of the primitive universe gradually dissipated. The sword holds Wu Cry Excalibur without hands and walks towards the small lake step by step. Wow! At that moment, the water in the small lake capsized and the raging waves rushed to the scene. A dark python swept up from the small lake and opened his mouth to scream. Blood sword, I have decided. I will not only crush your body inch by inch, but I will also slaughter your entire family and kill all your close ones in the world. This python stared at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were so cold that he uttered words. Next moment, Tian Snake Lang, who turned into a body, rushed violently, rushing out of the lake, and flew towards Jian Wushuang. Poppy Poppy. Beside his huge snake, there was an explosion that broke the sound barrier. After turning into the ontology, he was faster than 10 times faster. Jian Wushuang just felt a flower in front of him and felt an extremely sickly smell. A huge mouth, biting him hard and swallowing him. No, the blood sword is going to be swallowed up by the king of the snake. It is said that in the stomach of the celestial snakes, there is a small world of their own. Even if the star galaxy is swallowed by the celestial snakes, they will be quickly corroded and digested. If the blood sword is swallowed by the heavenly serpent king, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Both of them are too strong. This is the first time I have seen the appearance of the Tianxi family. In the distance, the 8th city dominated by countless battles, his eyes flashed wildly. The master of Hao Ember and the maiden of Joshi immediately clenched their fists and looked at this scene hardly. The giant snake's mouth was extremely stinky, and the sword Wushuang Wu weeping sword propped up, blocking the snake's mouth to close. An icy air continued to come from the depths of Tianxi Langjun's body. Jian Wushuang knew that even if his own body was strong, once he was swallowed by Tianxi Langjun, there would be no possibility of survival. Roar, roar, roar. Tianxi Langjun growled madly, and sword Wushuang was pinched in his mouth, but the Wu Cry Excalibur holding his upper jaw was unable to bite him. Blood sword, I see how long you can stick to it. Tianxi Langjun's indifferent voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Immediately, a drop of venom sufficient to kill the ultimate master followed his fangs, dripped on Wu weapon sword. Suddenly, Wu weapon sword, dripped by the venom, uttered a burning kerchurchur. Sa. I saw the spot where the venom dripped at the blade of Wu weapon's Excalibur, and dark patches the size of fingernails suddenly appeared, burning black poisonous smoke. Jian Wushuang saw a sinking in his heart. I am afraid that under this venom www. Novel. Rao is the Wu crying Excalibur who has now reached the power of the ultimate limit of the law, and cannot hold it for long. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's expression returned to calmness, and he said, the talent is amazing, the life is shocking. Cut. The star. Boom. Instantly, countless forces surged on Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's whole cards were no longer reserved. Except for Tai Luo Excalibur and Yongyi, he had used all his strength. Today, I give the world a look at the blood sword and snake. Chapter 42-34. The first is more. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's momentum was extremely powerful. A coercion from the depths of the soul came suddenly. This is the power of life deterrence. In an instant, time seemed to be fixed. Everything began to slow down, as if sinking into a mire swamp. Under this power, Tianxi Langjun actually felt that he was extremely small, and there was a feeling that he wanted to worship. This is from the higher life, overlooking the lower life. This is from the super-perfect life, from the blood of the soul, the comprehensive suppression of lower life. Jian Wushuang took advantage of this short dullness, and suddenly blasted out from the mouth of Tianlang Langjun, and then Wu Wei Xinjian fiercely chopped off. Chopper star. Huh. Suddenly, Bai Zhang Jianhong and the sword without hands condensed, like heaven came. With black hair flying all over, Baizhang's silver Jinhong was splitting towards Tianqi Langjun. Click, click. At this moment, the void became trembling because of this sword and made an overwhelming clicking sound. Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow fell, and the body of the swallowing python, which was transformed into a snake by the heavenly snake prince, directly opened a deep mouth. Roar! Tian Snake Langjun screamed extremely loudly in his mouth. Countless blood spread from his snake, spilled on the ground, and directly burned numerous pits. Under this sword, countless divine powers of Tianqi Langjun were annihilated, and the sharp sword's meaning continued to hang in his body, killing the divine power in him. Roar, roar! The heavenly snake god trembled madly on the ground because of severe pain. The huge snake tail, the whole 8th city that slaps, shakes for a while. At this moment, countless monks in the 8th city watching the war were shocked to the extreme. 10 Serpent King. Lost? Slaughter. Snake Snake? Sky Snake Langjun really would die in the hands of Bloodsword? Something is happening. Something is coming up. Invincible. This blood sword is invincible. Who can stop the sword? Countless people looked at this scene, with a startle on their faces, and then shouted in disbelief. The masters of Langu, etc., also flashed incredible faces for a moment. This blood sword really defeated Tianqi Langjun? There was a flash of disbelief in Gus' eyes. Behind him, those disciples of the Jiushi Holy Land have already been scared and almost glared. Tian Tsang Shinjin's eyes flashed constantly, looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, full of fear. But after taking a deep breath, he calmed down quickly. In his expectation, Jian Wushuang should have been killed by Tianqi Langjun. And then when Tianqi Langjun relaxed his vigilance, he killed them in one fell swoop, and then killed in one blow. But now, although the expectation is different, the effect is not different. Langu is now, it's time we shot. Tiansong Shunjun flashed a flash of cold meng in his eyes, and turned back and drank. Huh. Immediately, Tiansong Shunjun stepped hard. His body soared into the sky, and blasted towards Tianqi Langjun. The thoughts in Lan Gus' eyes flashed quickly, and he glanced at the sword unparalleled. Sneer, blood sword, you are really strong. But I took the skull of Tian Snake Langjun. Call out. He was holding a snow-white sharpshooter, and he was just as quickly swept away. Sister Joshi, you are optimistic. How did I break off the head of Tianqi Langjun? He glanced at Jushi's sister and looked proudly. Next moment, Tiansong Shunjun and Langu dominated the two, and hesitated at the same time towards Tianqi Langjun. Ten Snake, you will be guilty of multiple injustices. You see who I am? Tiansong God laughed loudly, and the blue sword appeared in his hand, and the thunder rolled on it, splitting towards Tian Snake Langjun. Tianqi Langjun, you remember, the ancient who killed you is also Langa. The ancient master laughed aloud, with a flash of his body, and combined with the snow-white sharp gun in his hand, pierced the head of Tianqi Langjun. This change came too fast. As soon as Jian Wushuang did not respond. When Jian Wushuang reacted, Tiansong Shinjun and Langu dominated the two, and passed him, forcing Tianqilang. Idiot! Jian Wushuang's face suddenly gloomy to the extreme. Now Tianqi Langjun is in an extremely dangerous stage, and even he intends to avoid the sharp edge. The two men are now rushing up. Is it true that the Serpent King will die on that day? Lying on the ground, the Snake King of God blood constantly pouring out of the snake's mouth, raised his head, and slowly looked at the two princes Tian Song God King and Langa dominated. The golden vertical pupil in his eyes suddenly burst out. Stock happy. Huh. Before waiting for Tiansong Shinjun and Lan Gu to come near him, his huge snake tail volleyed out, wrapped around Tiansong Shinjun's body, and pulled at him fiercely. Huh. Tiansong Shinjun's face changed greatly. He only felt that after being caught by the snake tail, his divine power could not be evaporated at all. The thunder rolling on the sword in his hand exploded on the snake tail, which could only explode the black mark. How is that possible? God Tiansong horrified. Seeing this scene, the master of Lan Gu suddenly turned wild and panicked. He looked at the constantly struggling king god of heaven, only to feel that his body was shaking with fear. Escape! As soon as the ancient masters stepped on, they suddenly left. Haven't waited for him to take 2 steps. A bifurcated tongue shot out of Tianzi Langjun's mouth in an instant, and he caught the master of Langu and pulled back towards Tianzi Shenjun. Do not! Langu dominated and shouted. However, it was useless at all. If Tian Snake Langjun did not encounter Jian Wushuang, it is definitely the most terrifying existence among the top 10 cities in the ancient sky. How can he resist? Suddenly, Lord Langa was swallowed into the mouth by Tian Serang Jun, and his huge, sharp fangs pierced his neck fiercely. The ancient god's magical power was constantly sucked away by the king of snakes. The master of Langu struggled frantically, however. Only a few moments later, the master of Langu gradually disappeared. The hands and feet hang down softly, and finally the deities turn into powder. The injury on Tianchi Langjun was quickly recovered by the speed of the naked eye, which was destroyed by the sword. The 8th city monk who watched the battle from a distance saw the scene and shook his head without any mercy. This man is really stupid to the extreme. Well, who is Tianchi Langjun? Do you think anyone can step on his head? Does this person think he is a blood sword? Can Tianchi Langjun provoke him? It really deserves it. It's not enough to fail. The masters of these spectators watched, while looking at the people in Jiushi Holy Land, full of irony. The next moment, they sighed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.